Chapter 172, Black Crow Arrives. Chapter 172, Black Crow Arrives. You are. How? Fang Yaojiang, who was burnt like charcoal, laid on the ground at his last gasp. He still could not believe what just happened. Yi Yuan looked at Fang Yaojiang very innocently and said with a smile, "You're talking about this?" While talking, Yi Yuan beckoned with one hand. The cleansing sandal flame lotus released the origin fire essence once again. But that origin fire essence did not have the intention of attacking Yi Yuan. Instead, it circled around Yi Yuan like it was fawning on him and begging for mercy from him. Fang Yaojiang could not move, but when he saw this scene, his eyebrows nearly popped out. This fellow. He faked it all along. Only now did Fang Yaojiang understand that how was this Yi Yuan helping him retrieve the essence fire? It was essentially digging a hole for him to jump. And he even jumped down happily. But, how was this possible? That was a Tier 4 essence fire. Even if Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses came to subdue it, they would be filled with trepidation and exercise extreme caution. Even if this brat came from a hermit family clan and had a brilliant fire controlling technique, with this brat's strength, it was also impossible to make the cleansing sandal sacred flame do so, right? This cleansing sandal sacred flame actually seemed to fear this brat. How was this possible? Just what was this brat's background? Poochie. Fang Yaojiang could not hold back anymore and vomited a mouthful of blood. The burnt black him partnered with the bright red blood made him look very miserable. I, Fang Yaojiang, have been scheming against people my entire life. I didn't think that in the end, I would be schemed against by a little fellow. Truly retribution. Fang Yaojiang wailed sorrowfully in his heart. This Fang Yaojiang had always been very low-key among demonic beast hunters and did not reveal his capabilities. But he relied on his brilliant concealment skill and connived against many in the same occupation. And also, because he schemed against people, Fang Yaojiang accumulated a massive amount of wealth. He relied on these accumulations to break through to the crystal formation realm and even became an alchemy grandmaster. But who would have thought that he would be reverse stabbed by Yi Yuan when he originally came prepared to ambush Yi Yuan? And this bout claimed his life. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Fang Yaojiang but prepared to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. With Yi Yuan's alchemic standards, he could naturally easily determine Fang Yaojiang's injuries. He already no longer had the ability to threaten him. Because of Fang Yaojiang, too much time had already been wasted. Yi Yuan must get a tight hold on time to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus to prevent a long night from being fraught with dreams. Yi Yuan's hands created phantoms as he formed seals. The origin fire essence was instantly trapped by Yi Yuan again. Except that this time, Yi Yuan did not show any painful expression at all. Instead, he appeared to do it with ease. Even though he was mentally prepared long ago, Fang Yaojiang was still angered to the point he vomited blood again. That cleansing sandal sacred flame was trapped by Yi Yuan. It gave off chirping sounds like it was begging for Yi Yuan to spare it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to do this. Following me, your name will shake the 9 heavens in the future. Even if you remain here, you also can't escape the conclusion of being subdued by others. Rather than becoming those fools' slave, you might as well follow me. Perhaps, there would come a day where not only can you obtain your freedom, you could become much more powerful." It seemed to have understood Yi Yuan's words. That cleansing sandal sacred flame actually struggled no more and allowed Yi Yuan to trap it. Yi Yuan only gave a faint smile when he saw the situation and started to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This cleansing sandal flame lotus was a natural spiritual object. It could naturally sense Yi Yuan's distinction. Although Yi Yuan was not strong, the cleansing sandal flame lotus could sense the power of the depths of Yi Yuan's soul. And from Yi Yuan's divine soul, it could even faintly sense an existence which made it palpitate. Hence, its instinct also told it that submitting to Yi Yuan was its best option. At the gorge, the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor's fight had reached its white-hot stage. Hey! What's happening? The treasure ripples from the depths of the cave became unstable. Could it be someone sneaked inside? Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "To dare ntch away my, Black Crows, jackpot, truly tired of living. Finus. Hi plus ing." Black Crow wielded his staff and beckoned with both hands. All the essence energy in the bottom of the gorge was thrown into disorder. The staff in Black Crow's hands gave off a faint azure glow, and with the increased buildup of essence energy, the more terrifying Black Crow's staff became. "You feathered beast. To dare ruin my beautiful thing, you really think I can't do anything to you? Take this move of mine, Essence Chi Wave. Go and die." Black Crow gave an enraged cry. Black Crow was currently angry to the extreme. There was actually someone who sneaked in from under his eyelids and hid the priceless treasure belonging to him, Black Crow. How could this not infuriate him? In Black Crow's heart, the valuable treasure born in this Lotus Moon Gorge was already long his. Others were absolutely not allowed to have a share. And now, there was really someone who dared to pull his tiger whiskers, truly tired of living. An extremely powerful undulation came from the Essence Chi Wave. It felt like it was about to turn everything into nothingness. The Golden Sword Condor was similarly Tier 4 and also this Lotus Moon Gorge's master. Its thoughts were actually roughly the same as Black Crow. It naturally also refused to back down at this time, only to see that its bird mouth opened wide and an extremely powerful essence energy beam shot out. In a blink, the two powerful attacks collided together. Rumble. Sand and pebbles immediately blew everywhere in the entire gorge wildly. The area between Black Crow and the Golden Sword Condor was practically raised into flat ground. A bird cry resounded throughout the valley. The Golden Sword Condor actually flew away. It's actually Black Crow Old Man who is superior. Looks like these few years, Black Crow Old Man obtained quite a bit of lucky chances. His strength is actually powerful to such a degree. Yeah. Under ordinary circumstances, early-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts are stronger than first-level Sea Transformation Realm human martial artists. But Black Crow actually suppressed the Golden Sword Condor. So scary. The battle between Tier 4 and Sea Transformation is indeed earth-shattering, completely not on the same level as Crystal Formation Realm martial artist. Many curious people surrounded to watch this fight from far away. Seeing the Black Crow actually chased away the Golden Sword Condor, they could not help being greatly shocked, which further dispelled the thought of getting some small gains. While he chased away the Golden Sword Condor, Black Crow was also not feeling too good. The clothing on him was already tattered rags, and he also suffered internal injuries which were not light. But compared to the priceless treasure, what did this small injury even count for? Black Crow did not wish to ultimately prepare the wedding gown for others after a great battle. He recuperated for a short while before charging into the cave, sweeping past towards the underground at maximum speed. And at the current moment, Yi Yuan's refinement had already reached the final juncture. He circulated the Fire Source True Sutra with full strength. Although he was a major realm lower than Fang Yaojiang, his speed was several times faster. Seeing this scene, the fury in Fang Yaojiang's eyes had already turned into sorrowful hatred. Simply not on the same level. Why did you pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? If I knew beforehand that this brat was so powerful and so sinister, couldn't I have just withdrawn straight away? Currently, Fang Yaojiang's intestines were already green with regret. It was truly wanting to cry but have no tears. Right at this time, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching this place rapidly. Fan Yaojiang sweated heavily. It looked like the outcome was decided outside. Wonder if it was Black Crow Old Man or the Golden Sword Condor? However, the result seemed to be the same. Fang Yaojiang's eyes could not resist turning towards Yi Yuan. A thick mockery intent was revealed in his eyes. Brat, you plotted against your father, but isn't your outcome still death? I don't believe that you can escape alive from the hands of a Sea Transformation Realm. Chapter 173, Last Minute Breakthrough. Chapter 173, Last Minute Breakthrough. The approaching person was clearly releasing a powerful aura on purpose. The goal was to make the other party surrender. Black Crow Old Man was powerful and simply did not care who was inside. Either way, as long as he found out, the outcome was death. This was the powerful confidence in his own strength. Where art thou from, little thief, to dare spoil this old man's business? Quickly leave, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this old man will extract your soul and refine your bones. Black Crow Old Man's angry roar had exceedingly powerful penetrative force as it instantly spread throughout the entire underground cave. From Black Crow Old Man's voice, one could tell just how enraged he was right now. The reason why Black Crow Old Man was so infuriated was that the treasure's undulations were becoming progressively smaller. It was evidently about to be taken away by someone else. And even though he raised his speed to the maximum right now, he was still unable to arrive immediately, so he wanted to use words to or the other party. The entire underground cave was full of twists and turns. No matter how great Black Crow's speed was, it was also hard to rush to the deepest part right away. However, his angry cry did not have any effect at all, because Yi Yuan would not even buy it. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to Black Crow's warning as if he was unable to sense the aura belonging to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He continued to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Heart-like still water realm was no joke. Forget about sea transformation realm, even if it was the aura of soul sea realm, it was also impossible to disrupt him. This brat has such powerful concentration. That warning, that should be Black Crow Old Man. Such an incredible aura, even I'm almost unable to withstand it. He's actually not affected in the slightest. Fang Yaojiang was secretly alarmed. He discovered that other than Yi Yuan's realm not being high, he had no CHINKS in virtually all other aspects. Just what kind of hermit family clan could actually nurture such a breathtaking youth? At least within the scope of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Fang Yaojiang had never heard of such a powerful family clan. Even if it was the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples, they were probably inferior when compared to this young man in front of him, right? Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut this whole time, suddenly snapped open both eyes. A brilliant light shone from his eyes. Fang Yaojiang was secretly shocked. He finished refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Yi Yuan's refining speed was actually multiple times faster than him. This brat was truly leaking mystery from all over his body. Black Crow Old Man, who was currently Russ. Plussing over, paused his footsteps and clenched his jaw tightly in anger. The aura of that fire attribute treasure totally could not be sensed anymore. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. HELL has no gate yet you want to barge inside. Looks like this old man has not come out for a long time. Many people in the outside world have already forgotten the terror of me, Black Crow. Regardless of who you are, I will let you know just how tragic the outcome of pitting against this old man will be. Black Crow Old Man gnashed his teeth and said. Black Crow moved and swept towards the bottom floor again. But he stopped his footsteps again after just a few steps. What's going on? This is Essence Energy Storm? Could it be that this little thief wants to break through here? Really does not know how the word death is written. After SNATC this old man's treasure, he did not think about fleeing but actually dared to stay at the spot to break through. I want to see if you have the strength to withstand old me after breaking through. Black Crow Old Man said with a cold smile. At the bottom floor, Fang Yaojiang's eyes revealed astonishment again. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he actually not did run away immediately, but chose to take advantage of the opportunity to break through. Could it be that this brat wanted to confront Black Crow Old Man face to face? But Yi Yuan was only at the first level spirit condensation realm. Even if he broke through, it was only second level spirit condensation realm. That was on a completely different level from Black Crow Old Man. Just what on earth is this brat thinking? Although Fang Yaojiang was heavily injured, he was thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan's actions. He initially thought that after Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he would flee frantically, or find a place to hide. That way, he could see the despair on Yi Yuan's face in his death throes. But who would have thought that this brat's actions would exceed all expectations? He actually chose to break through on the spot and sit here waiting for Black Crow Old Man's arrival. Yi Yuan's expression was currently calm as if he did not sense the approaching danger. He just absorbed essence energy frenziedly and greedily. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a tier 4 natural spiritual object. By itself, it contained vast one ties of essence energy. After Yi Yuan refined it, he already became one with the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Borrowing that colossal essence energy from the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was not surprising for Yi Yuan to take advantage of the situation to break through. It was just that the timing and venue he chose was unbelievable. In truth, it was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to run, but because he knew that he already could not flee. Entering the heart-like still water state, Yi Yuan had an abnormally vivid grasp on the situation. From Black Crow Old Man's undulations, he had already crossed that hidden cave entrance. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to flee, there was already no place to escape. Since there was no place to run to, then there was only meeting the enemy face to face. At this very moment, even another portion of strength was good too. What Yi Yuan was about to face was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Hence, he chose to break through without hesitation. Perhaps to others, sea transformation realm was an unmatchable existence. Any form of resistance was futile. But Yi Yuan would not think that way. He had a clear understanding of a sea transformation realm powerhouse's strength and also had a clear understanding of the cards in his hands. Yi Yuan felt that he had the strength to fight. Another 9 spirit liquid drops gradually formed within Yi Yuan's dantian. He was about to break through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Right then, an aged but ice-cold voice sounded out, "I was wondering which expert dared to steal my, Black Crow's, item. Turns out that it's merely a first-level spirit condensation realm, little punk. The younger generation should really be feared. To actually even dare to do a last-minute breakthrough. Such bravado is worth complimenting. However, it ends here." Black Crow casually fired out a ball of light which flew towards the currently breaking through Yi Yuan with tremendous speed. Even though it was just a casual blow, this strike made even Fang Yaojiang palpitate. Putting aside that he was currently heavily injured, even if he was perfectly fine, he also would not dare to receive it head-on. Bang! It did not happen like Black Crow imagined. The ball of light smars. Hi plusing Yi Yuan to smithereens. Just now, Yi Yuan suddenly turned into 9 in an instant. And that light ball pares said through the center Yi Yuan just like that, striking a rock behind. Then, the 9 silhouettes combined into one and Yi Yuan's figure appeared. The current Yi Yuan actually already successfully broke through. Black Crow Old Man's expression stirred and said, "Oh, really have some capabilities. No wonder you would do this sort of suicidal thing. Brat, hand over the treasure. This old man will not just spare your life, I can even take you in as my disciple. How's that?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Crow Old Man indifferently and said, "You don't have the qualifications yet to be my master. What you can teach, I know them all. But what I know, you might not. Ha ha ha. What an unbridled brat. Since that's the case, I'll take the treasure myself after I kill you. I want to see just what do you know that even I, this sea transformation realm, can't teach you." Yi Yuan's words were simply ignorantly rampant in Black Crow's ears. Only Fang Yaojiang lying over the ground knew that what Yi Yuan said might not be false. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said nonchalantly, "Yuan Fei, come on out." When Yi Yuan said that, Black Crow's face changed. With his sea transformation realm divine sense, he actually did not discover that there were still people around here. Could it be? Chapter 174, 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. Chapter 174, 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. Under Black Crow Old Man's horrified eyes, Yuan Fei appeared out of thin air. Yuan Fei's arrival gave him a huge shock, but what followed was wild elation. Spatial artifact. You actually have a spatial artifact. Ha ha ha. The heaven has truly opened its eyes. Not only did it let me, Black Crow, obtain a priceless natural treasure, it even let me acquire a spatial artifact. Black Crow laughed madly without restraint. Seeing Black Crow Old Man's appearance, Yi Yuan could not help secretly lamenting that he was an idiot. He even dared to show the spatial artifact. Could he not have any self-assurance at all? Why is everybody so presumptuous and opinionated? Fang Yaojiang was so, Black Crow Old Man too. It was like every time a treasure appeared, it was prepared for them. If Fang Yaojiang could straighten out his mentality, it would not have been such an easy thing to invite him into the pit. Yuan Fei, how did the practice of the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array go? Yi Yuan transmitted. Under young master's guidance, after these few days of drilling, my clan members and I already have a preliminary grasp on this set of grand arrays. As a matter of fact, this set of arrays is truly miraculous. It can actually allow me to borrow my clan members' strength and temporarily let my strength break through to tier 4. Even if Yuan Fei had always been very composed, his words also faintly revealed his excitement. These few days, Yi Yuan had been doing things alone. But he did not let Yuan Fei rest. Yuan Fei was Yi Yuan's greatest aid for a period of time after today. Raising his strength was equivalent to raising his own strength. But if he let Yuan Fei cultivate by himself, he would not know just when he could break through to middle stage tier 3. Hence, Yi Yuan blazed a new trail and imparted him a set of array technique, which was this set, the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array. 7-star ephemeris Grand Array was a tier 4 array with tremendous might. If 8C transformation realm powerhouses were proficient in this array, they could even cross ranks to challenge a Soul C realm powerhouse. Once such an array leaked out, all the great sects would surely SNTCH viciously over it. If there were 10 tier 3 demonic beasts like Yuan Fei using this array, killing a first-level C transformation realm like Black Crow Old Man would be like slaughtering a dog. But sadly, among Yuan Fei's clan members, there was only Yuan Fei, this one tier 3 demonic beast. Therefore, Yi Yuan chose 7x7, 49 late-stage tier 2 long-arm stone apes among Yuan Fei's clan members. Every 7 long-arm stone apes formed a miniature 7-star ephemeris Grand Array to coordinate with Yuan Fei to form such an array. Even though the might was not as strong as a genuine tier 3 demonic beast, it could still let Yuan Fei's strength soar a rank. The essence of the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array was to allow 7 people's attack power go through the amplification of the array by PAR-S, sing through the array's development and finally let the 8th person unleash an overwhelming blow. The 7 people's attacks would multiply layer by layer when transiting through the array. By the time the 8th person released it, the might would be so great to the extent where it caused people to be struck with awe. Yuan Fei and his clansmen formed this grand array. Although it was only an elementary understanding, it should not be an issue to trap Black Crow Old Man. Brat, you aren't thinking that with a tier 3 demonic beast, you can deal with me, right? Ha ha ha. Black Crow could not resist laughing out loud again when he saw Yuan Fei's strength. Yi Yuan's move was simply childish to the extreme. Yi Yuan simply smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not Yuan Fei alone, but it's a whole bunch." Once Yi Yuan's voice fell, 7x7, 49 late-stage tier 2 long-arm stone apes instantly appeared. These 49 long-arm stone apes each formed a team of 7 AS summing a 7-star position, protecting Yuan Fei in the center. It faintly gave off a pressure which did not lose out to Black Crow Old Man. But Black Crow Old Man did not find it too impressive. He said lightly, "You actually have an entire clan of long-armed stone ape spirit beasts and also possess a spatial artifact. Looks like your background is extraordinary. But precisely because that is so, you have to die today beyond doubt even more. What a joke. Just an early-stage tier 3 demonic beast and a bunch of late-stage tier 2 demonic beasts. Simply a bunch of trash. What kind of threat could they pose to him, a sea transformation realm? At the very most, it was just delaying the time it took for Yi Yuan to die. However, Black Crow Old Man was indeed somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan's ident. 1 Tai. A second-level spirit condensation realm rookie who not only could he subdue a tier 3 demonic beast, but he even owned a spatial artifact, a priceless treasure. His background was probably not simple. It looked like he had to make sure not a single drop of water leaks out right now to prevent any future troubles. Haha, is that so? You can come and test. Towards Black Crow's posturing, Yi Yuan had an indifferent face. Test then test. Just a bunch of ants. Could you flip the heaven? Black Crow Old Man behaved as if he looked down arrogantly upon the world. Waving his staff, he attacked Yuan Fei. This blow looked light as a feather, but when it arrived in front of Yuan Fei, its momentum was akin to MT Tai. Black Crow Old Man smiled coldly as he prepared to crush Yuan Fei with a single blow. Facing a sea transformation realm powerhouse, Yuan Fei naturally did not dare to slight him. Long before Black Crow Old Man made his move, the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array already activated. Presently, Yuan Fei's iron palm struck out. He actually wanted to clash head-on with Black Crow Old Man. The two blows collided and Black Crow Old Man was struck dumb with amazement. Yuan Fei's blow was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. How is this possible? Boom. The two blows caused an explosion in mid-air. Equally matched. Sea transformation realm experts had already transcended mortal and secular. Therefore, in their eyes, all those below sea transformation realm were akin to ants. Black Crow Old Man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a sea transformation realm expert. How could he fight to a draw with a bunch of ants? And at this time, Black Crow Old Man was already surrounded dead by a bunch of long-armed stone apes in the center. This is an array. Yes, this is definitely an array. But what kind of array could actually have such power? To actually let an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast possess the combat power of a sea transformation realm expert? This is too inconceivable. Black Crow Old Man currently, apart from astonishment, was still in astonishment. Haha, Senior Black Crow, I wonder if the test results are satisfactory? Yi Yuan said laughingly. Black Crow Old Man's face fell. This brat was really unforgiving about the situation. Humph. I really did not expect that there was still such a miraculous array in this world. However, this is already your greatest reliance, right? You're also looking down on sea transformation realm experts too much. Black Crow Old Man said with a cold smile. How am I belittling sea transformation realm experts? It's Senior Black Crow who is pressing me too hard, that's why Junior had to resist. Why not we both take a step back and Senior let me leave? How's that? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Black Crow Old Man's eyes flickered, and he said, it's also not out of the question to let you leave. But leave behind that natural spiritual object, spatial artifact, and this set of array technique. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, Senior has no sincerity at all. If I hand over these items, then what capital do I have to contend with Senior? The way I see it, Senior probably doesn't plan on letting me leave, right? Afraid that I'll return home to find the elders in my clan? Black Crow Old Man's eyes turned piercing at once. This brat was young, but not easy to hoodwink. Humph. So what? This old man refuses to believe that just a mere set of arrays can let a bunch of ants threaten a sea transformation realm expert. Fineness. Hi+ing, Black Crow Old Man's body released a powerful aura. The surrounding essence energy seemed to have been plundered by him alone. This was the horrifying aspect of Sea Transformation Realm Expert. Chapter 175, Awe of Sea Transformation Realm. Chapter 175, Awe of Sea Transformation Realm. Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses could communicate with heaven and earth essence energy around, maneuvering them for one's own use. Although Sea Transformation Realm only touched upon some superficial knowledge of communicating with heaven and earth essence energy, this modic was sufficient to let them declare hegemony in front of martial artists beneath the Sea Transformation Realm. Black Crow Old Man waved his staff. All the essence energy in the underground cave was churned up by him. An extremely powerful aura emitted off of his body. The undulations were way stronger than earlier. Yuan Fei, entertained Senior Black Crow cordially. Remember what I said to you before? Yi Yuan did not panic when he saw the situation as he said this to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei's gaze flashed when he heard that. Yes, young master. Yuan Fei naturally remembers. Just like facing the Golden Sword Condor, Black Crow Old Man's staff gathered vast quant. One ties of essence energy. A very terrifying aura spread out. But right then, Yuan Fei's iron palm landed. Yuan Fei obviously would not smack Black Crow Old Man's staff stupidly. He attacked his lower half. Yuan Fei's attack could virtually draw with Black Crow Old Man. How would he dare to slight it? Hence, he hurriedly pulled back to defend. The essence energy collected halfway by the staff vanished with a trace. Currently, Black Crow Old Man was stuck deep within the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array. This feeling was just like facing a same-rank opponent. And this 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array was aberrantly profound. Every time he wanted to break the array by eradicating those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes, the final opponent was always Yuan Fei. You got to be joking. Yi Yuan was a grandmaster of the array Dao. How could the array he planted be broken so easily? How could Yi Yuan not have considered these flaws in Black Crow Old Man's eyes? Unless one's strength were immense to a certain degree to break the array using force, and if one did not understand the principle of array Dao, Black Crow Old Man's opponent would forever only be Yuan Fei. Black Crow Old Man was not powerful to that sort of extent yet. Although Yuan Fei was not as powerful as Black Crow Old Man, he was still a peak early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast. His strength was roughly equivalent to a human third-level crystal formation realm. Through the compounding by the array formation, he already possessed the strength to fight with Black Crow Old Man. Of course, the prerequisite was to not let Black Crow Old Man mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Black Crow Old Man was presently so depressed that he wanted to puke blood. Because each time he mustered up heaven and earth essence energy, it would be disrupted by Yuan Fei very shamelessly. Yuan Fei's timing was grasped very well. Each time he attacked was when Black Crow Old Man mustered a small portion of heaven and earth essence energy. And the place he attacked was also a vital area. This small amount of heaven and earth essence energy simply could not cause much harm to Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Yuan Fei attacked a vital point. This left Black Crow Old Man no choice but to give up accumulating heaven and earth essence energy. This was also the attacking method Yi Yuan incited Yuan Fei to do. Sea transformation realm experts were indeed powerful. But if they were unable to muster heaven and earth essence energy, their might was limited. If the opponent were just an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist, a sea transformation realm could completely crush him. But if the opponent's strength and theirs were roughly the same, sea transformation realm experts would rarely have the chance to summon heaven and earth essence energy. Previously, outside the cave, Black Crow Old Man also fought intensely with the Golden Sword Condor for a long time before finding the opportunity to unleash a big move. And now, Yuan Fei relied on the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array. His strength was already roughly the same as Black Crow Old Man. In the battle circle, the more Black Crow Old Man fought, the more secretly alarmed he became. If this continued, wouldn't he, a sea transformation realm expert, be exhausted to death? He could not refrain from regretting now that he was overly COC at the start so as to fall into the other party's Grand Array. If he were not inside the array formation, no matter how strong Yuan Fei was, he would also be unable to prevent him from gathering heaven and earth essence energy. The powerful aspect of array formations lied in this. Once trapped within, it was like sinking into a quagmire. Thinking of coming out then would not be so easy. It was also because Yuan Fei and his clan members had only come into contact with this array formation not long and could only unleash 10% to 20% of this array formation. Otherwise, the current Black Crow Old Man would already be a corpse. Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth tightly. He knew that this could not continue any longer. The matter on hand was to break this array formation first. Or else, he might really have to fall here today. Black Crow Old Man dodged a blow from Yuan Fei. The staff in his hand started to gather heaven and earth essence energy once more. Yuan Fei was already accustomed to this because of previous experiences on how to defeat this blow from Black Crow Old Man. He attacked a vital area once again. But this time, Black Crow Old Man did not dissipate the essence energy to pull back and protect his vital area. Instead, he forcefully took a palm from Yuan Fei. Not good. Careful, Yuan Fei. Quickly retreat. By the side, Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed when he saw the situation. He also did not think that this Black Crow Old Man would actually be so decisive. But it was already too late. Pooh. Black Crow Old Man sprayed out a mouthful of blood in midair, but a trace of sneer still hung at the corner of his mouth. Essence Chi Wave, explode for me. It was making use of this time gap that Black Crow Old Man already completed the mustering of heaven and earth essence energy and successfully coagulated the Essence Chi Wave. Although time-wise it was rather rushed, so this essence chi wave was not as strong as back when dealing with the golden sword condor. However, it was sufficient to deal with Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Black Crow Old Man was currently within the array formation. The essence chi wave was too close to Yuan Fei and the others. Yuan Fei clearly also did not expect that Black Crow Old Man would play such a hand. By the time he heard Yi Yuan's warning, it was already too late. In a hurry, he spurred the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array and forcefully carried out a defense. Yuan Fei could rival Black Crow Old Man, but that was only under the Circume stances where he did not gather heaven and earth essence energy. Essence chi wave was not something he could defend against using just the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array. Boom! Yuan Fei along with his clansmen was blown apart by the essence chi wave like a flower blooming as they flew out. Yuan Fei took this blow face on. He withstood the bulk of the attack and was also the most heavily injured. The white-colored Yuan Fei was currently drenched in blood, appearing very miserable. Luckily, he mobilized the Grand Array at the 11th hour and neutralized most of the damage. Otherwise, he would probably be dead right now. The might of the sea transformation realm was devastatingly powerful. Bang! Black Crow Old Man's body smashed heavily on the rocks, cruise. Plussing the rock behind him into powder. He forcefully took a blow from the Grand Array. His present situation was also not too good. In reality, back when Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor clashed, he was already injured. It was just for the sake of Russ. Plussing to the underground cave that he forcefully suppressed his injuries the whole time. Currently, having suffered a heavy blow, his strength was already far from before. Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not good and immediately activated the spatial artifact, storing away all the long-arm stone apes. "Are you all right, Yuan Fei?" Yi Yuan's figure moved, and he appeared beside Yuan Fei. "I won't die, young master. It's just that I did not manage to aid young master with your problem." "Yuan Fei is useless." "How so?" "You were a huge help. You enter the spatial artifact to quietly recuperate first. Leave the rest of it to me." "Don't. I can still keep up. This person is too powerful. I'm afraid that young master is not his match." Yuan Fei did not have the intention to belittle Yi Yuan. In truth, it was after he exchanged blows with Black Crow that he could sense the other party's might clearly. Yi Yuan's realm was too low after all. There was simply no possibility of winning. "You recuperate in peace. When have young master ever let you down before? Relax, I'll take revenge for you," Yi Yuan said as he looked at Black Crow Old Man frostily. Chapter 176, Avatar Body. Chapter 176, Avatar Body. Bang! A foot sent a large piece of rock in front flying. Black Crow Old Man walked out of the gaping hole which he blasted out himself. Currently, Black Crow Old Man's clothing was in rags. Where was there even a trace of the bearing of an expert? He was totally a beggar. Very good. Excellent. A bunch of ants actually forced this old man to such an extent. You all can be amply proud. However, the price for that is all of your lives. Black Crow Old Man did not conceal his killing intent at all. He was truly enraged. Before coming to Snatch the treasure, Black Crow Old Man already calculated it. The biggest opponent during this trip would be the Golden Sword Condor. But who would have thought that this brat which popped out from Gods knows where, not only did he snatch away his treasure, he even gave him severe wound. Inside the endless forest, Black Crow Old Man was a veteran powerhouse. Especially ever since he broke through to the sea transformation realm, he had never sustained such heavy injuries before. And all of these was bestowed by this brat in front of him who was still wet behind his ears. Without a doubt, Black Crow Old Man already had his killing intent triggered. As luck would have it, Yi Yuan currently also had his killing intent invoked. Ever since submission, Yuan Fei had been performing his duties diligently. Yi Yuan had already accepted this demonic beast servant. And just now, Black Crow Old Man nearly killed Yuan Fei. If not for Yuan Fei defending it at the last moment using the might of the Grand Array, he would probably be dead already at this time. Yi Yuan had always been a protective person. Black Crow Old Man's actions thoroughly incensed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan kept Yuan Fei away into the spatial artifact as well. He stared at Black Crow Old Man frostily and said, "This little lord's life is right here. Come and take it if you have the capabilities." Looking at Yi Yuan exuding fighting spirit, Black Crow Old Man laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, isn't your greatest reliance that grand array just now? Now that the grand array is broken, you're actually straining to be arrogant in front of this old man. Truly have no idea of death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "If it was you at your heyday, I'm obviously not your match. But you're originally already injured outside. You also received Yuan Fei's blow just now. I'm afraid that your injuries right now isn't light either, correct? How much strength can you unleash still? 60%? Or is it 50%? Being seen through by Yi Yuan, Black Crow Old Man's face involuntarily changed. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "Humph, even if I can only exert 30% of my strength, killing you is also no different from squaws. Hi plussing an ant. Is that so? This little lord wants to see just how you squash me, this ant, to death," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Finest. Hi plussing." Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill straight away. His aura instantly skyrocketed. This was the Tier 2 5 Elements Spirit Link pill Yi Yuan refined before the trip. Under Black Crow Old Man's panic-stricken eyes, Yi Yuan's realm soared and instantly broke through to 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm, and finally stopping at 5th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Heh! What medicinal pill is this? To actually directly broke through 3 realms. However, it should only be temporary, right? Black Crow Old Man said with a scoff. "It's enough to deal with you," Yi Yuan said frigidly. "Haha. How wildly arrogant. If you can break through to the Crystal Formation Realm, I might still fear you a little. Only raising 3 minor realms in the Spirit Condensation Realm, what can that change?" Yi Yuan did not waste his breath anymore. He directly turned into 9 silhouettes. 9 sword beams combined into 1. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan used his strongest killing move when he came up. Black Crow Old Man's eyes revealed a faint surprise. He clearly did not think that a mere Spirit Condensation Realm could actually release such a valiant sword move. Yi Yuan was currently releasing the 9 sword stance with the 5th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Its might went up a level. Except, facing a Sea Transformation Realm powerhouse, this sword seemed to be lacking. Black Crow Old Man just lightly tapped with his staff, hitting that sword beam directly, and the sword beam immediately vanished into nothingness. Powerful. A might which made people feel despair. The 9 sword stance which had always worked could not even cause an iota of threat to Black Crow Old Man. Even if he could only exert 50% of his strength, the power of Black Crow Old Man still made people feel hopeless. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not be naive enough to think that he could settle the other party based solely on this one sword. He was just probing Black Crow Old Man's strength. Evidently, Black Crow Old Man also saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts, so he brought out his strongest side. It looked to be a relaxed resolution, but tremendous shock surged in Black Crow Old Man's heart. He originally thought that this sword was only SOSO. But when he came into contact with the sword beam, the tremendous attack power of the sword beam still made him somewhat ill-prepared. This sword could already virtually hurt Crystal Formation Realm expert. And his strength now was only around middle stage Crystal Formation Realm. If not for his thick base, just that move earlier would have already wounded him. He nearly failed in an easy task. This made Black Crow Old Man secretly furious. "Humph. Paltry tricks. You already finished fighting. Now, it's my turn." Black Crow Old Man decided to show Yi Yuan a thing or two properly to let him know what was called Sea Transformation Realm. He held the staff horizontally in front of his chest and started gathering the horrifying heaven and earth essence energy once more. Black Crow Old Man's staff was obviously a spirit artifact. It had the effect of boosting the accumulation of heaven and earth essence energy. It was also precisely this aspect which allowed him to defeat the Golden Sword Condor. Now, Black Crow Old Man gathered heaven and earth essence energy. While it was not as terrifying as the heaven and earth essence energy previously, It was also not something that a spirit condensation realm martial artist like Yi Yuan could withstand. Yi Yuan's expression faltered when he saw the situation. He gritted his teeth and formed 9 bodies once more, unleash. Plussing the 9-sword stance once again. However, in front of the heaven and earth essence energy account mulated by Black Crow Old Man, this move was too insignificant. It could not even cause a small wave. Humph. A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go and die. Black Crow Old Man strike lightly. The essence chi wave hurtled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly executed his movement technique to try and escape. But the essence chi wave speed became faster and faster, and followed after like a shadow. Rumble. The essence chi wave exploded once again. The insides of the cave became a brilliant patch of white, blinding the eyes. Black Crow Old Man sensed that Yi Yuan's aura had already vanished with trace. It was evident that Yi Yuan was already dead beyond dead. Ha ha ha. Stinky brat who looks down on other people. Finally dead, eh? A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dared to be so wantonly conceited. Truly tired of living. Black Crow Old Man had also been taken advantage of fully by Yi Yuan today. He had been in an extremely bad mood. Now that he knew Yi Yuan died, a mouthful of turbid air in his chest was finally exhaled. His heart had unspeakable carefreeness. Who knew how many years it had been? Black Crow Old Man was actually gloating over killing a spirit condensation realm. After a few moments, the light dissipated. Black Crow Old Man looked towards where Yi Yuan originally was, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Following that, his expression changed. That place was actually completely empty. If Yi Yuan became residue, Black Crow Old Man would not even find that strange. But that piece of land did not even have a hair. Since when did the power of the essence chi wave become so powerful? Could it actually vaporize Yi Yuan entirely? What kind of joke was this? Right then, Black Crow Old Man felt goosebumps. UMPs all over his body. There was danger. Black Crow Old Man did not even think about it as his body shot backward with immense speed. Boom. A streak of sword beam shot out from the ground, punching through the earth's surface, piercing straight towards Black Crow Old Man's face. Swooze. Plus the sword beam grazed against Black Crow's face, shaving off a few strands of hair. So close. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure also leaped out from the ground. Black Crow Old Man avoided this crisis, but his expression changed. Avatar Body. Chapter 177, Black Crow Yin Fire. Chapter 177, Black Crow Yin Fire. Correct answer. But there's no prize. Black Crow Old Man's face flickered erratically. Yi Yuan's might had far exceeded his expectations. All sorts of technique emerged in an endless stream. It was simply impossible to guard against. Just now, if not for his instinct, this sword from Yi Yuan would probably have shaved away half his life. His current injuries were already very severe. If more wounds piled on, he might really just fall here today. You actually succeeded in making an avatar body. Could this be related to the precious treasure born this time? Just what is it? Black Crow Old Man's heart jolted, and he opened his mouth to ask. Want to know? That will have to depend on whether you have the capabilities to pry open my mouth. Yi Yuan snorted coldly. Black Crow Old Man was also a man with broad knowledge. Just from a look, he could perceive Yi Yuan's methods and linked it to the cleansing sandal flame lotus. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not be naive enough to help him resolve his doubts. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was currently his greatest trump card. Only a fool would do something like exposing his hidden cards himself. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he spontaneously came into possession of an avatar body. Although this avatar body was not as strong as the main body, there was a benefit to it. As long as the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body did not die, the avatar could be produced continually. And the avatar body was virtually the same as the main body. Without any special methods, it was very hard to distinguish between them. Using it to confuse the opponent's senses was an excellent choice. Just now, Yi Yuan formed an avatar body, but his main body quietly tunneled into the ground, also that he could take him by surprise. It was just that he did not expect Black Crow Old Man to be very cautious and actually barely evaded this strike. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. However, this is it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Black Crow Old Man's expression changed as he said. Black Crow Old Man flipped over his palm. A bundle of black-colored flames danced around on his palm, which would cause people to have apprehension. That bundle of black-colored flames was just like Black Crow, one look, and it was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Black Crow Yin Fire. Yi Yuan's face also changed when he saw the situation. To think that although you're young, your knowledge isn't shallow. That's right. This is precisely the flame that this old man became renowned for, a Tier 3 essence fire, Black Crow Yin Fire. Black Crow Old Man said somberly. Martial artists familiar with essence fires had a common understanding, which was that black-colored flames were generally not to be trifled with, no matter what rank the flame was. Because black-colored flames tend to be virtual fires, without a corporeal body. And its might would be extremely powerful. Not only were virtual fires hard to defend against, but it could also be used directly on martial artists' divine soul. Once tainted by virtual fire, even if they were fortunate enough to not die, it would generally be like maggots-infested bones as it corroded the martial artist's divine soul, all the way till death. Black Crow Old Man became famed throughout the world because when he was at the Crystal Formation Realm, he refined a Tier 3 essence fire, Black Crow Yin Fire. He became an extremely powerful existence among the Crystal Formation Realms. Today, even though Black Crow Old Man already stepped into the Sea Transformation Realm, the Black Crow Yin Fire was not outdated. On the contrary, because his body's strength experienced a huge increment, it nurtured the Black Crow Yin Fire instead, making the Black Crow Yin Fire even more powerful. The Black Crow Yin Fire today was only a step away from being able to advance to Tier 4 Essence Fire. Toward the current Black Crow Yin Fire, even Sea Transformation Realm experts would absolutely be unwilling to provoke him. Dealing with a spirit condensation realm like Yi Yuan was somewhat putting fine timber to petty use. However, this should be Black Crow Old Man's hidden, final ultimate move. It served to show just how much emphasis he placed on Yi Yuan to plan to use this to deal with Yi Yuan. Truly despicable. To actually use Black Crow Yin Fire to deal with me. Yi Yuan looked like he was Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred as he appeared nervous. Brat, this old man also can't be blamed for this. If you were not so troublesome, this old man also wouldn't use my lifeblood essence fire. Now, you can go and die. Ah. The next instant, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a miserable cry. His entire person was being scorched by the Black Crow Yin Fire, his appearance looking very terrifying. However, Black Crow Old Man did not show any complacent look on his face. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph. Avatar body again. Let's see how long you can keep hiding. Once the effects of your pill Pares said, I want to see just what you have to dodge my Black Crow Yin Fire with." When Black Crow Old Man finished talking, the opposite Yi Yuan in the midst of his wretched cries turned into nothing. Another avatar body. Black Crow Old Man waved his hand, and the Black Crow Yin Fire instantly Pares said through a rock. Another tragic cry sounded out. But just like before, Yi Yuan turned into nothing a second time. Hide. Continue hiding. I'll see just how long you can hide till. Black Crow Old Man said with a completely somber face. He kept mobilizing the Black Crow Yin Fire non-stop, extinguish. Plussing one Yi Yuan after another. But what he wiped out were always fake Yi Yuans. Black Crow Old Man's face was livid with rage. This Yi Yuan was too nasty to deal with. A puny little 5th-level spirit condensation realm could actually form so many avatar bodies. If it were somebody else, their essence energy would probably have long dried up, right? But Yi Yuan switched his location repeatedly. Black Crow Old Man also could not detect where Yi Yuan's true body was. No matter how powerful his Black Crow Yin Fire was, it was pointless if he could not burn Yi Yuan. However, Black Crow was not anxious about this. Because he knew that the medicinal pill which could raise cultivation realm that Yi Yuan consumed surely had a time limit and after effects. Hence, before the medicinal pill's effect wore off, Yi Yuan would definitely seek out the chance to deal with him. He did not even need to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. As long as he withstood Yi Yuan's final attack, Yi Yuan would be free for him to butcher. There were quite a few secrets on his brat's body. When the time came, and he underwent soul search, he should be able to dig out quite a few secrets. Still not coming out yet? Is it interesting to play hide and seek? However, it's almost time up for your medicinal pill to lose its effect, right? After burning another Yi Yuan to death, Black Crow Old Man faced the empty cave and shouted loudly. Right then, Yi Yuan's silhouette scurried out from behind a rock. The nine-sword stance was activated suddenly. This was the first time Yi Yuan took the initiative to attack after Black Crow Old Man brought out the Black Crow Yin fire. It was fast and ruthless. However, Black Crow Old Man seemed to have expected this. He gave a cold laugh as the Black Crow Yin fire danced within his palm and instantly attacked Yi Yuan. Before Yi Yuan had the time to cry out, the ground behind Black Crow Old Man erupted. Another silhouette tunneled out rapidly. This was Yi Yuan's real body. He used the avatar body to attract the Black Crow Yin fire, while his real body would unleash a lethal strike from behind Black Crow Old Man. The timing of this blow was grasped exceptionally well, not giving Black Crow Old Man the opportunity to catch his breath. The Tsunghua sword stabbed straight at Black Crow Old Man's throat. It was also close at hand. Black Crow Old Man turned around, but not the slightest trace of panic could not be seen on his face. He suddenly chuckled frostily. "I've been waiting for you." Just this sentence, but Yi Yuan's expression changed suddenly. Black Crow Old Man reached out his finger to lightly pinch, gripping hold of Yi Yuan's Tsunghua sword. The next moment, the black-colored flames extended up Tsunghua sword, burning rapidly up to Yi Yuan's sword-wielding hand, and then swiftly burned his entire body. Using the same old trick. Do you think that I would fall for it again? Childish. Plus now, you can die, Black Crow said with a cold smile. This time, the Black Crow Yin fire seared Yi Yuan's real body. Chapter 178, Flame Explosion. Chapter 178, Flame Explosion. Ah. You let go. You quickly let go. Yi Yuan's entire body was being swathed with black flames. The expression on his face seemed to be somewhat distorted, as if in extreme agony. Ha ha ha. Painful, right? Let this old man appreciate your tormented expression properly. Enjoy this old man's Black Crow Yin fire to your heart's content. Seeing Yi Yuan's tormented expression, there was unspeakable alacrity in Black Crow Old Man's heart. During this trip to the Lotus Moon Gorge, he had been taken advantage of fully by this spirit condensation realm brat. He was as depressed as he could get. Now, this brat was finally subjugated by him. Black Crow Old Man could not help having a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment. But Black Crow Old Man did not discover that Yi Yuan's other hand was hidden in his sleeves as if he was secretly doing something the whole time. Haha, bluffing you. Just as Black Crow Old Man was enjoying the aftertaste of victory, Yi Yuan's distorted expression was kept away at this time, and what replaced it was a relaxed expression. Black Crow Old Man's face changed greatly, and he instinctively felt that things were not good. But it was already too late. An extremely horrifying energy surged between Black Crow and Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's body suddenly sent out a faint yellow flame which intertwined with the Black Crow Yin fire. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. It's Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. You don't want to live anymore? Two types of essence fires coming together will cause a flame explosion. We will all die. Stop. Quickly stop. Black Crow Old Man shouted at the top of his voice. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth. Even a Tier 1 essence fire was an object with a spirit. All heaven and earth spiritual objects had their own pride. Therefore, two types of essence fires could not come into contact with each other no matter what, especially under the Circume stance where the two kinds of essence fires were at around the same rank. Once the two types of essence fires contact together, the two different attributed essence fires would produce an intense friction, and from this, it would rise to a devastatingly horrifying explosion. This sort of explosion was hailed as flame explosion. The higher the ranks of the two different essence fires, the more potent the explosion produced. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a tier 4 essence fire, while the Black Crow yin fire, through Black Crow Old Man's careful nurturing, had already approached tier 4. The might of the flame explosion produced by these two types of essence fires coming together could be imagined. Haha, you're overthinking it. The only one who will die is you. Facing the horrifying energy coming off from the two types of essence fires colliding, Yi Yuan was quite indifferent to the situation. To Yi Yuan, he could be killed by experts, but would not be burned to death by fire. Even if these two types of flames, one of them being tier 4, and the other quasi-tier 4. The two types of flames interwove together, setting off a terrifying energy vortex, pulling firmly onto the two people. Black Crow Old Man fought desperately to try and break free of this binding force, but it was futile. Sensing the increasingly harrowing energy, Black Crow Old Man had a never-before feeling of hopelessness. What was scary was not death, but the process of waiting for death. Brat, you can still make it if you pull back now. The two of us will withdraw our essence fire at the same time, then, the flame explosion won't occur. Otherwise, jade and stone will be burned alike. Black Crow Old Man was so anxious that he was covered with sweat. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I won't accompany you." The flame explosion was already formed. Yi Yuan had no need to continue staying. Otherwise, he would really have to perish together with Black Crow Old Man. Yi Yuan's figure moved, like fish shaking off the fetters of the flame explosion vortex, swimming towards outside the cave. Black Crow Old Man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this scene. Such a powerful binding force that even he, this sea transformation realm, could not break free of. Just how did this brat accomplish it? However, he did not have the time to contemplate this now, as the explosion was about to occur, and he was at the heart of the flame explosion. Once it blew up, he would die for sure. Black Crow Old Man tried various methods but was ultimately unable to shake off this powerful suction force. He also tried various means of trying to eliminate the flame explosion, but it was a wasted effort. Yi Yuan was currently swimming in the air like a fish and finally arrived at the cave entrance. The flame explosion's shackling force was only up to here. Yi Yuan collapsed onto the ground weakly and was unable to move anymore. At the same time, Nanfeng Jiro appeared out of thin air. "Yi Yuan, are you all right?" Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable state, Nanfeng Jiro hurriedly rushed forward. Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "You look at my appearance, does this look fine? Enough nonsense, quickly leave this place. This place is about to blow up. I can't move right now. Quickly bring me out of this place. Finus." Hi+ing, Yi Yuan's eyes turned upwards, and he thoroughly fainted. In reality, since the beginning, Yi Yuan already detected the essence fire on Black Crow Old Man's body. It was also then that Yi Yuan already had a strategy. Yi Yuan was very clear that with his realm, let alone killing Black Crow Old Man, he could not even achieve letting his attack touch him, even if he consumed the Tier 2 5-element Spirit Link pill. And on Yi Yuan's body, his greatest killing weapon was the newly refined Tier 4 Essence Fire, Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Only it could cause harm to Black Crow Old Man, therefore, unless it reached the last moment, Yi Yuan absolutely could not show this trump card. However, Yi Yuan was very sensitive towards essence fires. He could faintly sense that there was an essence fire whose might was not weak inside Black Crow Old Man's body. This, however, provided Yi Yuan with a new idea, and that was a flame explosion. Once the flame explosion could form, then it would not be a matter of hurting Black Crow Old Man anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan consolidated at every step as he advanced, and slowly lured out Black Crow Old Man's greatest trick, the Black Crow Yin Fire. Black Crow Old Man seemed to be incomparably powerful, but he fell into the trap Yi Yuan designed for him step by step. All the way to the end where Yi Yuan used avatar bodies to lure Black Crow Old Man, and he himself takes the opportunity to ambush. It was to create a false impression of having exhausted all his tricks for Black Crow Old Man. Very unfortunately, Black Crow Old Man fell for it. By the time he reacted to it, the flame explosion was already formed. Even if Black Crow Old Man wanted to run, he also could not escape. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan's research regarding essence fires was simply unimaginable to the people of the boundless world. In his previous life, He once owned 9 types of essence fires. When he had nothing to do, he would place these essence fires together to play, so as to better understand the characteristics of essence fires. Yi Yuan had already long been bored with the flame explosion, which Black Crow Old Man did not even dare to think about. How could it trap him? However, in order to execute the flame explosion, Yi Yuan also paid an extremely huge price. Even though he refined the cleansing sandal sacred flame, his fleshy body, meridians, dantian, were only at the spirit condensation realm standard. They simply could not withstand the Tier 4 essence fire. That was to say, although Yi Yuan refined a Tier 4 essence fire, he could only suppress the power of the essence fire released when refining pills and doing battle to Tier 2 standard. And just now, Yi Yuan brought out the entire might of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. One could imagine just how great the damage caused to his body was. If not for Yi Yuan's control towards essence fires being already at the peak of perfection, he would have been burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame until not even residue would be left currently. Even so, his present state was an indescribable mess. He could only call out Nanfeng Jiro to bring him to escape. Boom! An incomparably oppressive explosion sounded out. The entire underground cave started quaking. Chapter 179, Yi Hang Exits Seclusion. Chapter 179, Yi Hang Exits Seclusion. The state of Qin's capital. These few days had been relatively lively. No reason other than because the Drunken Star Manor had sent out invitations to organize a pill-grading assembly. For close to a month, the Drunken Star Manor could be said to be infinitely glorious and faintly had the manner of controlling the state of Qin's alchemy industry. Ever since the essence-gathering pill was launched, the Drunken Star Manor had been as crowded as a marketplace. Every day, there would be large batches of martial artists gathering, just to beg to purchase the essence-gathering pill. And this time, WN Donghai even unleashed a big move, organizing this pill-grading assembly, and inviting virtually all the upper echelons in the state of Qin. It was said that the Drunken Star Manor wanted to launch 3 new medicinal pills all at once at this pill-grading assembly. It would be a radical revolution to the state of Qin's alchemy world. Such explosive news would naturally cause massive commotions in the state of Qin. Because of the essence-gathering pill as the precedent, the news released by Drunken Star Manor would naturally stir up all the martial artists at it. 1T. An essence-gathering pill already changed the alchemy's power balance in the state of Qin. If they launched 3 new types of medicinal pills at once, what kind of change would it trigger? Most likely, not as simple as bringing down Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. No matter what, not only did the Drunken Star Manor's actions draw the attention of all the upper echelons in the state of Qin, it also aroused a huge focus from the commoner martial artists. Even though the Drunken Star Manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters was already bad, there were still many people purchasing medicinal pills here. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Essence Qi realm martial artists made up the largest group, and the essence-gathering pill was a unique medicinal pill from the Drunken Star Manor. These martial artists had no other choice. And starting from that time, the Drunken Star Manor had taken a series of measures to suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Now, they already virtually monopolized the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. Other than those deadly loyal like SHI plus Kaiyong, the vast majority of the people were either forced to or took the initiative to go to the Drunken Star Manor to buy medicinal pills. The situation for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was already at the extent of a hair's breadth from death. And currently, Yi Hang was still in closed seclusion. At the WN family, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sat opposite WN Donghai. Composure and overbearingness exuded from the middle-aged man. In terms of aura, he was actually not the slightest bit weaker than WN Donghai. Brother Yulin, this time, our WN family and Su family joining hands, we must rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. WN Donghai seemed to be extremely proud of his success at present. The middle-aged man in finery was precisely the Su family's family head, Su Yulin, an existence who could make the state of Qin quake just by stomping his feet. Su Yulin was not as delighted as WN Donghai. He just said lightly, ruling the alchemy world is but the beginning. After Manor Lord WN sits on the highest commanding seat in the state of Qin's alchemy world, Don't forget about our agreement. What are you saying, Brother Yulin? Our two families have collaborated for so many years. Don't Brother Yulin understand my, WN Donghai's, character yet? The Nanfeng family has grown weak and cannot carry the state of Qin anymore long ago. The Su family replacing them is only the common will of the people. This WAN naturally will not go against heaven. Haha, then that's good. This Su will wish Mana Lord WN in advance for fulfilling a long-cherished wish and thoroughly defeating the fragrant medicine pavilion. Haha, isn't that all thanks to Brother Yulin? If not for the new medicinal pill Brother Yulin provided, this WAN also won't have today. Rest as sure, Brother Yulin. In future, when Brother Yulin replaces Nanfeng Yi, this WN will be the imperial family's royal alchemist. Mana Lord WN has the heart. It's just that I'm still somewhat worried at the moment. The news about the pill grading assembly has already been released for such a long time, but there's no movement from Nanfeng Yi at all. Could it be that he's planning something? Brother Yulin is thinking too much. The talents in the imperial family have withered. What other capable person is there apart from the old undying, Nanfeng Lu? Oh, right, I still haven't congratulated Brother Yulin for the breakthrough to the second-level crystal formation realm. Now, other than Wu Daofeng and Jiang Yunhe, these two neutral parties, who is a match for Brother Yulin in the entire state of Qin? Isn't Brother Yulin being able to break through at this time proving who the mandate of heaven should belong to from another perspective? Haha, perhaps I'm really overthinking things. But it's just these few days. The envoy from the High Sect is already set to arrive at the Danwu Academy. With the support of the envoy, the transition of authority should also be smoother. But WN Donghai's face changed when he heard that and sensibly did not continue the conversation. So, it turned out that the Su family had such a deep background in the Tranquil Cloud sect. No wonder they dared to do such a heaven-defying thing. Su Yulin revealing this matter to him was also giving him a disguised warning, to make him not have overly inordinate ambitions. Ha ha ha, looks like Brother Yulin is really fully prepared. Oh yes, I heard that Yi Hang's son Partik 1P aided in the endless trials and has not returned this whole time. He probably already died in the endless forest, right? Now, Yi Hang even lost his son. Most likely, he will be in a thundering rage after exiting seclusion. WN Donghai changed the topic very sensibly. Who would know that it was still okay if WN Donghai did not mention it, but once it was mentioned, Su Yulin's face changed. The one who was missing was not just Yi Hang's son. His son also went missing too. No matter how Su Yulin ruminated, he could not understand. He sent the Chang brothers to assist his son. Why wasn't there any news up till now? Could it be that after they killed Yi Yuan, they encountered some other matter and was delayed? Humph. The pill grading assembly is coming soon. Mana Lord WN shouldn't bother about these minor details and focus on the bigger things. This Su still has some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Su Yulin said unhappily. WN Donghai felt rather bewildered and did not know where he had offended Su Yulin. A martial artist with a manservant appearance walked loftily into the fragrant medicine pavilion. The manager Feng San dozed off listlessly and did not see anyone enter from the start. Is there still anyone alive? Someone come out, the manservant called out very haughtily. Feng San was startled awake. When he saw the manservant's outfit, he could not help being enraged. This punk from God knows where dares to be so ill-mannered here. Do you know what this place is? The manservant gave a side glance at Feng San and said smugly, this little lord naturally knows what this place is. Just a broken store that's about to close down. Feng San, this little lord sees that you have some capabilities. How about coming to the Drunken Star Manor and make a living with this little lord? Feng San was enraged when he heard that and said, an errand boy servant actually dares to make me, Feng San, mix around with you? Why don't you take a PISS and check out your reflection? Who do you think you are? Heh. Don't be angry, Manager Feng. It's true that I'm an errand boy, but I'm afraid that Manager Feng's current situation is worse than running errands, right? Me letting you mix around with me is giving you a chance. If not, when the pill grading assembly commences, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be so easy for Manager Feng to find a job then. Feng San reached out and pointed his finger at the door and said furiously, "Get out for your father. If you don't get lost, your father will throw you out of here. Even if I, Feng San, were to starve to death, I wouldn't go to the Drunken Star Manor to lick boot." The manservant took out an invitation card unhurriedly and waved it around in front of Feng San, saying, "See this? My family's manor lord specially issued an invitation to your fragrant medicine pavilion in consideration of former relations. If Manager Feng continues to chase me out, that would be breaking off from the state of Qin's alchemy world." Feng San was unable to hold back his wrath anymore. This punk was here to deliver the invitation to humiliate the fragrant medicine pavilion. The fragrant medicine pavilion was already like this. Why would they attend some pill-grading assembly? To reach their faces out for people to smack. Bring your lousy invitation along and scram for your father. Otherwise, I'm really going to take action. As he said this, Feng San pulled up his sleeves and was really about to beat people up. Just then, a deep voice sounded out. "Stop, Feng San. This invitation card, our fragrant medicine pavilion accept. You, go back and tell Wn Donghai that the pill-grading assembly, Yi Hang, will definitely be there." Chapter 180, Nan Feng Yi. Chapter 180, Nan Feng Yi owner. You finally left seclusion. Feng San, who was raging, turned around and saw Yi Hang. He immediately rejoiced. Nobody could have understood just how Feng San had survived over this 1-month period. But when he saw Yi Hang exit seclusion, everything was worth it. TCH, isn't it just leaving seclusion? What's the fuss about? At this time, what the use even if you exit seclusion? Seeing Yi Hang, the manservant was also very shocked. But he quickly puffed up his chest again. Our Drunken Star Manor is the strongest now. Even if Yi Hang exited seclusion, could he stem the raging tide? Impossible. You dare to disrespect owner? Courting death. Feng San was enraged when he heard that and wanted to slap that manservant to death in one palm. Forget it. Just a small fry. Let him go, Yi Hang said coolly. With his status, there was no need to square every detail with a small fry. Haha, Pavilion Lord Yi is indeed a person who knows the grand situation. I think that as long as Pavilion Lord Yi pledges allegiance to our manor lord at the pill-grading assembly, he should forgive you magnanimously. Oh, I've already delivered the invitation. Goodbye, Pavilion Lord Yi. The manservant really took himself for some big shot and clasped his hands at Yi Hang, then took large strides and left. Feng San was so angry that he was Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred by the side. With a displeased face, he said, "Owner, even a servant from the Drunken Star Manor dares to come to taunt us fragrant medicine pavilion now. In my opinion, kill this punk first to teach the Drunken Star Manor a lesson." Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "This servant is just a small character. Wouldn't killing him show our incompetence even more? That we can only take our anger out on the Drunken Star Manor's servants. To find a ground, of course we have to find their family's adult." Feng San's eyebrows jumped as he understood some meaning behind it. He said joyfully, "Owner means that." Yi Hang took over the invitation and said playfully, "He, Wn Donghai, wants to use this pill-grading assembly to rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. I'm afraid that it isn't so easy. Haha. I knew that the owner wouldn't admit defeat so easily." Feng San was ecstatic when he saw that. But he immediately frowned again, saying, "Owner, it said that Wn Donghai wants to launch 3 new types of medicinal pills by organizing this pill-grading assembly. Just an essence-gathering pill has already left us badly battered. If 3 more were to appear, we..." "Relax, old Feng. Competing with medicinal pills, should be us, father and son, have never feared anyone. This time, we're going to let everyone broaden their horizons," Yi Hang said heroically. Feng San looked at Yi Hang, and his eyes could not help showing astonishment. Just now, Yi Hang clearly planned on saying himself, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he brought along Yi Yuan. A venerable alchemy grandmaster was actually deliberately bringing along his son. Why was that? In a courtyard within the imperial palace, Yi Yuan was currently lying on a vine chair, sitting with his ankle on his knees. There were even two beautiful palace maids fanning him from behind. He looked like he was enjoying himself very much. Yi Yuan, is your beauty retaining pill finished refining yet? If it's not done, this princess will burn down this mansion and send you to heaven. Nanfeng Jiro's angry cry broke this courtyard's tranquility. Yi Yuan jumped in fright and hurriedly went out in big strides. Indeed, he saw Nanfeng Jiro carrying a fire torch in her hands, posing like she was lighting a fire. Nanfeng Ruoqing was covering her mouth while laughing behind Nanfeng Jiro. This woman would do what she said. A single mishap and she would really burn this place. Don't. My grandaunt, this is your family's house, what are you burning it for? I don't care. Today, if you don't refine the beauty retaining pill for me, I'll burn this place. Seriously, can't you wait for 2 days? My injuries have just healed. I also just refined the Essence Young pill 2 days ago and sapped a great deal of my vitality. You at least got to give me time to rest, right? Otherwise, if I were to ruin the refinement of the beauty retaining pill, wouldn't that destroy senior apprentice sister's unparalleled looks? After coming out from the underground cave, Yi Yuan let Nanfeng Jiro bring him to hide in the palace. Just like this, Su Yishan and Yi Yuan disappeared at the same time. Yi Yuan had ready-made medicinal pills on him, but his injuries this time were too severe. He only barely managed to recover after recuperating for 3 days. After recovering, Yi Yuan refined the Essence Young pill without delay and let Nanfeng Jiro deliver it to the Danwu Academy in secret. Ever since Yi Yuan recovered, Nanfeng Jiro had been thinking about her beauty-retaining pills. She would come here every day to compel Yi Yuan to refine it. But Yi Yuan's body right now was indeed not that great. So it was delayed a few days. The ill-tempered but beauty-loving Nanfeng Jiro finally could not endure it anymore today, so she ran here to threaten Yi Yuan. I don't care. I must see the beauty-retaining pill today. Nanfeng Jiro refused to yield. Right at this time, a voice sounded out from behind them. Jiro, back off. Don't be mischievous. Ah, Imperial Father, I was joking with Yi Yuan. Right, Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Jiro used her gaze to threaten Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Yuan was as handsome as jade and had a grandiose manner. The air of a king could not be covered up no matter what. This person was precisely Nanfeng Ruoqing's imperial brother, Nanfeng Jiro's father, the state of Qin's emperor, Nanfeng Yi. This was also the first time Yi Yuan met Nanfeng Yi. This person gave him the deep feeling like he was in grasp of everything. Nanfeng Yi was sizing up Yi Yuan, but at the same time, Yi Yuan was also appraising Nanfeng Yi without the intention of saluting. An alchemy emperor had the pride of an alchemy emperor. Even if he rebirthed, it was also impossible to kneel down and salute a mortal emperor. Nanfeng Yi did not mind Nanfeng Jiro and only said coolly, Ruoqing, you bring Jiro back first. I have some things to say to little brother Yi. Nanfeng Yi actually gave tacit consent to Yi Yuan's rude actions. Yes. Nanfeng Ruoqing received the command and brought her niece back. The few palace maids naturally also withdrew. However, while Nanfeng Ruoqing did not show anything on the surface, she was very alarmed in her heart. Imperial brother actually called Yi Yuan as little brother. This sort of address was undoubtedly placing Yi Yuan on equal footing as him. In Nanfeng Ruoqing's impression, she had never seen imperial brother place a person so highly before. And this person was merely a 15-year-old child. For the emperor to address his subjects as brothers, just hearing it sounded very peculiar. While Nanfeng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary child, this term of address by Nanfeng Yi was still sufficient to alarm her. After Nanfeng Ruoqing and the rest left, Nanfeng Yi and Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and sat down in the pavilion in the garden. I'm indebted to little brother Yi for having taken care of my daughter and sister these few days. I express my thanks to little brother Yi on their behalf. Nanfeng Yi actually gave thanks right away, making Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. Your Majesty is too serious. It's just the effort of lifting a hand, not worthy of thanks. Furthermore, they also helped me quite a bit. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and did not decline anything. From the other party's attitude, he could also see that his matter was already also long known by Nanfeng Yi through Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece. Nanfeng Yi waved his hand and said, "That's not the same. The aid you gave them is enough for them to use their entire lives." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "I'm afraid that your majesty didn't look for me just to give thanks, right? Let's go straight into the main topic. I don't like to beat around the bush." Chapter 181, The Teetering Imperial Family. Chapter 181, The Teetering Imperial Family. Nanfeng Yi was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that this youth actually did not save the lightest bit of face for him. Not mentioning about his ident. One tie as the emperor, just the fact that he was a crystal formation realm expert, most likely not many spirit condensation realm martial artists dared to be this impudent. However, he also knew the pride of peerless geniuses like Yi Yuan. The peerless geniuses who could make it past the Nine Heavens Road would undoubtedly be existences that would break out from the state of Qin. Therefore, Yi Yuan had the capital to be proud. Nanfeng Yi naturally did not know that Yi Yuan was emboldened to talk to him on an equal basis because he possessed a Tier 3 demonic beast as a servant. Nanfeng Jiro did not tell Nanfeng Yi about the matter of Yuan Fei, because she promised Yi Yuan that she would tell no one. After returning, Nanfeng Jiro even hid it from Nanfeng Yi. Cough, cough. Nanfeng Yi coughed to hide his embarrassment before saying, "I wonder, what's little brother Yi's view of the Drunken Star Manor's pill grading assembly?" Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "Just a bunch of performing clowns." What pill grading assembly? With WN Donghai's paltry abilities, what does he know about grading pills? If my guess isn't wrong, this matter was cooked up by the Su family. WN Donghai is merely the puppet pushed onto the front stage by them. Nanfeng Yi was astounded as he said, "To think that little brother Yi can actually see it so thoroughly. To our understanding, the Drunken Star Manor's essence-gathering pill originated from the High Sect's pill hall. And this time, they even acquired the new types of medicinal pills from the pill hall to beguile the minds of people. Such intentions are condemnable." This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Oh, came from Tranquil Cloud Sect's pill hall? Looks like this pill hall has some capabilities to have actually developed so many new medicinal pills." Yi Yuan's research into medicinal pills was incomparable to anyone else's. He was very much aware of just how difficult it was to develop new medicinal pills. With the boundless world's medicinal pills cognition, for the pill hall to have actually developed so many new medicinal pills was adequate to see the power of the pill hall's might. Although these new medicinal pills were worthless in Yi Yuan's eyes, in other people's eyes, they were immense breakthroughs. That's a given. Ever since the Tranquil Cloud Sect's founder, Yu Wuya ascended, they had been through a period of degradation. All the way until the 11th generation sect master, Ouyang Tuotian came into the world and led the Tranquil Cloud Sect's revival with his own strength. But Ouyang Tuotian was not known for his martial prowess. He was an alchemy sovereign of his generation. During the period he took over as sect master, he used medicinal pills to create countless expert. It was also then that Tranquil Cloud Sect finally formed the scenario where the martial hall and the pill hall pitted against each other, Nanfeng Yi explained. Yi Yuan gave a look of realization. Only now did he know the origin of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's martial hall and pill hall. Like this, huh? Looks like your majesty came to look for me because you feel the pressure. If you had known beforehand, you should have acted differently then. If you had eradicated the Su family earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. Yi Yuan also roughly guessed Nanfeng Yi's purpose in coming. Now, the only one who could contend with the Drunken Star Manor was the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Nanfeng Yi came to look for Yi Yuan naturally because he wanted to let the Yi family coordinate with the Nanfeng family to wreck the pill grading assembly this time. Nanfeng Yi smiled bitterly and said, "You think I didn't want to? Do you know why the Su family can get so many medicinal pills from the pill hall? Could it be that there are people on top of the Su family?" Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, "Su Yulin's younger sister married a pill hall's elder, Ouyang Ming, 20 years ago. Even though the High Sect has rules that members of the sect are not to interfere with secular affairs, it's still an easy matter for the Ouyang family to help out the Su family occasionally. Otherwise, How do you think Su Yubai became the Dan Wu Academy's disciplinary hall's first elder? If not for the fact that his strength is insufficient, the position of dean would probably have been taken by the Su family long ago. Yi Yuan finally realized that there was actually so many things interlaced in between. No wonder Su Yubai could cover the skies with one hand inside the academy and nobody dared to make a sound. The Su family had people in the Tranquil Cloud sect. That was why Nanfeng Yi held back in fear these few years and did not dare to attack the Su family, resulting in rearing a tiger to one's own detriment. Also, no wonder the Nanfeng family's people were so low-key, and it also explained why the imperial family would support Yi Hang to contend with Wn Donghai. There was actually so much karma mixed inside. From this, it seemed that father's and Wn Donghai's antagonism was actually essentially the imperial family and Su family challenging in the dark. Looking at this, everything could be explained. However, from the former situation, regardless of whether it was the imperial family or the fragrant medicine pavilion, they both held the clear disadvantage. This time, the Su family got so many new medicinal pills from the pill hall and also stirred up the entire city by organizing a pill grading assembly. Most likely, it was already time for the map to be unrolled to reveal the dagger. And because of this, Nanfeng Yi finally could not sit still. Then, "Your Majesty is looking for me for?" Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. The Su family's and the Wn family's activities are already so rampant. I've secretly arranged for people to pay a few visits to the fragrant medicine pavilion, but your honorable father has always been in close seclusion. I'm afraid. So, Nanfeng Yi was worried the Yi Hang was avoiding the fight. In that case, the Nanfeng family would have no path of retreat at all. Even if it was a par-sing thought, Yi Yuan was still rather displeased. No matter who it was, nobody wished for their own father to be used as a chess piece. Now, in this sort of situation, if Yi Hang really failed, he would likely be the first target the Su family and the Wn family want to eliminate. At that time, whether the imperial family would lend a helping hand or not was another matter altogether. Your Majesty wishes to let my father lead the vanguard. I wonder what kind of methods the imperial family have prepared. If the Su family is really overthrowing, what does your Majesty plan to do? Yi Yuan's tone gradually grew colder. Even though Nanfeng Yi was Nanfeng Jiro's father and Nanfeng Ruoqing's older brother, his relation to Yi Yuan was zilch. If the imperial family were destroyed, Yi Yuan would not mind rescuing Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece, but to make him slog it out for the imperial family based on this was a no-no. Not to mention that Nanfeng Yi was still scheming against father at this time. Your Majesty calls me little brother Yi simply because you took a fancy to my future status. But have your Majesty ever thought that if the imperial family no longer existed, what's the point of you making friends with me, this future core disciple? Yi Yuan ridiculed mercilessly. Yi Yuan, you're insolent. Nanfeng Yi finally could not hold back his rage. Yi Yuan was actually cursing the imperial family to be destroyed. This was something intolerable to him. Haha, insolent. No matter how insolent I am, can I be more insolent than the Su family? Actually, your Majesty knows clearly in your herd that the imperial family has reached an extremely precarious situation now. Even if I'm not insolent, can your Majesty alter the outcome? Now that it's already like this, why is your Majesty acting like you have a concrete plan? Could it be that your Majesty is relying on sending my father to go and die? Does your Majesty think that by sending my father out, it can eliminate the Su family's ambition? Yi Yuan said with a sneer. An extremely terrifying aura was released. It was the powerful aura belonging to a crystal formation realm martial artist. But Yi Yuan did not budge an inch when facing this aura. Haha, I advise the imperial family to cool down. At this time, offending your only ally is not a wise move. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Nanfeng Yi's expression changed, and he immediately put away his aura. Chapter 182, Gifting Pill. Chapter 182, Gifting Pill. You aren't thinking that the Wn family and the Su family will let your Yi family off, right? This pill grading assembly is pointing straight at the imperial family in the dark, but on the surface, it's pointing towards the Yi family. After staying silent for a long time, Nanfeng Yi finally said this. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Don't be mistaken, Your Majesty. Now that it's arrived at this, everyone in the state of Qin can choose to surrender. Only the imperial family cannot. For Your Majesty to threaten me with such words, are you too powerless?" Yi Yuan finished talking, and Nanfeng Yi's face changed once again. He initially thought that Yi Yuan was young and slightly easier to deal with. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan saw things more clearly than anyone else? Although Nanfeng Yi had paid close attention to Yi Yuan for a long time, this was still the first time he came into contact with him in the true sense. All the prior senses were obtained through Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nice. Now, Nanfeng Yi felt that this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than his father, Yi Hang. Nanfeng Yi took in a deep breath before saying, "Yi Yuan, I wonder when is your father coming out of seclusion? If he still doesn't exit seclusion, even if the Yi family wants to surrender, it's also futile, correct?" But Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, "Your Majesty, since my father is in seclusion, I naturally have the final say in all of Yi family's matters. Since Your Majesty came to seek me out, you're probably also eyeing this point, right?" Nanfeng Yi revealed an embarrassed look, but Yi Yuan had poked his vital point. He was really quite anxious. Yi Hang did not exit seclusion for a long time. The imperial family no longer had any buffer space. He only came to find Yi Yuan having no other alternatives, hoping to get Yi Hang to exit seclusion through Yi Yuan to resolve the immediate predicament. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan was much harder to deal with than he imagined? Nanfeng Yi sucked in a deep breath. This time, he finally truly placed Yi Yuan on equal footing as him to converse. "Speak then. What request does the Yi family have?" Nanfeng Yi said solemnly. "Haha, Your Majesty finally brought out some sincerity. However, my Yi family does not have any request. Instead, we can gift the Nanfeng family centuries of prosperity. My only demand is that within these few centuries, the Nanfeng family is not to have the slightest bit of jealousy towards the Yi family, and to let the Yi family stand independently from the state of Qin's regime." Yi Yuan said coolly. "What did you say?" Nanfeng Yi did not even think that Yi Yuan would actually raise such a request. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I, Yi Yuan, will be serving as this chess piece. The pill grading assembly is nothing but seeking popularity through hogwash to me. Not only can I cooperate with the imperial family to wreck the pill grading assembly, but I can also coordinate with the imperial family to eradicate the WN family and the Su family. It's just that I don't know if Your Majesty has such resolve." Nanfeng Yi sucked in a cold breath. Eradicating the WN family and the Su family, not that he had never thought about it, but he had never dared to have such a notion. The Tranquil Cloud sect's Ouyang family was not a family clan that the Nanfeng family could afford to offend. Nanfeng Yi did not dare take this risk. But now, Yi Yuan directly said to destroy the Su family. Why not wait for your father to exit seclusion before discussing again? Yi Yuan curled his lips. He was very disdainful towards Nanfeng Yi's resolve. As the emperor, how could he be so soft and irresolute? It was true that the Su family had a strong supporter, but if the Nanfeng family kept giving in, it would ultimately only make the Su family insatiable. Nanfeng Yi was still not clear on this point until now. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said indifferently, "Looks like Your Majesty still has an inadequate understanding of me, Yi Yuan. I advise Your Majesty to chat more with teacher Nanfeng as well as senior apprentice sister before making this decision. I can only give Your Majesty these words. Indecisiveness invariably leads to trouble. Fineness. Hi+ing." Yi Yuan spoke no more. This conversation naturally also ended like that. The next day, Yi Yuan returned to the Danwu Academy. It caused a tremendous sensation in the academy. "Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan and senior apprentice sister Feng disappeared for nearly a month in the endless trials. Now, they actually returned. Yeah. I even thought that they died in the endless forest. Who knew that they actually came out? Hey, Yi Yuan, this person is bequeathed with destiny. I'm afraid that he won't die so easily. It's just." Yi Yuan came back, but Su Yishan still hasn't returned. Is there some connection in between? Are you RETAR dead? Isn't it obvious? In the endless trials this time, the heavyweight Class SS characters who went missing, other than Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro, is only Su Yishan, and now, only Yi Yuan and senior apprentice Sister Feng returned. Most likely. You're saying? Sure. Originally, coming back from the endless trials was no big deal. But the time which Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro went missing for way too long, way past the time set by the academy. And the martial role expert Su Yishan disappeared at the same time. There was Ma's sieve abnormality revealed in between. Now, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro came back at the same time. Only Su Yishan had yet to return. There were already many people who guessed what happened during this 1 month. After all, there had been quite a few cases like this in the past. Students who had conflicts went to Partic 1P8 in the endless trials, but only one party returned in the end. The other party remained in the endless forest forever. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with these rumors. Right now, he was paying a visit to Huyen Yong. Haha, Yi Yuan, I knew that you won't die so easily. Huyen Yong could not help laughing loudly when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks for Teacher Huyen's concern. Actually, this trip was really almost certain death. But luckily, there were more scares than dangers in the end. There were even some small gains, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Not bad, not bad. Having gone to the endless forest once and actually directly breaking through to second-level spirit condensation realm really did not disappoint me, Huyen Yong praised verbally, but waves were surging in his heart. Even though Huyen Yong viewed Yi Yuan very highly, his improvement speed was too rapid. This had only been a few days and Yi Yuan actually directly broke through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Since when had spirit condensation realm become so easy to break through? Haha, I wonder how long Teacher Huyen has been stagnated at the 9th level spirit condensation realm? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. What are you asking that for? Let me see, roughly 5 or 6 years already. I keep being unable to find the opportunity to break through. Speaking of this, Huyen Yong also had a dispirited look. This threshold from the spirit condensation realm to the crystal formation realm was not so easy to break through. Many spirit condensation realm martial artists were unable to cross this threshold in their entire lives. Huyen Yong's talent was not bad. He was a spirit condensation realm martial artist who condensed 4 spirit liquid drops. But to break through to the crystal formation realm, it was simply an impossible matter without 10+20 years of accumulation. Like that. I wonder how many % confidence Teacher Huyen has in breaking through to the crystal formation realm right now? Yi Yuan asked. Huyen Yong was even more surprised. But he still answered. Are you joking, Yi Yuan? I haven't even reached half-step crystal formation realm right now. To break through to crystal formation realm, I don't even have 10% confidence. Yi Yuan smiled and took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring for Huyen Yong, saying, Teacher Huyen, this is the crystal formation pill I refined. It can raise the chances of forming crystal by 60%. I wonder if Teacher Huyen has the confidence to break through to crystal formation realm? What? 60%? Are you joking? Huyen Yong nearly jumped up. Chapter 183, Even if I'm the one who killed, so what? Chapter 183, Even if I'm the one who killed, so what? A 60% chance to break through. Huyen Yong looked at Yi Yuan as his mind completely blanked out. Happiness came too suddenly. Huyen Yong had never doubted whether or not he could break through to the crystal formation realm. But that was something at least 20 years later. But now, Yi Yuan actually brought him such an enormous surprise. Huyen Yong really did not dare to quite believe it. Just how heaven-defying was a medicinal pill which could raise the chances of breaking through to crystal formation realm by 60%? Initially, I thought that I would need some time before I can gather these crystal formation pill ingredients. I didn't think that I actually unintentionally acquired the main ingredients needed to refine it during this trip into the endless forest, so I just went ahead and refined it. Teacher Huyen is my savior. How could I dare to joke to Teacher Huyen like this? Yi Yuan said with a smile. But, This medicinal pill is a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Even high-rank alchemy masters can't refine it so easily, right? Could it be that you already have the strength that Serpa S says high-rank alchemy master? Huyen Yong suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. This was actually Huyen Yong overthinking it. It was essentially something impossible for high-rank alchemy masters to want to refine the crystal formation pill. Forget about high-rank alchemy masters, it would be impossible to refine the crystal formation pill even for high-rank alchemy grandmasters. The complexity of the crystal formation pill's refinement was simply beyond the comprehension of the state of Qin's alchemy grandmasters. Even if Yi Yuan paired the ingredients for them to refine, they also could not refine it. Around there. Tier 2 medicinal pills already pose no difficulty to me, Yi Yuan said. He was not bragging but merely stating a fact. Yi Yuan's soul strength had already reached the degree of a middle-rank alchemy master. Coupled with the level of refining method like the yin-yang separation flow technique, refining Tier 2 medicinal pills really was not an issue to him. Huyen Yong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This brat is really a wondrous freak. Just at the second-level spirit condensation realm, and he actually said that Tier 2 medicinal pills had no difficulty. I wonder what the dean will feel when he hears this. Huyen Yong gently caressed the medicinal bottle Yi Yuan gave him and fell silent. But from his lightly trembling body, it could be seen just how agitated he was inside. Yi Yuan also did not urge him. He just waited for Huyen Yong to calm down quietly. He also knew just how great the impact the crystal formation pill had towards Huyen Yong. After a long time, Huyen Yong took a deep breath, then gave the medicinal bottle back to Yi Yuan, saying, Yi Yuan, you'd better take this medicinal pill back. Yi Yuan was slightly stupefied and was somewhat confused. Could it be that teacher Huyen Yong doesn't trust Yi Yuan? Huyen Yong shook his hand and said, how can teacher not trust you? It's just that this medicinal pill is invaluable. I can't accept it. I think that judging from your improvement speed, breaking through to peak 9th level spirit condensation realm is only a matter of within a year. You'd better save this medicinal pill for your own use. You need it more than me. Yi Yuan did not expect Huyen Yong to actually say something like this. He felt deeply touched in his heart. To the divine realm's martial artists, crystal formation realm might not be considered much. But Yi Yuan had stayed in the state of Qin for such a long time. He could fully understand just what the crystal formation realm meant to the spirit condensation realm martial artist. But Huyen Yong was actually willing to give up the chance to become a crystal formation realm martial artist for him. Just how much resolution was needed to be able to shake off the temptation of advancing to crystal formation realm? Yi Yuan pushed the bottle to Huyen Yong again, saying with a smile, Teacher Huyen is worrying too much. This crystal formation pill isn't as precious as you imagine. I have as many as I want. Have as many as you want. Yi Yuan, you aren't deliberately saying it just to make me accept this medicinal pill, right? Huyen Yong said disbelievingly. Yi Yuan was helpless and took out another 2 medicinal bottles. The medicinal pills inside the bottles were shockingly all crystal formation pills, stunning Huyen Yong until he was left with his mouth agape again. Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill could be Ma. SS produced. This brat's methods was truly inconceivable. Alright then, since that's the case, I'll accept it. However, this crystal formation pill is overly monstrous. You have to secure this secret well and take care not to let others know. Huyen Yong was not a pretentious person. Yi Yuan already said it till this way, he naturally would not refuse it anymore. Instead, he gave a reminder to Yi Yuan. Of course. Huyen Yong kept away the crystal formation pill gingerly before saying to Yi Yuan, since you've already returned, then Su Yishan? Dead, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Huyen Yong was not too surprised. But he could guess that Yi Yuan's trip to the Endless Forest was not that peaceful. As long as you're fine, don't mind anything else. Lord Dean already came back. You follow me to meet him. He regards you very highly, Huyen Yong said. I should. Yi Yuan did not refuse. After all, Huyen Yong protecting him was still the command issued by the dean. It was proper and reasonable that he should pay a visit. The two had just stepped out when they saw Su Yubai coming towards them with a tumultuous aura. Yi Yuan, what did you do to Ishan? I'm warning you. If anything happens to Ishan, you and the Yi family will join him. Su Yubai bellowed angrily. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yubai like staring at an idiot, saying coolly, I say, first Elder Su, is there something wrong with your brain? You lost your nephew, but you don't go to the endless forest to look for him. What did you come running to me to make a fuss about? Su Yubai pointed at Yi Yuan's nose and roared in anger, Yi Yuan, don't fake an innocent face for this old man. The endless trials this time, you, Fengjiro, and Ishan took so long to return. You dare say that Ishan's disappearance had nothing to do with you? Yi Yuan shot a glance at Huyen Yong and asked with a bewildered face, did Elder Su suffer some sort of stimulus recently? Why does it look like your brain isn't working too well? His brain had never been working very well. Huyen Yong supplemented another knife quite irresponsibly, singing in chorus with Yi Yuan. In that case, can't blame him. Elder Su, do you have a misunderstanding? It seems like there isn't only the three of us who delayed our return in the endless trials, right? According to what I know, there's 20 over students who didn't come back this endless trials, yet, you just had to group the three of us together. How sinister. I know that Elder Su does not have a good impression of me, but you can't fabricate a charge against me like this. Yi Yuan said innocently. Seeing Yi Yuan and Huyen Yong chiming together, Su Yubai was even more infuriated. Although Su Ishan was Su Yulin's son, he was raised up all alone by Su Yubai. Not father and son, but as dear as father and son, otherwise, he would not have immediately came forward right after hearing that Yi Yuan came back. But now, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro both returned, and yet, Su Ishan still did not come back. Most likely, he was a goner. After all, Su Ishan went to kill Yi Yuan. Su Ishan did not believe that they did not meet in the endless forest. Stop pretending to be innocent. In this batch of students, only you have a grudge with Ishan. If any accident befalls Ishan, you can't escape responsibilities. Oh, is that so? The endless forest is riddled with danger, so why can't Su Ishan have been killed by demonic beasts? Elder Su, this hole in your brain is really quite wide. But then again, even if I'm the one who killed, so what? Elder Su has no proof. You wouldn't just determine my crime with nothing but words, right? Ah, I almost forget. I'm the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciple now, so Elder Su can't convict me, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 184, Envoy. Chapter 184, Envoy. Ha ha ha, you finally admitted it. Yi Yuan, you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Su Yubai was so infuriated that he laughed. Heh, you also can't run if you kill me, yeah? When the Tranquil Cloud sect finds you, it isn't something to joke about. Why don't you reconsider? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Blame? You're overthinking it. Go to Hell. Su Yubai was still talking when he suddenly exploded, thrusting a palm at Yi Yuan. Heaven flipping palm. The same move had a world of difference between Su Ishan and Su Yubai who executed it. But this palm struck thin air. Su Yubai only felt his vision blur, and 9 Yi Yuans actually appeared at the same time, and he could not even distinguish which one was Yi Yuan's true body. Following that, Su Yubai just said through a phantom just like this. When he turned back, Yi Yuan remained standing where he was as if he never moved. Su Yubai and Huyen Yong's face revealed astonishment at the same time. Since when had Yi Yuan learned such a powerful but peculiar movement technique? Huyen Yong did not think that Su Yubai would really dare to make a move in the academy. In a moment of carelessness, it was already too late to defend. But he could not have imagined that Yi Yuan could actually avoid Su Yubai's attack so easily. You actually broke through to the second-level spirit condensation realm, Su Yubai said with disbelief. It had not even been a month since Yi Yuan stepped into the endless forest, and he actually directly broke through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. This speed. Haha, thanks to Elder Su's blessings, I broke through by a fluke. Su Yubai's face darkened. This Yi Yuan's mouth really needed a beating. Whose blessing was not good that he had to have Su Yubai's blessings? Wasn't this sickening, people? Oh yeah. Does Elder Su still remember what I said before? I wasn't joking with you. Perhaps, I don't need a year, Yi Yuan said while smiling. Su Yubai's face changed when he heard that. With Yi Yuan's advancement speed, perhaps he really did not need a year, although that sentence from Yi Yuan made him into a joke in the Danwu Academy for a time. He had never taken it seriously. But now, he suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan really did not seem to be kidding. He truly had this capability. Humph. Then you also have to survive a year first. Yi Hang's about to collapse right now. Do you feel you still have the chance? Su Yubai said with a cold sneer. Is that so? I feel that Elder Su had better flaunt about it in front of me after my father falls from power. Otherwise, you will have your face smacked by me again. Although your face has already been smacked rotten by me, I don't mind hitting it again to tear it down some more, Yi Yuan said calmly. You. Su Yubai nearly choked to death. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Su Yubai. He turned around and left with Huyen Yong. Watching Yi Yuan's back view, Su Yubai's eyes were about to spit fire. But Yi Yuan had already grown to such an extent, and he even had a Huyen Yong by his side. He simply could not make Yi Yuan stay. Even though the Su family was very strong, it was not strong to such an extent that they could cover the skies with one hand in the Danwu Academy. Yi Yuan, I didn't think that after your involvement in the endless trials this time, it's like you were reborn after coming back. That move just now, even if I were matched up against it, I would also be at a loss on what to do. Huyen Yong marveled. Huyen Yong felt that not only did Yi Yuan raise his cultivation realm, but his power also grew much greater. Although he was only at second-level spirit condensation realm now, his strength was probably already not beneath Long Tang's. Huyen Yong was somewhat faintly looking forward to the match between these two pinnacle geniuses of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Haha, I can be considered to have some small gains, I guess. Yi Yuan also could not share too much and could only make it vague. As a matter of fact, his biggest gain this trip to the Endless Forest was still the medicine Gods Soul Cannon. It was just that he was still unable to comprehend those golden words in a short period of time. Hence, this medicine Gods Soul Cannon was not useful to Yi Yuan at the moment. The two traveled side by side and soon arrived at Jiang Yunha's residence. Lord Dean, Yi Yuan has returned. I brought him over to pay respects to you, Huyen Yong said respectfully outside the door. Enter. Huyen Yong and Yi Yuan pushed the door and entered once they heard that. Upon entering, they discovered that there were still other people inside the house. An old man sat opposite Jiang Yunhe, giving people an immeasurable feeling. There was a young man standing beside the elderly man. Merely 18 or 19 years old, but already had 8th-level spirit condensation realm cultivation. To possess such strength at this age, he was definitely like a crane standing among chickens when placed in the Danwu Academy. Even Long Tang could not compare. Haha, Yi Yuan, such a coincidence. I was just about to send someone to call you and Long Tang over, but you arrived first. Quickly come over and pay respects to Lord Envoy Yarrow Qian. Jiang Yunhe immediately laughed and said when he saw Yi Yuan. It was very clear that Jiang Yunhe had long known about Yi Yuan returning to the academy. Junior Yi Yuan pays respect to Lord Yarrow Qian. Yi Yuan did not say much and gave a salute to Yarrow Qian. Academy's instructor Huyen Yong pays respect to Lord Envoy. Huyen Yong's face changed when he heard that and went forward to give a respectful bow. Yarrow Qian lightly glanced at Yi Yuan and said, "Ien. You're the student who made it past the Nine Heavens Road with Essence Qi Realm Strength?" "It's precisely this junior," Yi Yuan said. No idea why, but Yi Yuan felt that this envoy's expression when looking at him was somewhat odd, as if he did not really like him. This old fellow should be from the Tranquil Cloud sect. He did not seem to know anyone, right? Yi Yuan could not figure out just where he had offended this old man. The expression of the youth beside the old man was also filled with contempt when looking at him. How baffling. Haha, this person beside Lord Yarrow Qian must be his proud disciple, Yang Hao. Don't look at him being so young. Not only did he reach the 8th level spirit condensation realm on the martial path, he's even a high-rank alchemy master already. He is a genius figure even greater than your teacher Feng. He will be your and Long Tang's senior apprentice brother in the future. You guys should try to be closer, Jiang Yunhe praised. Being praised by Jiang Yunhe, Yang Hao's face showed a trace of delight, but it was concealed very well. However, Yi Yuan saw that and could not help scorning in his heart. Just based on this disposition, it was futile no matter how high his cultivation realm was. It looked like these sect members all had a lofty and exalted sense when coming to the secular world. Yi Yuan could not resist glancing at Huyen Yong. Seeing that he had no reaction and seemed to feel that it was only natural, he could not help secretly sighing. However, Yi Yuan was very disdainful of such an attitude. Yi Yuan listened to Jiang Yunhe's introduction while appearing calm on the surface. But he was criticizing ceaselessly in his heart. What kind of genius did he count as? Since when did geniuses become so utterly worthless? But in front of Jiang Yunhe, Yi Yuan obviously would not show anything. He just clasped his hands and said, "I've seen senior apprentice brother Yang. In the future, after I enter the sect, I hope that senior apprentice brother Yang can look after me." Yi Yuan's manners were already considered very humble and appropriate. Who would have thought that this Yang Hao just replied indifferently, "Haha, junior apprentice brother Yi is hailed as the #1 person in a millennium. Why would you need the care of an incompetent person like me?" Chapter 185, Never met anyone so retar dead. Chapter 185, Never met anyone so retar dead. A thick smell of gunpowder appeared the moment he opened his mouth. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. This fellow was simply here to stir up shi plus tea, right? He was originally already not that happy with Yang Hao's high and mighty attitude. He was only so courteous on account of Jiang Yunhe's face. With Yi Yuan's personality, he would not even be bothered with Yang Hao. The so-called geniuses did not even count as dull wits in Yi Yuan's eyes. So senior apprentice brother Yang knows that he is mediocre. Looks like you still have some clear estimation of yourself. I was worried that senior apprentice brother Yang was getting a little carried away after being praised too much by people. Since the other party did not give face, Yi Yuan obviously had no need to be polite. Humph. The so-called #1 person in a millennium is just extolled by some ignorant people of the secular world. Those who charged past the 9 Heavens Road, just a random grab in the Tranquil Cloud sect and you get a bunch. Only the outer sect will sensationalize this stunt. Facing Yi Yuan's ridicule, Yang Hao did not get stung by it but met him blow for blow. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't really care about what #1 person in a millennium. Only some people with mediocre talent would take this sort of matter to heart." With each mediocre talent Yi Yuan said out loud, Yang Hao felt irritated by that constant harping on it in his heart. He was only being a little sarcastic to Yi Yuan just now. But he did not think that Yi Yuan would attack persistently from a CHINK in his armor. "Junior apprentice brother Yi keeps saying mediocre. I wonder if you dare to compete with me, this mediocre talent. I want to consult just what kind of genius is the alleged #1 person in 1,000 years. Yang Hao's condescending attitude was because he was dead sure that Yi Yuan would not dare to answer the challenge. He was at 8th level spirit condensation realm and high-rank alchemy master, a completely different level from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan dared to accept the challenge, then he would not be a genius, but a 100% dumber. Yi Yuan was just about to say something when Jiang Yunhe by the side said, "Do not be rude, Yi Yuan. Lord Yarrow Qian is the High Sect's Pill Hall elder. This trip for him and Yang Hao is to especially fetch you and Long Tang into the sect. Finest. Hi plusing," he turned to Yarrow Qian again, saying, "Yi Yuan is young and aggressive. Pray that Lord Yarrow Qian will not take offense." Facing Jiang Yunhe's reprimand, Yi Yuan did not voice anything. He knew that this was Jiang Yunhe reminding him that this journey to the Tranquil Cloud sect had to be through the two of them and they could not be offended. Yarrow Qian did not express anything. He just said indifferently, "The affairs of young people, just let them resolve it themselves. We old fellows should not interfere." Yarrow Qian's status in the Tranquil Cloud sect was much higher than him. Since he said so, Jiang Yunhe obviously could not say much. He just felt slightly displeased. He naturally knew why this Yarrow Qian was targeting Yi Yuan. But he did not think that it would be so obvious, putting Yi Yuan down right after coming. Yarrow Qian was an alchemist from the Ouyang family line. He had very good relations with Ouyang Ming. Jiang Yunhe instantly felt that something was off when he saw him serve as the envoy. Jiang Yunhe did not think that it was merely a coincidence for the sect to send Yarrow Qian over. Indeed, the gunpowder smell started right after Yi Yuan entered. Initially, he was still harboring a compromising attitude, hoping that Yarrow Qian would give him this face. Who knew that Yarrow Qian's light sentence would directly press down his stomach full of words? This one elderly and one youth were truly going too far. An 8th-level spirit condensation realm actually verbally provoked a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm. This was simply utterly shameless. Even though this was Jiang Yunhe's first contact with Yi Yuan, he had long heard about everything he had done. He knew that this punk was definitely not some obedient baby. He might really just accept the provocation. Jiang Yunhe knew that Yi Yuan was very monstrous, but the disparity between him and Yang Hao was not an ordinary kind of big. Even though Yi Yuan advancing to 2nd-level spirit condensation realm made him very surprised, it was still impossible to be Yang Hao's match. Jiang Yunhe signaled with his eyes at Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan simply ignored him. How about it, number 1 person in a millennium? Dare to compete? Yang Hao looked at Yi Yuan pleased with himself as he squeezed with his words. Even a clay bodhisattva have 30% anger, let alone Yi Yuan. While he did not know what the reason was, these two fellows were clearly targeting him. If Yi Yuan could endure, then he would not be Yi Yuan anymore. If I don't even dare to answer the challenge of some second-rate talent, how can I dare be called the number 1 person in a millennium? Say it then, compete in what? Yi Yuan directly acknowledged this title of number 1 in a millennium and stepped on Yang Hao again along the way. Jiang Yunhe sighed in his heart. This punk indeed could not take the spurring. The corner of Yang Hao's lips twitched when he heard that. This was a typical case of opening a dying factory after giving a bit of color, right? However, when I trample you underfoot in a while, let's see if you dare to be so COC Kai. He stole a glance at the 2-star badge on Yi Yuan's chest and said in a scornful way, Junior apprentice brother Yi's realm is too low. If we compete on the martial path, I might not win using my true abilities. Since junior apprentice brother Yi is also an alchemy master, let's compete in alchemy skills. I wonder what junior apprentice brother Yi's opinion is. Yi Yuan smiled. He smiled very happily. Seen before retards, but never met anyone so retar dead. Ignoring the cruise. HI plusing advantage of cultivation realm and just had to choose something about alchemy skills. It looks like this fellow was very confident in his alchemy skills. But seeking out an alchemy emperor to compete in alchemy skills. How did Yang Hao have the nerve to come up with that? Huyan Yong did not say anything ever since entering the house. He was also expressionless right now, but he was so delighted that flowers were blooming in his heart. This idiot actually sought Yi Yuan to compete on alchemy skills. Wasn't this asking for it? If it was before Yi Yuan came to look for him, he really would not have much confidence in Yi Yuan. But now, he very much wanted to see the fascinating expression on Yang Hao's face in a while. Although Huyan Yong had completely no clue about alchemy, he knew that the crystal formation pill was definitely not an ordinary tier 2 medicinal pill. Even high-rank alchemy masters would probably find it very challenging to refine. Yang Hao was actually competing in alchemy skills with Yi Yuan, who could refine out crystal formation pills. If this wasn't asking for a beating, then what was? Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan smile, Yang Hao felt a bout of frustration in his heart. What? Junior apprentice brother Yi don't dare to compete. If you don't dare to contend, then forget it. However, after you enter the sect, you just have to walk around me, that's all. This idea is pretty good. How about this, whichever one of us wins, the other party will have to walk around the other person if they see him. How's that? Haha, ignorance is truly bliss. Fine, I promise you. Yang Hao said brother IMMING with self-confidence. Okay, you say it then. Compete in what? Yi Yuan inquired. Controlling fire is the foundation for alchemists and also an important criterion to measure alchemy skills. Like this, let us each retrieve an ingredient on the spot and compete in controlling fire. I wonder what junior apprentice brother Yi's opinion is. As he said, Yang Hao pointed to the illuminating fire on the inner wall of the house. Illuminating fire was a type of earth fire. Because its luminosity was better, it was generally used to illuminate. Alchemy apprentices did not have a high requirement towards controlling fire because of insufficient soul strength. But when one reached the alchemy master realm, their alchemy skills would finally be considered to have crossed the rudimentary threshold. The requirement towards controlling fire was also very high. Yang Hao saw that Yi Yuan was only a low-rank alchemy master, so he determined that he had just come into contact with controlling fire not long and should be very weak in terms of controlling fire. This was intentionally making things difficult for Yi Yuan. What he did not know was that not only did Yi Yuan know how to play with fire, there was even the cleansing sandal sacred flame inside his body. Chapter 186, Fire Burning But Tarks. Chapter 186, Fire Burning But Tarks. Looks like senior apprentice brother Yang is very confident in your control over fire. Okay, then compete in fire control. Please go ahead, senior apprentice brother Yang, Yi Yuan said while smiling. Smile then. In a while, I'll see if you can keep smiling. Yang Hao sneered coldly in his heart. Comparing overall abilities in alchemy skill, perhaps he, Yang Hao, was not considered very impressive among the sect's core disciples. But when competing in controlling fire, he could rank in the top 20. This country Bu Empkin definitely did not understand just what kind of concept was top 20. The geniuses of the Tranquil Cloud sect were not something comparable to a mere outer sect. Like him, Yang Hao was merely just some dreg in the entire sect with his excellent talent. Those fellows in the pill hall were more monstrous one after the other. To be able to rank in the top 20 in the aspect of controlling fire, Yang Hao could already be amply proud. Humph. Watch closely. Today, I'll let you, a frog in a well, witness what is called controlling fire. As he spoke, Yang Hao went in front of the illuminating fire and beckoned with 2 fingers. The flame directly broke away from the lantern and followed Yang Hao's finger as it danced in the air, looking extremely dazzling. Yang Hao formed seals with both hands and the illuminating fire transformed into a thin and long fire dragon that coiled around him, looking very obedient. This move was finished extremely beautifully, giving people a sort of feeling that it was very pleasing to the eyes. Suddenly, Yang Hao beckoned with his fingertip. The fire dragon flew out from the boundary around his body and rushed straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan simply watched Yang Hao's performance with a faint smile and did not have the slightest intention of making a move. A trace of a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yang Hao's mouth. He was already facing an imminent crisis, and Yi Yuan was still there pretending to be calm. Although the might of the illuminating fire was not strong and would not cause Yi Yuan any substantial injuries, it was more than enough to leave him dusty and dirty in appearance. It was as if Yang Hao had already seen the look of Yi Yuan being burned to a charcoal head. But just as the fire dragon was several inches away from Yi Yuan's face, it suddenly started bouncing around. Yang Hao's face changed. This fire dragon seemed to be trying to break free from his shackling and became unsettled. Ever since his fire-controlling technique had reached large success, he had yet to encounter this sort of situation. The illuminating fire was just the most common earth fire. It did not pose any difficulty to Yang Hao at all. How could a situation where it was breaking free of control appear? Could it be Yi Yuan causing mischief? But there weren't even the slightest bit of essence energy undulations from his body. Seeing ghost. One Yang Hao obviously would not leave the illuminating fire unchecked to break free from his control. He gritted his teeth and increased the essence energy to urge it. But it was like the illuminating fire was being stubborn with him as it refused to move even half a step forward no matter what. Yang Hao increased his strength again. Who knew that the seemingly clever move turned out to be a foolish one? With a whoosh, the illuminating fire actually scurried straight back towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao jumped in fright at this scene and hurriedly urged with his fire-controlling seals again. The illuminating fire was only a very low-end flame after all. It was restricted by Yang Hao in a short while. Following that, he beckoned with his fingertip, and the illuminating fire went back inside the lantern. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Yuan applauded and praised. Senior apprentice brother Yang's fire controlling technique is truly transcendent. I, junior apprentice brother, admire it greatly. It was a really close shave just now, nearly burning me. Luckily, senior apprentice brother Yang showed mercy. However, caution is needed when playing with fire. Don't burn yourself, senior apprentice brother Yang. Yang Hao's face was deathly sullen. All those present were experts. It was clear at a glance whether he showed mercy just now or not. Yi Yuan saying these words were truly enormous sarcasm. Except, he also could not figure out why the illuminating fire would suddenly lose control. Yi Yuan clearly did not do anything at all. Not just him who did not understand, Yarrow Qian by the side also did not understand. But the gaze he gave when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat different. Yang Hao wanted to use the illuminating fire to burn Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan had the Tier 4 essence fire, cleansing sandal sacred flame, inside his body. When the illuminating fire approached Yi Yuan, it instinctively sensed extreme danger. How could it possibly burn Yi Yuan? Humans were unable to feel such a level of coercion from ranks, but the flame itself was very sensitive. Humph. Your turn. I want to see just what kind of tricks can you play. Yang Hao said in a deep voice. Haha, senior apprentice brother Yang is already very amazing. What sort of tricks can I even play? I'll just copy it blindly, Yi Yuan said smilingly. In the while that Yang Hao was stunned, Yi Yuan already reached out to beckon in thin air. The illuminating fire flew into Yi Yuan's hand obediently. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the other 4 people in the house constricted. Just based on this move, Yi Yuan was way too brilliant compared to Yang Hao. Previously, Yang Hao walked under the lantern to execute the fire controlling seals before calling out the illuminating fire. But Yi Yuan was still several dozen meters away from the lantern, only to see that he casually called with one hand and the illuminating fire flew over itself. The level was clear at a glance. Without any gaudy fire controlling seals, Yi Yuan just supported with his palm and the illuminating fire automatically transformed into a fire dragon, circling around Yi Yuan. The appearance was exactly the same as Yang Hao just now. Yang Hao was so enraged that he ground his teeth in rage. This was simply a provocation. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Hao and suddenly gave a peculiar smile. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at Yang Hao. Yang Hao jumped in fright when he saw the situation and hurried formed seals to deal with it. After forming finished the seals, he discovered that he was tricked by Yi Yuan again. That fire dragon was still circling leisurely around Yi Yuan. Haha, don't be so nervous, senior apprentice brother Yang. Just playing a prank, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yang Hao's face no longer had that initial haughtiness and calmness. He could not wait to rush up and give Yi Yuan a bite. But right then, Yi Yuan spoke again. This time, it's for real. Be careful, senior apprentice brother Yang. Yi Yuan pointed again. But still just a finger. Yang Hao smiled coldly and said, repeating old tricks don't have much of a meaning, right? Dumba. SS. Quickly look behind you. Yarrow Qian, who had been mum all along, finally made a sound. Yang Hao was dazed. Turning around to look, he saw that his BUT tarks caught fire and a burned smell spread out. Yang Hao jumped in fright and hurriedly formed seals to extinguish the flames on his BUTT. However, his attire was already burned through by the illuminating fire as 2 lumps of white flesh were revealed. Swooze. HI plussing BUM down to the ground, Yang Hao's face was red to the tips of his ears. Haha, senior apprentice brother Yang is really mindful of your face but disregarded your BUT tarks. Why are you so careless? If some senior apprentice sisters saw it when you head out, I'm afraid that senior apprentice brother Yang's name will probably spread back to the sect very soon, right? Yi Yuan chortled as he said. Huyen Yong was originally someone who was serious in speech and manner, but even he could not hold back his laughter right now. Don't be smug, Yi Yuan. Let's compete again if you have the capabilities. Yang Hao's face was red and his ears scarlet. He was clearly hopping mad from embarrassment. meant. Sigh, senior apprentice brother Yang can't take a loss. What are we competing on this time? Competing in martial path? You, an 8th level spirit condensation realm, competing with me, a 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Even if you win, it will also be the big bullying the small if it spreads out, right? Yi Yuan pretended to sigh emotionally. Enough. A loss means a loss. Do you feel that this isn't disgracing enough? Quickly go and change your clothes. Yarrow Qian's face fell as he said to Yang Hao in mild irritation. Being bellowed at by Yarrow Qian, Yang Hao was just like a defeated rooster and went to a quiet spot to change his clothing. After Yang Hao left, Yarrow Qian looked at Yi Yuan with narrowed eyes and said, "Truly heroes come from youngsters. To think that such a talented figure actually appeared in my tranquil cloud sect's outer sec." Chapter 187, Barely Pares. Sable. Chapter 187, Barely Pares. Sable. Yarrow Qian was currently very amazed in his heart, because even he also did not see clearly just how Yi Yuan got the illuminating fire behind Yang Hao imperceptibly just now. This monstrosity of Yi Yuan far exceeded his imagination. It looked like this title of number 1 in a millennium was not without reason. A 15-year-old 2nd level spirit condensation realm. This sort of cultivation speed was also not slow even when placed in the sect. Even more terrifying was that this Yi Yuan's alchemy skills should be very strong. To obtain such accomplishments in the martial path and alchemy path at the same time, but only 15 years of age, his future accomplishments were limitless. Except, this Yi Yuan offended the Su family. This time, he would likely be wiped out by the Su family. It was somewhat of a pity. Lord Yarrow Qian flatters me. What number 1 in a millennium, Yi Yuan is not worthy. But compared to some mediocre talents, I'm still that little bit stronger, Yi Yuan said indifferently. This old fellow clearly did not have any good intentions as well. Yi Yuan obviously did not need to be courteous. What a sharp tongue. But young people should learn how to restrain themselves a little. Otherwise, you will suffer. If other people respect me a foot, I will return them 10 feet. If other people reach out for a yard after taking an inch, I'll leave no room to advance. This is my life principle. Haha, oh Yunhe. This little baby is really quite interesting. Yarrow Qian ignored Yi Yuan and turned to say to Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Yunhe felt quite awkward and chuckled dryly, saying, Yi Yuan's personality is like this. Don't lower yourself to his level, Lord Yarrow Qian. Why would I bother arguing with a little child? Yarrow Qian said coolly. Right then, a voice came from outside the door. Lord Dean, Long Tang requests for an audience. Come on in, Jiang Yunhe instructed. Long Tang's arrival also eased up some of the awkwardness. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his eyes instantly turned sharp. This Yi Yuan actually broke through to the 2nd level spirit condensation realm already. Initially, he thought that having broken through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm, he finally shook off Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, then his arranged battle with Yi Yuan had no meaning. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan's improvement speed was not the slightest bit slower than him? Long Tang could consecutively break through within a month was first, because of his account emulation, and secondly, because he reaped no little benefit on the 9 Heavens Road. Thirdly, it was because of the Essence Spirit Pill. He only dared to consecutively break through 2 realms in a short period of time because he combined so many elements. But Yi Yuan went for a trip to the Endless Forest and was already 2nd level spirit condensation realm when he came back. This improvement speed was too terrifying. One had to know that before Yi Yuan left for the Endless Forest, he had just broken through to 9th level Essence Qi realm not long ago. Yi Yuan also looked towards him at this time. The pair smiled when their eyes met, but did not say anything. Jiang Yunhe gave an introduction. Yarrow Qian only opened his mouth to talk after Long Tang finished paying his respects. I'm here this time under the sect's command to come to the outer sect to fetch you 2 into the sect. The 2 of you said through the 9 Heavens Road, so you naturally possess the ident. 1 tie of the sect's core disciple. But before entering, the 2 of you still need to understand the rules of our Tranquil Cloud sect. After entering the sect, you must obey the rules stringently. Otherwise, Bear the consequences. As he spoke, Yarrow Chen casually struck out 2 stakes of white light. 2 jade slips landed separately in Yi Yuan and Long Tang's hands. Yi Yuan submerged a wisp of divine sense into the jade slip to read the contents. After reading the contents, Yi Yuan was also sighing incessantly. From the rules, one could see that the rivalry within the sect was way crueler than in the Danwu Academy. That was a genuine survival of the fittest. Within the Tranquil Cloud sect, they were separated into elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples. The normal advancement channel was that the top students in the outer sects barely had the qualifications to become an outer sect disciple after passing the heaven rank advancement tests. And there are 3 routes to become a core disciple. The first route was advancing from outer sect disciple. The second way was passing the 9 heavens road. Other than these, it would be disciples specially approved by the sect's upper echelons. Elite disciples had some similarities to the martial role set up in the Danwu Academy. Only those disciples who were extremely strong in the alchemy path or martial path can qualify. Moreover, elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples were not unchanging. They would undergo ranking every 2 months. Those ranked near the back would be eliminated from entering the next level, while disciples who had outstanding performance but a lower rank will advance up a level. Hence, the number of elite disciples and core disciples were basically fixed. And outer sect disciples who failed the A assessment would end up doing miscellaneous affairs. Miscellaneous affairs did not have the slightest status in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Every day, they had to do large numbers of miscellaneous stuff. There was simply not much time to cultivate. Amid the elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples, the treatment they enjoy also had an extremely huge difference. In the Danwu Academy, many of them were members of aristocrat families. To them, the use of academy resources made no difference. Wealth allowed willfulness. But that would not do in the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect carried out a point system. To obtain corresponding cultivation resources in the academy, one had to use points to exchange. Without points, it was difficult to take a single step in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Points could not be bought with money. Only by making a certain level of contribution for the sect can one obtain the corresponding points. It could be seen from this system that trying to smoke your way through life in the Tranquil Cloud sect was absolutely impractical. Only by constantly cultivating, and cultivating, could one plant their footing firmly in the sect. The sect did not raise a single traz. Plus Yarrow Chen glimpsed at the 2 of them indifferently and said, "Both finished reading the sect's rules? I can tell you too that with your current strength, you're actually only capable of ranking in at roughly the middle of the outer sect disciples. There's still some distance away from core disciple. Especially Yi Yuan. You're only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. You're probably at the bottom even among the outer sect disciples. Hence, you two had better grasp your time tightly to cultivate more if you want to get the appropriate resources. Or else, you will be eliminated in the first sect compet." 1 Taion. That would also leave Yunhe without any face, right? Hearing Yarrow Chen say so, Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan rather odd expression. Yi Yuan's strength could only be at the bottom of the barrel among the outer sect disciples. This Yarrow Chen definitely did not know the fearful aspect of Yi Yuan, even though he himself broke through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm now. He also did not dare say that he can certainly win Yi Yuan, even if he only had the strength of the middle reaches of the outer sect disciples. Yi Yuan was definitely roughly the same as him. Being at the bottom was impossible. Additionally, with Yi Yuan's improvement speed, he would most likely steady his footing very soon among the core disciples after entering the sect, right? Yarrow Chen saw Long Tang's expression and said carelessly, "You guys still don't have too clear an understanding about the might of the sect disciples. I just wish to tell you, don't be naive enough to think that you can leap ranks to battle. You two will only realize just how small and weak you are after entering the Tranquil Cloud sect." Long Tang's heart jolted when he heard that, but Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Lord Yarrow Chen really likes to worry. If you have much spare time, why not educate that incompetent disciple of yours? I think that with his standards, We're still barely able to make it as core disciples after going to the sect. Chapter 188, Leave it to me. Chapter 188, Leave it to me. Yarrow Qian's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. Evidently, he was truly infuriated by Yi Yuan repeatedly making light of him. Yarrow Qian's status in the sect was not low. Disciples would be most respectful when they saw him. Since when did anyone dare to rebuke him so? Yi Yuan hadn't even entered the sect yet currently. If he were to enter, what would happen? Of course, he definitely would not reflect on himself. It was him who provoked Yi Yuan in the first place. Haha, good. Very good. Yi Yuan, with your current realm, you only have the right to be at the bottom when you enter the martial hall. But your alchemy path talent is not bad. If you enter the pill hall, perhaps you can retain the opportunity to be a core disciple. However, I'm afraid that I have not told you this yet. My ident. One tie in the sect is a pill hall elder. Yarrow Qian's words were a blatant threat. The meaning of his words was crystal clear. After you enter the sect, make sure you don't fall into my hand. Naturally, with Yi Yuan's second-level spirit condensation realm cultivation, he could only be sent to become an outer sect disciple if he entered the martial hall. At that time, would it not be a matter of a word from Yarrow Qian to need him however he wished? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "Oh yeah? Looks like to avoid Elder Yarrow, I can only enter the martial hall. Ah, that's also pretty good. With your standard of teaching disciples, wouldn't I be delayed to death if I enter the pill hall? Alright, Yi Yuan, say a few sentences less." Elder Yarrow Qian, Yi Yuan, he. Jiang Yunhe saw Yi Yuan rebuking Yarrow Qian again and could not resist reprimanding him. Except, at this time, Yarrow Qian suddenly stood up, flicked his sleeves and said, "Dean Jiang, you really taught a fine student. I think that with your merits, you can forget about getting the lower half of the purple center soul incantation in this lifetime." Humph. Fineness. Hi+ing, Yarrow Qian ignored Jiang Yunhe's persuasion to stay and directly left. Jiang Yunhe glared fiercely at Yi Yuan, but finally said powerlessly, "You this punk, why are you so adept at causing trouble? Ignoring that you turned the whole academy upside down, you haven't even entered the sect, and you already offended a sect elder. Wait until you enter the sect and you'll get it. In this place, there's at least your father's backing. But after entering the sect, you'll find no kin to turn to. At that time, who can protect you?" Huyen Yong also furrowed his brows and said, "That's right, Yi Yuan. A man knows when to yield and when not to. After your power becomes great and you advance to elite disciple, you wouldn't need to see Yarrow Qian's mood anymore. Why offend him now? Haha, that Yarrow Qian and Yang Hao were obviously targeting me. Even if I make concessions for the general interest, will they let me off? Not necessary, right? This kind of people, if they are offended, then let them be offended. No big deal. Rather, Lord Dean, what the meaning of the purple center soul incantation Yarrow Qian spoke of just now? Listening to its name, it should be a soul cultivation method, right?" Yi Yuan said without a care. Jiang Yunhe let out a sigh and knew deep down that what Yi Yuan said was reasonable. He was much clearer on Yarrow Qian's past history than Yi Yuan and Huyen Yong. In reality, he was still holding on to the mentality of hoping that there was a chance both parties would be amicable. Who knew that Yarrow Qian simply did not give him any face, putting Yi Yuan down the moment he arrived. But the pitiable thing was that the blow did not work. Instead, it broke his teeth. What you said is right. The purple center soul incantation is a soul cultivation method, and it is also the strongest soul cultivation incantation in the Tranquil Cloud Sec. Those elders in the pill hall basically all train in this soul incantation. I'm the same. The purple center soul incantation is split into two parts. The first half can allow alchemists to train to the alchemy grandmaster realm, while the second half can train to the alchemy sovereign. But the sad thing is that ever since Patriarch Ouyang Tuotian, the Tranquil Cloud sect never had anyone who could cultivate to the alchemy sovereign realm. Jiang Yunhe's eyes were full of regrets. He clearly revered Ouyang Tuotian very much. Consolidating the words Yarrow Qian left behind before he left, Yi Yuan immediately understood in his heart. Lord Dean came to the state of Qin's Danwu Academy to hold a post for earning points to exchange for the lower half of this purple center soul incantation. Jiang Yunhe nodded bitterly and said, "That's right. I was born in the Pill Hall. Before coming to the state of Qin, I was a deacon in the Pill Hall. The point requirement for the purple center soul incantation is too much. With my status and ident. One tie in the sect, it was simply impossible to earn so many points. Hence, I planned for this outside job. Initially, I thought that I could raise a few talents for the sect. But who would have thought that after coming to the state of Qin for so many years, the Danwu Academy had never improved. In these few years, only Mo Yuntian, this one genius, appeared. But this time, Yuan Long Tang appeared at once. Two geniuses who crossed the Nine Heavens Road. I was elated in my heart. But I didn't think that this was the outcome. After a short pause, Jiang Yunhe continued, after the two of you enter the sect, Ouyang Ming and Yao Qian will definitely find ways to suppress you. Therefore, you must tuck your tails and behave. Especially Yi Yuan. I know that you're pillously talented, but your present cultivation realm is too low. There's something Yao Qian said that was right. The might of the sect's disciples is something you guys can't imagine. So, you two need to raise your cultivation realms as soon as possible to solidify your position as core disciples, understood? Ouyang Ming? Yi Yuan went blank when he heard that. That's right. Ouyang Ming holds enormous power in the sect's Pill Hall. And Ouyang Mind is also a Pill Hall elder on friendly terms with Yao Qian. Jiang Yunhe said. Turns out that there's such a level of relation here. No wonder this old punk aimed for me right after he came. Hearing Jiang Yunhe said something like that, Yi Yuan immediately understood the situation. Looks like you already know the background of the Su family, so there's no need for me to remind you. However, the capital's undercurrent is turbulent recently. Your father is also at the edge of the storm. You father and son still need to take precaution when doing things. In my opinion, your father should still take the initiative to withdraw from this whirlpool. YBAPAWN for the imperial family? It was very plain that Jiang Yunhe knew the movements in the state of Qin like the back of his hand. It was just that his status was aloof and it was inconvenient to be involved. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the grudge between our Yi family, the WN family, and the Su family is irreconcilable. Even if they didn't stir up so much SHI+T, these two families are destined to be destroyed. Jiang Yunhe could not help sucking in a cold breath after hearing it. These words were domineering. Even he, Jiang Yunhe, dare not say to exterminate these two great families. But it was so natural coming from Yi Yuan's mouth. One had to know that in these two great families, just the crystal formation realm powerhouses were as many as 3. And on Yi Yuan's side, counting Nanfeng Yi and that imperial uncle from the imperial family that had not shown his face for a long time, was only 3 as well. Both parties were on par. Wanting to exterminate the other party was too difficult. What was Yi Yuan basing this on? Yi Yuan, your future prospects are limitless. Don't be reckless in doing things. Your strength is still not enough to make a splash in this storm. Don't ruin your own magnificent future for these sort of secular world affairs. Jiang Yunhe urged bitterly. Jiang Yunhe also clearly had his talent appreciating heart moved and did not wish for any accidents to befall Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Jiang Yunhe and said, Relax, Dean. I know what to do. Thanks for your care towards me this period of time. I'm going back to the capital tomorrow. After the capital's affairs settle, I'll come and bid farewell to Dean again. As for the matter of purple center soul incantation, leave it to me. Chapter 189, Becoming Beautiful. Chapter 189, Becoming Beautiful. Leave it to you? Jiang Yunhe went blank when he heard that. That's right. Isn't the use of these outside dojos to dig for talents for the sect? As long as I can become an elite disciple, the merits for the dean will be about there already, right? Yi Yuan said. That might be true, but to become an elite disciple is too difficult, too difficult. I know that your talent is matchless, but the elite disciples in the sect, each and every one of their talent is not beneath yours. Jiang Yunhe shook his head and said. Yi Yuan smiled but did not explain. Rather, it was Huyen Yong who voiced out at this time. He said, Lord Dean, I, on the other hand, believe that Yi Yuan can become an elite disciple. Even though that Yarrow Qian kept harping on how Yi Yuan's strength is too low, I feel that Yi Yuan can steady his footing among the core disciples very soon. Jiang Yunhe revealed a strange expression. He had never seen Huyen Yong view a student so highly before. Leaving Jiang Yunhe's place, Yi Yuan directly went to find Nanfeng Ruoqing. Aunt, how is it? How is it? Did I become prettier yet? Nanfeng Jiro asked Nanfeng Ruoqing frantically. Yi Yuan had already helped her and Nanfeng Ruoqing refine the beauty-retaining pill. Right after consuming it, there was an indescribable feeling coursing through her veins. Her own body seemed to have undergone some sort of unspeakable transformation. Nanfeng Ruoqing carefully measured up Nanfeng Jiro, then pinched her small cheeks and said in surprise, "This skin of yours is about to drip water. Touching it feels just like a newborn baby. Is this beauty-retaining pill really so miraculous?" Not that the state of Qin did not have beautifying medicinal pills, but the effects of those sort of pills were at most to delay aging. With the Par's sage of time, it would still leave behind the vestige of time on people's faces. Moreover, those type of medicinal pills tends to have side effects here and there. As time Par's said, it would slowly surface. Even so, these type of medicinal pills still made some noble family women flock to them like ducks. More often than not, it could not be bought with money. For the beauty-retaining pill Yi Yuan refined to have such an effect, once it entered the market, it would surely soar to a sky-high price. Ah, you look. The calluses on my hands also disappeared. As she was talking, Nanfeng Jiro waved her hands. Nanfeng Ruoqing gave a look, and it was real. Don't think that Nanfeng Jiro was a princess embodied in all manners of pampering. For the sake of pursuing the martial path, she suffered no little hearts. Hi+P, due to her being a martial artist who used a sword, it was hard for her hands to avoid calluses after so many years. If one had to say the area which Nanfeng Jiro was most displeased with herself, it would be this pair of hands. And now, her hands were fair and tender, impossibly fine. It was just like a young lady who grew up in a boudoir and completely unlike a martial artist's. I didn't think that Yi Yuan could actually refine such a miraculous medicinal pill, and he even said that not only did this beauty-retaining pill have zero side effects, it even has the effects of improving the constitution. Can a Tier 2 medicinal pill attain such results? Nanfeng Ruoqing was filled with disbelief. She had always taken pride in her own alchemy Dao attainments. But ever since meeting Yi Yuan, she knew that she was but a frog at the bottom of a well. "Ah, Auntie," Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in surprise again. "What are you freaking out over, you bloody lane SS?" Nanfeng Ruoqing spat. Nanfeng Jiro moved closer to Nanfeng Ruoqing's face and exclaimed, "Aunt, in the past, you don't look like my aunt. Now, you look even less like my aunt. Dam and lane SS, if I'm not your aunt, then who is? After you consumed the beauty-retaining pill, you're practically like my twin sister. Even though your age isn't that old, you look much younger now." Nanfeng Jiro cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan refined a batch of beauty-retaining pills and gave Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece one each. Other than that, he also saved one for his mother and Lu Er. "Ah, is that true?" Nanfeng Ruoqing touched her face and said in astonishment. "It's true. More real than real gold. There's a mirror here, quickly take a look." Nanfeng Jiro said and took a mirror, sing it over to Nanfeng Ruoqing. Nanfeng Ruoqing faced the mirror to have a look and then exclaimed in surprise, "It's true. The current me looks like I returned back to 2-3 years ago, around the same age as you." Even if Nanfeng Ruoqing's personality was very quiet, she was still overjoyed right now. As long as one was a woman, they would not have any resistance towards becoming beautiful. "Hihi, when we go out next time, other people might think that you're my older sister." Nanfeng Jiro suddenly thought about this scene and grinned from ear to ear. "Dam and Lanessus, no matter what I become, I'm still your aunt. If Imperial Brother heard these words, he would definitely confine you again." Nanfeng Ruoqing glared. Nanfeng Jiro stuck out her tongue mischievously. Auntie, quickly look. Luer seems to be moving. Nanfeng Jiro suddenly cried out in joy. Hearing Nanfeng Jiro's shout, the two of them hurried over to the bed, only to see Luer's eyelids moving slightly as if she was really about to wake up. Luer's frost poison was very powerful. It was almost on the verge of erupting. Hence, she was still temporarily unable to awaken after swallowing the essence yang pill. Yi Yuan already predicted earlier that it would take roughly another 2-3 days. Now, just over 2 days had said, and Luer indeed woke up. Luer's breathing became stable as she gradually opened her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat hazy. Where am I? Could it be that I'm already dead? You silly Lanesses, take a good look at who we are. Are you cursing us to die here? Nanfeng Jiro said huffily. Nanfeng Ruoqing pulled on her clothing and shot her a glare before saying to Luer, I'm Feng Ruoqing. Don't you remember me? Luer carefully sized up Nanfeng Ruoqing and suddenly exclaimed, aren't you Teacher Feng? Why are you? Why do you seem to have become different? Like you became younger. Sorry, Nanfeng Ruoqing's blushed and said, this is thanks to your family's young master. He refined a type of medicinal pill for us. After we took it, we became like this. Oh, right, how are you feeling right now? In order to save you, your young master could be said to have gone through fire and water during this 1 month. Luer was greatly alarmed when she heard this. Is young master okay? Haha, of course he's fine. Your young master's life is tenacious as Hell. How can he die so easily? Right then, a bout of laughter came from outside. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Luer was immediately overjoyed when she heard Yi Yuan's voice and was about to climb up from the bed. Yi Yuan went up to support her and said grumpily, lie down properly for me. What are you messing around for? You're still quite frail now, take a good rest. Luer saw Yi Yuan, and her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Young master, I thought that I couldn't see young master anymore. Sniff sniff. Yi Yuan gently stroked Luer's fine hair and said with a smile, silly girl, with young master around, how could you die? Even if you entered King Yama's hall, young master could still pull you back. Alright, stop letting your thoughts run wild. I prepared some vitality replenis. Plussing medicinal pills for you. You recuperate for a while, and then we head back home. Chapter 190, Teaching Father Alchemy. Chapter 190, Teaching Father Alchemy. At the Yi family courtyard, Yi Hang and Yi Yuan sat facing each other. Yuana, it's only been 1 month of not seeing you. To think that you broke through to the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Yi Hang looked at Yi Yuan full of pride. Seeing his son improve at God speed made him even happier than his own breakthrough. Haha, father's 2nd level crystal formation realm also stabilized, and you also successfully broke through to middle rank alchemy grandmaster. This time, the pill grading assembly that Wn Donghai cooked up is probably lifting a stone to smash his own feet, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Haha, this is all thanks to you. If you didn't impart me those 2 cultivation methods, our fragrant medicine pavilion could only avoid the edge. Humph. Avoid the edge. I will definitely pull out the Wn family and the Su family by the roots this time. If not for my life being tenacious, I would have long been murdered by those 2 families' people multiple times. Speaking of the Wn family and the Su family, Yi Yuan was full of grievance. Counting that time from his predecessor, it had already been more than 3 or 4 times that the Wan and Su family plotted to harm him. Especially that time by Su Yubai. If not for Huyen Yong stepping out bravely at the crucial time, he would have long been a ghost under the palm. But Yi Hang shook his head and sighed. Even if my strength had some breakthrough, to want to pull these 2 families up by the roots, I'm afraid that it's still beyond my means. Relax, father. You just focus on working together with the imperial family to deal with the enemy. At the crucial moment, I will give them a huge surprise. Oh, how will that work? Yi Hang asked in slight shock. In the state of Qin, the Su family was extremely powerful. Even the imperial family was very wary of them. More importantly, the Su family had a backer in the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Nanfeng family did not dare to make a move recklessly the whole time. The power of a sect was not something that a secular imperial family could withstand. Just the Ouyang family alone could sweep across the imperial family by casually sending over a 7th or 8th level crystal formation realm. Not to mention that crystal formation realm was only among the weakest within the sect's powerhouses. Follow me, father. Yi Yuan got up and headed over to Yi Hang's private refinement room. Yi Hang looked at Yi Yuan's secretive appearance and could not help following in puzzlement. Arriving at the refinement room, Yi Yuan set down restrictions in the refinement room before saying to Yi Hang, "Look, father." As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually gestured. A white-colored ape appeared out of thin air. It was precisely Yuan Fei. However, Yuan Fei's condition did not appear to be too good. He was severely wounded by Black Crow Old Man and still had not recovered until now. Although his injuries were not life-threatening, he required at least a month if he wants to fully recover. And Yi Yuan was still unable to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills right now, so he had no way of helping Yuan Fei recover from his injuries. However, Yuan Fei's appearance gave Yi Hang a huge shock. If not for his son telling him to pay attention just now, he might have already rushed to attack Yuan Fei right now. SSS. Tier 3 Demonic Beast. Just now, could that be a spatial artifact? Yi Hang's eyes were filled with intense shock. The gaze he looked at Yi Yuan with was full of incredulity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right, it's precisely a Tier 3 demonic beast long-arm stone ape and spatial artifact. He's called Yuan Fei, a servant I took in during this trip to the Endless Forest. This spatial artifact is also owned by Yuan Fei. Except, in order to protect me, he was wounded by a powerhouse and has not recovered until now." This time, Yi Hang was shocked until he remained dazed for a long time before saying, "What kind of expert could actually hurt a Tier 3 demonic beast? You actually got into trouble with such a terrifying expert when you went to Partik 1P8 in this endless trials?" If Yi Yuan were not his son, he would definitely think that the other party was talking bulls. HI+T. Also, Yi Yuan had only broken through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago. How did he subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast? This was simply incomprehensible. Towards his father, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of concealing. He recounted the events of this trip of the Endless Forest modestly, leaving Yi Hang speechless for a long time. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan did not say that who he encountered was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He only said that he met a middle-stage crystal formation realm expert. Both sides fought a great battle, which was why Yuan Fei suffered heavy injuries. Even though he fabricated a master to use as a pretense, it was still too ludicrous for a second-level spirit condensation realm to kill a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Yi Hang had always been very gratified by his son's rise, but he had never noticed that Yi Yuan had already grown to such an extent unwittingly. After the shock, Yi Hang felt a sense of relief. His son no longer needed to grow up under his wings. Yi Yuan had already become a towering tree. "I really did not expect that you actually had such experiences in the Endless Forest. Just relying on this long-arm stone ape clan, you can sweep across the state of Qin." Yi Hang sighed emotionally. Thousands and thousands upon of long-arm stone apes. This force, when placed in the secular world, was too overwhelming. "Father, Yuan Fei's injuries are very severe. But my current strength is too weak, so I can't refine Tier 3 healing medicinal pills. I brought you here to ask you to help him refine medicinal pills," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan had long refined medicinal pills for those injured Tier 2 long-arm stone apes to treat them. Only Yuan Fei's wounds left him helpless, so it kept delaying until now. Yi Hang was stunned when he heard that. He had never learned the refining method for demonic beast medicinal pills. "But, I don't know how to refine medicinal pills for demonic beasts' use." "Don't worry. Master once imparted me the pill formula and refinement method. I'll process them all to you, then assist you in the refinement from the side. It should be able to work," Yi Yuan said. This healing medicinal pill was not something too complicated. Yi Hang had already broken through to middle-rank alchemy grandmaster realm and also had Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, guiding from the side. Refining it did not pose a problem. Your master is really an expert. He actually even know the refining methods for demonic beast medicinal pills. Alright. Father will learn a little about this demonic beast medicinal pills refinement method. Yi Hang was also an alchemy fanatic. Once he heard that he could learn the refining method for new medicinal pills, he immediately behaved like he was on stimulants. Okay, this medicinal pill is called bone-growing pill. I've already prepared the ingredients. Now, I will process the refining method to Father. Finus. Hi plusing, Yi Yuan threw a jade slip to Yi Hang. Yi Hang sunk his divine sense inside and started to study the refining method for the bone-growing pill. Yi Yuan had long prepared to let Yi Hang help to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, back in the Imperial Palace, he already let Nanfeng Ruoqing prepare the relevant ingredients. While Tier 3 herbs were very precious, it could not stump the Imperial family. The herbs required for the bone-growing pill was very common, so Nanfeng Ruoqing prepared them very swiftly. While Yi Hang was studying the refining method for the bone-growing pill, Yi Yuan already finished pairing up all the ingredients and refined the medicinal embryo. One Yi Hang was only responsible for the final refinement. This way, it could ensure the maximum success rate. After 4 hours, Yi Hang roused from his rumination. When he saw that Yi Yuan already finished refining the medicinal embryo, he could not help being secretly amazed. Done, let's start refining, Yi Hang said. Okay. I prepared a total of 5 sets of herbs. It should be enough for Father to refine out the bone-growing pill. Start refining then, Father. I'll remind Father on what to do at the critical moment, Yi Yuan said. Yi Hang nodded. Gesturing with one hand, a portion of the medicinal embryo landed in his hands. Chapter 191, White Light Evolves. Chapter 191, White Light Evolves. Father, the medicinal pill isn't the most stable right now. Do your best to use soul strength to stabilize the structure of the medicinal pill, almost ready to condense the pill. Father, quickly reduce the flames. When condensing the bone-growing pill, one mustn't temper it with a large flame. This was already the 3rd set of ingredients. Yi Hang's prior 2 refinements ended in failure. Yi Yuan had been observing the process of the refinement by the side this whole time and guided from the side. But Yi Hang at the end still failed. Although Yi Hang's refinement was full of flaws in Yi Yuan's eyes, he was currently lacking in strength even though he had the will, so he could only rely on Yi Hang. Luckily, Yi Hang's alchemy standards were not bad. Having been through 2 failed attempts and with Yi Yuan's guidance by the side, Yi Hang's improvement was still very significant. This 3rd refinement was clearly much smoother. Some of the rocky areas previously were much mellower now. Of course, this was due to Yi Yuan's detailed guidance from the side. Otherwise, even if one gave Yi Hang 10 sets or even 20 sets of ingredients, he would probably ruin them all. After all, this was his first time refining demonic beast medicinal pills. And the essential points to take note of when refining demonic beast medicinal pills were entirely different from human ones. With Yi Yuan's vision to guide Yi Hang, many aspects were targeted heavily, giving Yi Hang a feeling of being enlightened all at once. Hence, he only refined twice and already knew the areas he made mistakes in like the back of his hands. Bone-growing pill, condense. Following Yi Hang's low cry, the bone-growing pill was finally refined by him. Yi Hang took out the bone-growing pill from the medicinal cauldron, but let out a sigh. Pity, it's a low grade. No matter. Father is already very impressive. We still have 2 sets of ingredients left. We should be able to refine middle-grade or even high-grade pills. Yi Hang nodded. I'll try again. With the 4th set of medicinal embryo, Yi Hang refined a middle-grade pill. All the way until the final portion of medicinal embryo, Yi Hang really refined out a high-grade bone-growing pill. Yi Yuan saw the pill form, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. Father's alchemic talent was truly extraordinarily high. Such comprehension ability was not something the average alchemy grandmasters could compare to. Even though he was guiding by the side, it still greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations for his father to refine out a high-grade bone-growing pill by just using 5 sets of medicinal embryo. His original estimation was that his father could only refine middle grade, maybe even low grade. He did not imagine that Yi Hang Serpa said that and completed the task. Before this, Yi Yuan had never seen Yi Hang refine pills before and did not have a direct understanding of Yi Hang's alchemy skills. He only knew now that Yi Hang's skill was merely limited by soul strength. That was why he kept getting suppressed by Wan Donghai. If he matched up against Wan Donghai again now, Wan Donghai would absolutely not be Yi Hang's match anymore. Having refined a high-grade bone-growing pill, Yi Yuan's tightly wound nerves also loosened up. Ultimately, Tier 3 herbs were not white cabbages. They could not be squandered limitlessly like Tier 1 and Tier 2 herbs. Yi Yuan brought the bone-growing pill over for Yuan Fei to consume. "Many thanks, young master," Yuan Fei said weakly. These few days, he had been suffering the torment of injuries. But he did not grumble to Yi Yuan at all, because he knew that Yi Yuan was even more severely wounded than him. If not for the fact that Yi Yuan prepared healing medicinal pills beforehand, he would most likely already be dead now. Yi Yuan beamed. "Why are you being courteous to me for? This time, if not for you, I would probably have never come out alive. It's just that my current strength is insufficient, which made you suffer hards. HI plus PS this bit of injuries is nothing. Rather, it made me reminisce those memorable days of the past. These few years, I have always been living comfortably in the Crimson Summit Ridge. Most likely, this was also the reason why I kept being unable to break through, right? However, having witnessed young master's alchemy skills, I'm very glad to be able to follow young master now," Yuan Fei said emotionally. An alchemy master actually guided an alchemy grandmaster to refine medicinal pills. This was seriously overly subverting. Although Yuan Fei did not know alchemy, he could see that Yi Yuan's alchemy standards were much higher than his father's, on completely different levels. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster, refining the demon crystal pill would surely follow effortlessly. While he did not know why Yi Yuan's alchemy standards were much higher than his father's, this was unimportant. What was important was that Yi Yuan could bring him powerful might. Perhaps, he, Yuan Fei, was not without hope of impacting the bottleneck to become a Tier 4 demonic beast in his remaining years. Yi Yuan knew what Yuan Fei was thinking of and said with a smile, "Haha, relax. Perhaps I don't even need a year, and I'll be able to refine the demon crystal pill. Now, properly absorb the medicinal effects and recover your strength. I still have areas in need of your strength in a few days." Yuan Fei nodded and did not say anything. He started to revolve essence energy to refine the medicinal effects. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Yuan Fei. He gestured with one hand again, and a little kitty appeared out of nowhere. It was White Light. It was just that White Light was currently sleeping. No matter how he called, he would not wake up. This situation had already persisted for 2 days. Yi Yuan also felt somewhat bewildered. These 2 days, Yi Yuan refined many medicinal pills. He obviously would not forget to refine medicinal pills for White Light. White Light was only a Tier 1 demonic beast. This was naturally not an issue to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Tier 1 herbs were plenty. Yi Yuan refined thousands of medicinal pills in one go, planning for White Light to slowly use. Who knew that when Yi Yuan let White Light out, this little fellow's eyes instantly shone when he saw those medicinal pills, and swallowed up the thousands of medicinal pills in one breath, leaving Yi Yuan dumbfounded. Even if it were him, he also would not dare to swallow medicinal pills like that. Was this little thing seeking death? Yi Yuan was taken aback and was about to make White Light spit out all those medicinal pills. Who knew that this little fellow gave a burp, slanted his body, and fell asleep. Initially, Yi Yuan thought that White Light was stuffed to death, so he quickly went forward to examine. This check made Yi Yuan involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. This little fellow's breathing was calm. He was merely sleeping. Only then did he feel at ease. However, this snooze lasted 2 days. White Light did not show the slightest sign of waking. Although Yi Yuan had researched in depth into demonic beasts, he had truly never seen before this sort of situation. He could only check on White Light's state at all times. Yi Yuan gave White Light another round of examination and discovered that White Light still did not show signs of waking. He was still dead asleep and would not wake up no matter how he called him. However, Yi Yuan noticed that White Light's aura grew much stronger. He actually broke through already. Originally, White Light was only at the early stage Tier 1. After sleeping for 2 days, he actually already broke through to middle stage Tier 1 quietly. Could it be that this little fellow automatically refined the medicinal pills to break through in his sleep? This was too effortless, right? Yi Yuan became increasingly curious about White Light's history. Now, it seemed like White Light was probably not an ordinary flowing light white tiger. Yi Yuan had never heard of flowing light white tigers having a treasure-seeking innate divine ability nor them being able to evolve like this. However, the characteristics on White Light's body was clearly flowing light white tiger. Yi Yuan could not figure it just why this was the case even after pondering over it. It looked like he could only wait until he awakened his inherited memories to make sense of just what in the world happened to White Light's body. Since he could not figure it out, Yi Yuan might as just not think about it. Keeping away White Light, Yi Yuan simply mediated to cultivate together with Yi Hang while quietly waiting for Yuan Fei to recover. In a blink, one night Pares said. Yuan Fei suddenly snapped open his eyes and stood up. Young master, I've recovered. Chapter 192, Such a Fine Dog. Chapter 192, Such a Fine Dog. Song Family's family head, Song Tianying arrives. Pill Condensing Manners Manor Lord, Jiangxin arrives. Wang Family's family head, Wang Jiao arrives. In front of the Drunken Star Manor's gates, a steward repeatedly reported names in a loud voice. Large families' patriarchs, peers of the alchemy world, martial artists currently in the limelight, and notable figures in the capital virtually all converged at the Drunken Star Manor. Ha, 4-Song family head to grace us with your presence, you're really showering glory on our humble abode. Quickly come inside and sit. Ayo, isn't this Jiang Manor Lord? Long time no see. Long time no see. Please come in. Please come in. Wn Dongyang welcomed guests at the entrance and was awfully busy. Anyone could tell the delight on Wn Dongyang's face. Even though Wn Dongyang was verbally courteous, that haughty air made these distinguished aristocrats feel somewhat displeased. However, no matter how unhappy they were, they had no choice. Because from today onwards, the Drunken Star Manor would be the indisputable king of the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even the imperial family would likely have to be dependent on the Drunken Star Manor, because the imperial family had to nurture talents, so they had no choice but to purchase the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills. If not, their young generation would fall behind the other families. Most importantly, it was to fall behind the Su family. Everybody already deemed that the fragrant medicine pavilion would vanish from the capital from now on. This force that was propped up by the imperial family to impede the Drunken Star Manor would completely dissolve. But they had no choice. To launch 3 new types of medicinal pills in one move, the impact it had toward the fragrant medicine pavilion was seriously too great. Therefore, Wn Dongyang had the right to be high and mighty. Fragrant medicine pavilion's pavilion lord, Yi Hang arrives. Imperial uncle Nanfeng Lu, eldest princess, Nanfeng Ruoqing arrives, the steward called out loudly once again. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence that Yi Hang actually arrived at virtually the same time with the Nanfeng family representatives. When organizing such a glorious event, whoever arrived first or later was not on a whim. Although those who entered prior to this were prominent figures in the capital, when compared to the characters who appeared now, they were insignificant. It should be said that the earlier one arrived, the smaller the force. The later one came, the heavier the weight they carried. Logically speaking, the imperial family's representatives should be the last to arrive. But now, Nanfeng Lu was not the last to reach, because the Su family's representative had yet to come. Wn Dongyang saw Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing and hastily went up to pay respects. Wn Dongyang pays respects to imperial uncle, pays respects to eldest princess. Nanfeng Lu furrowed his brows and said unhappily, "Where's Wn Donghai? I represent the arrival of the imperial family. Doesn't he, the owner, know how to come out to welcome people?" Towards Nanfeng Lu's displeasure, Wn Dongyang behaved like he did not see it. He just flashed an apologetic smile and said, "Calm your anger, Imperial Uncle. There are too many guests today. Elder brother has his hands completely full and truly cannot free himself. Hence, he arranged for me to be here to welcome Imperial Uncle and eldest princess." Such impudence. This state of Qin is still under the regime of the Nanfeng family, and your Wn family already dares to be so unbridled. Nanfeng Lu was enraged when he heard that. Haha, Imperial Uncle can also see it. There are seriously too many people at this pill-grading assembly. This is also the first time our Drunken Star Manor organized such a major event, so we really don't have any experience. If there are any areas where we did not receive you well, please be magnanimous enough to forgive us, Imperial Uncle. Although I, Wn Dongyang, am not the owner of the Drunken Star Manor, I'm still born from the same mother as my elder brother, the second owner of the Drunken Star Manor. Being here to receive Imperial Uncle is also justifiable, right? Wn Dongyang's smirking look made Nanfeng Lu so incensed that smoke was coming out of his orifices. Within the secular world, the imperial power was supreme. Nanfeng Lu was the emperor, Nanfeng Yi's blood uncle. He represented the entire imperial family. No matter how busy Wn Donghai was, he should also be here to welcome Nanfeng Lu right now. However, Wn Donghai avoided meeting him. This was clearly showing one-up on the imperial family. This pill-grading assembly today had other motives. Humph. Looks like the Drunken Star Manor really makes light of the imperial family. Since that's the case, Chinga, let's go. Finest. Hi+ing, Nanfeng Lu really flicked his sleeves and left. But Wn Dongyang did not have the slightest intention of stopping. He just smiled and watched Nanfeng Lu leave. "Hang on, Imperial Uncle." Right then, a slightly tender voice sounded out. It was Yi Yuan who tagged along with Yi Hang. When Nanfeng Lu heard this, he paused his footsteps. Nanfeng Lu was clearly also an alchemy fanatic. He basically had no experience on how to handle such situations. This situation was directed against the fragrant medicine pavilion on the surface, but in reality, it was pointing straight at the imperial family. This fact was clear at a glance for those with discerning eyes. If there was no body present from the imperial family today, that would be equivalent to stepping back without even fighting. Those people inside might not be loyal to the imperial family, but in the human world, it had always been the word benefits that reigned above. There was not much difference to them who became the emperor. Therefore, even if the Wn family continued putting them down, Nanfeng Lu must not leave. The imperial family must have somebody present in this pill-grading assembly. Or else, those fence-sitters who were kept in the dark would really lean towards the Su family. When Nanfeng Ruoqing saw that it was Yi Yuan, she also could not help being slightly surprised. She was also caught off guard by this situation happening under her eyes and did not know what to do. Just as she was wavering on whether to leave or not, Yi Yuan called out timely. "What you do want to say, little child?" Nanfeng Lu asked with a frown. Yi Yuan ignored Nanfeng Lu. Instead, he copied the steward's voice and called out loudly, "Su family's family head, Su Yulin arrives." Wn Dongyang's face changed while others were a little unsure, only to see Wn Donghai walking out in quick strides with a wide beam on his face. Except, when he just came out, the grin on his face froze right there. Seeing Nanfeng Lu and Yi Hang, Wn Donghai immediately knew that he fell for it. Sweeping a glance over everyone's face only to see Yi Yuan looking at him merrily, Wn Donghai's face fell. It was this brat's doing again. He already came out, so it was naturally not nice to go back in. He could only toughen his scalp to come forth to pay respects. Wn Donghai pays respects to Imperial Uncle, pays respects to eldest princess. Dongyang, seriously you, Imperial Uncle and eldest princess arrived, why didn't you call me? Wn Donghai did not give other people a chance to speak and lectured Wn Dongyang straight away. Wn Dongyang instantly understood and condemned himself as he said, "It's all my fault, owner. I saw that you were too busy back there and had no time to receive guests, so." "Shut up. Are Imperial Uncle and eldest princess ordinary people?" Wn Donghai reprimanded as he turned to Nanfeng Lu and said, "My younger brother does not know any better. Imperial uncle, please don't find fault." Nanfeng Lu was about to speak when Yi Yuan started laughing loudly. "Manor Lord Wan, it's truly a waste for you to not become an actor. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Ha ha ha, the two of you singing and chiming along together really cracks me up." Wan Donghai's face darkened. He was well aware that this brat had a sharp tongue. The more he spoke, the more he will be dragged into the gutter, so he might as well just ignore him. However, Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him off. He continued laughing and said, "Manor Lord Wan, you're such a fine dog. The moment you hear your owner arrived, you immediately ran out obediently. Just now, inside there, were you perking up your ears just to listen? Yi Yuan, Imperial uncle and eldest princess are present. How can your insolence be tolerated?" Just a few sentences and Wn Donghai was on the verge of exploding again. Chapter 193, Don't Interfere with My Posturing. Chapter 193, Don't Interfere with My Posturing. Haha, Wn Donghai, you're really ball. You actually dare to talk this way to a tranquil cloud sect core disciple? Yi Yuan suddenly kept away his smile and said icily. Wn Donghai's expression changed when he heard that. He really forgot that Yi Yuan had already obtained the status of a tranquil cloud sect core disciple. A tranquil cloud sect core disciple was even more exalted than a secular world emperor. If there were no accidents, many of those among the core disciples would end up taking on important sect positions in the future. In front of Yi Yuan, what did he, Wn Donghai, even count as? What? Could it be that in Manor Lord Wan's eyes, that master of yours is even more exalted than me, the high sect's core disciple? I've already stood here for a long time, and you don't even know how to come out to greet me. Yi Yuan became fiercer as he spoke. Wn Donghai's old face became like a chameleon, changing multiple colors already. He loathed in his heart. Even though he knew that this was Yi Yuan summing the majesty of the tiger, there wasn't the slightest bit he could do to him. Yi Yuan's present ident. Tai was overly sensitive. In front of so many people, how could Wn Donghai dare be disrespectful to the high sect's core disciple? If he really did that, then even if he got rid of Yi Yuan, if the matter reached the tranquil cloud sect, he, Wn Donghai, would die 1,000 times over. The power of a sect was simply unimaginable to the secular world. As an alchemy grandmaster, Wn Donghai was naturally even more deeply aware of this point. Could it be that I, the high sect's core disciple, is still lacking the status for you to pay respects? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Wn Donghai gritted his teeth and was about to pay obeisance when a voice sounded out. You haven't even entered the sect yet. Junior apprentice Brother Yi is really overbearing. Which rule in the sect allows disciples to abuse power and bully others? Everyone turned around when they heard that only to see 3 people arriving jointly, 2 elderly and 1 young. The 2 elderly were not others, but precisely Su Yulin and Su Yubai, and that young one walking in the center could also be considered an old acquaintance of Yi Yuan's. Who could it be other than Yang Hao? That voice just now was precisely uttered by Yang Hao. When Wn Donghai saw Yang Hao, it was like he was granted amnesty. He hastily went forward to pay respects. Wn Donghai pays respect to Mr. Yang. Yang Hao casually waved his hands to motion Wn Donghai to rise. He then said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice Brother Yi, you're the one in the wrong here. When we, sect disciples, go outside, we have to win people over by virtue. How can we force others to pay obeisance? The current Yang Hao had recovered that sort of high and above attitude compared to what happened during their previous encounter. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just looked towards Yang Hao's back as if he was looking for something. Yang Hao could not help being puzzled. He followed Yi Yuan's sight to the back but did not see anything. However, he quickly realized what Yi Yuan's meaning was, and his old face involuntarily turned red as he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This was a threat. A blatant threat. If Yi Yuan were to tell the events of the fire battle in front of so many people, what face did he have left to stay on? Forget about staying here. He could not even stay on in the state of Qin, a high-rank alchemy master battling fire with a low-rank alchemy master, and the result was being burned by him until his behind was exposed. The majesty of him, this tranquil cloud sect's core disciple, would become non-existent. Furthermore, a veteran core disciple who actually could not even win a newbie who had yet to be initiated. What kind of gaze would others look at him with? The crowd was uncertain, so they also followed Yi Yuan's eyes to look over, but did not discover anything. They did not know what Yi Yuan was trying to mystify. However, they saw Yang Hao's expression and knew that there was definitely something that happened between the two of them. It was just that Yi Yuan kept smiling like this without saying anything. They also did not know what medicine he was selling in his gourd. Doing nothing but just looking. Yi Yuan, if you dare to speak of that matter, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death. Yang Hao transmitted his voice to threaten. Ayo, I'm timid. Don't scare me, senior apprentice brother Yang. I have a problem. Once I'm intimidated by someone, I can't control my mouth. If I were to spill the beans, senior apprentice brother Yang mustn't blame me, Yi Yuan replied through transmission. You. Truly despicable. Fine, what do you want so that you won't say a single thing? Yang Hao had no choice but to give in. Haven't thought of it yet. For now, don't interfere with my posturing and that will do. I had a hard time before I made it through the Nine Heavens Road and obtained core disciple status. You got to at least let me posture here in the secular world. Otherwise, when I arrive at the sect, I'll be at the bottom of the barrel. Even if I want to posture then, I wouldn't be able to, Yi Yuan said. Fine, I won't talk. Yang Hao finally chose to compromise, so he could only come to terms. The crowd also saw that these two people were transmitting their voices, but nobody knew what on earth the pair were talking about. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face turned frosty again, and he said to WN Donghai, you haven't come to pay respects. Do you really want to slight the high sect? Another large charge clamped down on him, but this time, WN Donghai did not lose his head like before, because there was still another core disciple around. WN Donghai looked at Yang Hao with eager eyes, but Yang Hao had an icy face as he said, what are you staring blankly for? Go and pay respect. Could it be that this Yang Hao's junior apprentice brother is not worthy for you to pay respect to? Gah! What sort of situation was this? Everyone was stunned. Yi Hang, Nanfeng Lu, Nanfeng Ruoqing, Su Yulin and his brother were all collectively stunned. What the hell was this? Wasn't the change in attitude too quick? Wasn't he still prepared to exchange blows with Yi Yuan just now? Why did the wind direction change in a blink of an eye and he became apprentice brothers with Yi Yuan? Of course, the one who was the most stunned was still WN Donghai. He had just prepared to straighten his waist. Now, he had to bend back down. Oh, this old waist. Seeing no action taken by WN Donghai for some time, Yang Hao said impatiently, what? Didn't you hear what I say, Manor Lord WAN? WN Donghai was so stifled. He fought with Yi Hang for so many years without even paying obeisance to each other. But now, he had to show deference to his son. You, hurry up. Are you still planning on holding this pill-grading assembly or not? Yang Hao said with a frown. WN Donghai knew that he could not avoid this, so he gritted his teeth and gave Yi Yuan a deep bow. WN Donghai pays respect to the high sect's core disciple, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan chortled and said, quickly rise, Manor Lord WAN. This bow of yours really humbles me greatly. Finus. Hi+ing, Yi Yuan suddenly turned to Su Yulin and said with a smile, Su family head, isn't it your turn? Su Yulin was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually point the gun barrel at him. When he reacted, he could not help bursting into a rage. As a matter of fact, his Su family's position in the state of Qin was indeed much higher than the WAN family's. But in front of a colossal behemoth like the Tranquil Cloud sect, the Su family and WN family were no different. Yi Yuan was using his status as the high sect's core disciple to pay respects now. If he were to not show deference, wouldn't that be willful disobedience? But the problem was that Yi Yuan could very well be the murderer who killed Su Yishan. Asking him to pay respect to the enemy who killed his son? That was impossible. Don't go too overboard, Yi Yuan. I haven't even settled the scores with you about Ishan's matters. Su Yulin roared angrily. Yi Yuan ignored him, his gaze floating over to Yang Hao's behind again. Yang Hao was about to crumble. He said in a low voice, Su family head, it's just paying respect. You also won't lose a piece of flesh. Plus by right, you should pay respect to junior apprentice brother Yi. Chapter 194, Inciting Public Sentiment. Chapter 194, Inciting Public Sentiment. Su Yulin's face turned green. He looked towards Yi Yuan with eyes brother IMMING with killing intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. With Su Yulin's relations, he could, in fact, ignore Yang Hao. But what Yang Hao represented was not himself, but Yarrow Qian behind him. Today's matter was excessively important. To the Su family, it could not afford any slightest room for error. If he were to lose the entire game due to offending Yarrow Qian, then he, Su Yulin, would be the sinner of the Su family. Thinking up to this point, Su Yulin simply shut his eyes and gave Yi Yuan a bow. Su Yulin pays respect to the high sect's core disciple, Mr. Yi. Su Yulin deliberately dragged out the Yi to express his displeasure. But Yi Yuan did not mind. He chuckled and said, looks like the Su family is still very respectful towards my tranquil cloud sect. Not bad, not bad. Hey, it's getting late, what's everyone still standing here for? Standing until my legs are already aching. Manor Lord WN, is this your way of treating guests? WN Donghai was so furious in his heart. Just who was the one making a displaying of might and delaying everyone from going in? Now that you've finished posturing, you even say that your legs are aching? I've never heard of any spirit condensation realm martial artist whose legs ache after standing a while. Mr. Yang, Brother Yulin, please. WN Donghai shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and then said to Yang Hao and Su Yulin. The group of people headed for the inner hall. Nanfeng Ruoqing's and Yi Yuan's eyes met as they smiled and also went in. The Drunken Star Manor specially opened up an enormous hall just for today's grand event. It was enough to house all the big and small families in the capital. This spectacle was even grander than the imperial family's state banquet. It clearly already Serpa S said that. But at this time, nobody was paying heed to these anymore. After today's exchange, there would surely be one side who must withdraw from the stage of history. After Su Yulin and the rest sat down, WN Donghai went to the center of the great hall. He spoke in a clear voice, everyone, today, the aim of our Drunken Star Manor organizing this pill grading assembly is to promote our state of Qin's medicinal pill business. Next, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest to everyone first. Speaking up to this point, WN Donghai paused to create suspense. Indeed, those aristocrats looked towards Yang Hao, because he was seated in the most prominent position. Everybody was speculating just who this young man was, to actually seat in the seat of honor above Nanfeng Lu and Su Yulin. And those two persons' faces were calm as if they were not at all unhappy. This person hails from the high sect, core disciple Mr. Yang. He represents the high sect this trip to cheer on this pill grading assembly of ours. WN Donghai introduced loudly. With WN Donghai's introduction, the audience burst into an uproar. Tranquil Cloud Sect Core Disciple. This ident. 1 Tai was too ill. US Trias. No wonder he could seat above the Imperial family and Su family. Don't look at how these people could summon wind and rain in the state of Qin. In all of their years, they might not have really met anyone who came from the Tranquil Cloud Sect. No way. The WAN family can actually call down a core disciple from the high sect. There's probably going to be a good show to watch today. A high sect core disciple coming to pay tribute to the WAN family. There is much food for thought involved in this. Could it be that the high sect is already displeased with the imperial family? Originally, today was only to come and view the new medicinal pills. To think that something like this actually happened. I wonder how the Nanfeng family is going to handle this big introduction from the Su family. Who cares? We're all merchants. What we pursue is benefits. As long as there's money to be made, who cares whom the emperor is? My goal of coming here today is to seize the power of agency for the new medicinal pills. Humph. I'm definitely getting these new medicinal pills distribution right. Heh, then to each his own. I've already put down an arm and leg for today's pill grading assembly. How can I possibly lose to you? For some time, there were clamors among the NO bulls. When Su Yulin saw this scene, he involuntarily felt great satisfaction. He planned for so many years. Finally, he could realize his ambition. Once Yang Hao, this big move, was executed, it was equal to him winning half the battle. What Yang Hao represented was the Tranquil Cloud sect. If even the Tranquil Cloud sect supported him, there should not be a need for him to waste his breath on which side these people should stand on, right? Su Yulin's gaze swept around but finally landed on Yi Yuan, his complexion turning icy involuntarily. Yi Yuan seemed to have sensed something and looked towards him, even flas. Plusing him a grin. Not knowing why, being looked at like that by Yi Yuan made Su Yulin feel uneasy. Su Yulin had a feeling that the greatest variable today would lie with Yi Yuan. Su Yulin also could not verbalize why he had this sort of feeling, but he just felt that the threat from Yi Yuan was even greater than Yi Hang's. This sort of feeling was very unusual. Yi Yuan clearly only had spirit condensation realm cultivation. He simply could not join in the conflict between crystal formation realm martial artists. But why was this sort of feeling still so intense? Was it because of Yi Yuan's performance outside? Although Yi Yuan also had core disciple status now, he was simply incomparable to Yang Hao. Even if Yi Yuan flashed his ident. One Tai, Su Yulin also had ways to make a comeback. Cough, everyone. Quiet down. Wn Donghai made a silence gesture with his hands. After the great hall quieted down, he said in a loud voice again, Mr. Yang is the High Sect's Pill Hall elders, Yarrow Qian's disciple. Elder Yarrow and Elder Ouyang are bosom friends. Today, for Mr. Yang to come for the pill grading assembly, this WN expresses my heartfelt gratitude. Another huge commotion. Even though everyone had some speculations, with Wn Donghai saying it out, it still made everybody draw in a cold breath. In many people's hearts, the scales had already completely tipped over to the Su family's side. This was likely the greatest calamity faced by the Nanfeng family since the establishment of the state of Qin. Countless people's gaze looked over to Nanfeng Lu, their eyes filled with sympathy. They were aware that the Nanfeng family also had ties to the Tranquil Cloud sect. But they were totally negligible compared to the entire pill hall. No way. What does Wn Donghai mean? Could this be the High Sect's pill hall showing their attitude in wanting to dispose of the Nanfeng family? Unlikely. Without extenuating circumstances, the High Sect won't intervene in the secular world's replacement of the imperial authority. If the Su family had the support of the entire pill hall, then it probably wouldn't be just one core disciple who came. They would also have no need to host this pill grading assembly. Ian, what you said is right. But even so, this influence borrowed by the Su family is also too strong. Yeah. The Nanfeng family is in danger this time. Just 2 sentences from Wn Donghai already smashed apart all the hopes of the Nanfeng family. Nanfeng Lu sat in the position beneath Yang Hao, his expression looking very ugly. Even Nanfeng Ruoqing beside him also did not look too good. This move from the Su family was too ruthless. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing were seized with a sudden impulse to look at Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan flashed his ident. One Tai, would it be of aid to this situation? The pair exchanged glances, but Nanfeng Ruoqing shook her head slightly. It was true that Yi Yuan obtained core disciple status, but he had not even entered the sect yet. Even if he revealed his ident. One Tai, it would not help things at all. The terror of Yang Hao's ident. One Tai did not lie in him being a core disciple, but in the pill hall behind him. Under this sort of circumstances, what should be done? Nanfeng Ruoqing could not but to panic secretly. Chapter 195. 3 New Types of Medicinal Pills. Chapter 195. 3 New Types of Medicinal Pills. Yang Hao sat at the seat of honor in a lofty manner. In his eyes, these secular world people were just a bunch of ants. As his gaze swept through the faces of those nobles, there were either nervousness, or at a loss, or excitement, all the facets of humanity, so on and so forth. It made him feel like he was overlooking all life. Finally, his gaze swept over to Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, and his face involuntarily froze up. The mood, which just got a little better, instantly vanished with a puff. This fellow was really hateful. However, he most likely would not survive today either way. Thinking up to here, Yang Hao could not help feeling secretly pleased. A core disciple who had yet to enter the sect was killed in a secular world conflict. With the addition of his master and elder Ouyang covering up in the middle, the outcome would just be left inconclusive. Right then, Wn Donghai continued, I think that before everyone came today, you've already heard about the contents of today's pill grading assembly. That's right. Today, our Drunken Star Manor will be launching 3 new types of medicinal pills never before seen on the market. The launch of these 3 new kinds of medicinal pills will be the beginning of a new era for our state of Qin's alchemy world. Now, we will be uncovering the mysterious veil of these 3 new kinds of medicinal pills. One had to admit, apart from alchemy, Wn Donghai's ability to inciting public sentiment was not something that Yi Hang could compare to. In contrast to Wn Donghai, Yi Hang lacked a portion of worldly sophistication and had more personal charisma. Yes, the reason why the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could still hang on until now under the Drunken Star Manor powerful attacks was due to Yi Hang's personal charisma. From the day Yi Hang took a step back until today, not a single Fragrant Medicine Pavilion employee left the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. If both parties were to swap positions, the Drunken Star Manor would have probably collapsed long ago. However, as the saying went, as virtue rise 1 foot, vice rises 10. Wn Donghai's operating methods were inexhaustible. This was also the reason why the Drunken Star Manor could steadily suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But today, the stirring by Wn Donghai's words was no doubt lethal. Wn Donghai went to the table arranged in the center of the great hall. On the table, 3 exquisite jade trays were laid out. The jade trays were covered using a red cloth so the objects on them could not be seen clearly. But everybody knew that what was placed on these 3 jade trays were those 3 new types of medicinal pills. These 3 kinds of medicinal pills captured everyone's heart. Wn Donghai held the jade tray on the left-hand side in his hands and gently removed the red cloth covering on top of it, revealing 3 grey-colored medicinal pills. I believe that everyone isn't a stranger to the Qi returning pill. To martial artists, Qi returning pills are a necessity. These few medicinal pills in my hands are the new and improved Qi returning pills. Its name is True Qi Returning Pill. The True Qi Returning Pill's essence energy recovery speed is 50% greater than the Qi Returning Pill. When Wn Donghai's words fell, the scene immediately exploded. Oh my god! 50%. If this True Qi Returning Pill was launched, wouldn't all the Qi Returning Pills in my shop be unsellable? Sigh, after today, we're all going to become the Drunken Star Manor's vassals. Just one True Qi Returning Pill already have such effects. I really don't know what the other 2 types of medicinal pills are. Unequivocally, improving medicinal pills was exceedingly challenging. To raise the effects of the Qi Returning Pill by 50%, as long as the price was not overly absurd, once the True Qi Returning Pill was launched, it would surely monopolize the market. Coupled with the Essence Gathering Pill, the Drunken Star Manor could just wait to open their doors and count money in the future. The other forces were basically screwed already. Hence, for these merchants to survive, they could only be reduced to the Drunken Star Manor's vassals, becoming their agent. This way, their stalls would basically become the Drunken Star Manor's branch. Wn Donghai smiled faintly and placed the True Qi Returning Pill in his hand down. He lifted up the middle jade tray to give another introduction. The medicinal pill placed on this jade tray is not an improved version, but a newly invented type of medicinal pill. Its name is Essence Converting Pill. Speaking up to here, Wn Donghai purposely slowed his words and came to a halt. Indeed, once people heard that it was a newly invented type of medicinal pill, they immediately could not resist. Stop beating around the bush, Manor Lord Wan. Quickly tell us what the medicinal effects of this essence converting pill are already. Yeah, Manor Lord Wan. Just what on earth is the use of this essence-converting pill? Wn Donghai saw that the time was almost right before saying with a smile, the medicinal effects of this essence-converting pill is to raise the cultivation of essence chi realm martial artists by one realm unconditional. However, a martial artist can only use it once in their lifetime. Consuming it again will not have any effects at all. No way, right? Unconditionally raising an essence chi realm martial artist's cultivation by one realm? This is too exaggerated, right? You aren't lying to us, Manor Lord Wan? Are you kidding? When martial artists begin cultivation, it has always been about accumulating essence energy. I've never even heard that there are such medicinal pills. This is too preposterous. Nobody believed Wn Donghai's words. People were like this. Once something Serpa said their boundary of understanding, they would instinctively choose to not believe. Wn Donghai smiled and said, I know that everyone has doubts about the effects of the essence-converting pill. Hence, I'll test this medicinal pill right now in front of all of you. Right at this time, a 7th-level essence chi realm martial artist walked out. He took an essence-converting pill from Wn Donghai's hands and directly consumed it. At this moment, the entire hall was abnormally silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on that martial artist. Only Yi Yuan yawned lazily and was unconcerned over this. Yuana, why do I feel like you aren't worried at all? If this essence-converting pill really has such an effect, it's greatly detrimental to us. Yi Hang transmitted. Although Yi Hang was very confident in his son, after hearing Wn Donghai's introduction, his heart was still somewhat drumming right now. This was only the 2nd type of medicinal pill. There's still the 3rd type of medicinal pill which had not been released, and it had already spellbounded virtually all of the influences in the state of Qin. This sort of situation was not something he hoped to see. Even though he had the explosive Yuan pill in his hands, Wn Donghai had 4 types of medicinal pills over here. Even if he could monopolize the explosive Yuan pill market in the future, he would also hold an absolute inferior position in the aspect of true qi returning pill and essence converting pill. Yi Yuan said smilingly, haha, don't need to worry, father. Only these fellows who can't tell good from bad will take this sort of defect good to be a treasure. Defect good? Yi Hang asked in surprise. This essence-converting pill indeed has the effects of raising cultivation realm. But its side effect isn't small either. Wn Donghai taking this stuff out is seriously just scamming people. Yi Yuan said. This essence-converting pill has side effects. This time, Yi Hang was even more surprised. That's right. After taking this essence-converting pill, the martial artist's meridians will suffer a certain degree of damage which will affect future cultivation speed. However, this sort of damage isn't obvious. Ordinary people can't detect it. But when it's time to impact the spirit condensation realm, their success rate will lower tremendously. Instead, it would be much lower than martial artists who cultivate up normally. Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan once spent his lifetime to research Tier 3 and below medicinal pills, and among medicinal pills, those with the greatest number of varieties and most widely used was naturally first-order medicinal pills. This essence-converting pill was basically something Yi Yuan left behind. He was naturally crystal clear on the medicinal effects of the essence-converting pill. Chapter 196, Unfurling the Map to Reveal the Dagger. Chapter 196, Unfurling the Map to Reveal the Dagger. If that's the case, then isn't Wn Donghai cheating people? Also, this sort of side effect, it will be discovered sooner or later, right? Yi Hang asked with a frown. Actually, this sort of side effect isn't much to those Noble family disciples. As long as they take some meridian recovery medicinal pills, it can completely be repaired. Or, taking medicinal pills which increases the success rate when impacting the spirit condensation realm also works. As long as they break through to the spirit condensation realm, the martial artist's body functions will have a huge improvement. These hidden dangers will naturally also be cleared up then. After all, it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill. A little side effect isn't insurmountable. Yi Yuan explained. When Yi Hang heard that, he said helplessly, "You said it so easily. External injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries are hard to get rid of. It's not that there are no meridians recovering medicinal pills, but each one of them is worth a fortune. It's likely even above this essence-converting pill. Calculating this way, the loss outweighs the gain. As for medicinal pills, which increases the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm, although I know many alchemists wish to refine them, but up till now, I've never seen them before. Yi Yuan gave a mysterious smile and said, if I guess correctly, this third type of medicinal pill is probably something that increases the success rate of spirit condensation realm. Heh, this pill haul planned really well. Yi Hang's face changed, and his gaze could not help SHI+Fting over to that not yet unveiled jade tray. If what Yi Yuan said was true, then this third kind of medicinal pill was going to be amazing. Such a medicinal pill was sufficient to shake the foundation of the imperial family, putting aside all the martial artists under the heavens. Just in the state of Qin, how many martial artists were stuck at the threshold of peak 9th level essence Qi realm, unable to break through? One could imagine just what kind of demand it would face once this sort of medicinal pill was released. Yi Hang himself knew that medicinal pills to assist in breaking through to the spirit condensation realm definitely existed. It was just that in this sort of place like the state of Qin, it simply did not have the capability to issue this kind of medicinal pills. However, Yi Hang also knew that Yi Yuan definitely knew the refinement method for this type of medicinal pills. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath and said, Yuana, it's all on you today. Don't worry, father. If I can't even get this done, then I would have wasted master's laborious effort. Yi Yuan said, perfectly composed and collected. Right at this time, an essence energy storm suddenly howled forth in the great hall. That martial artist testing the medicinal pill really broke through to the 8th level essence Qi realm. Marveling exclamations sounded out in the great hall. Haha, everyone has also seen the medicinal effects. There's no need for me to add on, right? Now, let's introduce the third type of medicinal pill. WN Donghai did not give much of an introduction about the essence-converting pill. He believed that the scene just now already gave everyone enough shock. He lifted the third jade tray and unveiled the red cloth to introduce. This third type of medicinal pill is today's denouement medicinal pill. This third type of medicinal pill is called Rising Spirit Pill. It can increase the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 20%. What? Increase the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 20%? Is there a mistake? There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill? Mana Lord WN. How much is this Rising Spirit Pill? I want to buy 10. Mana Lord WAN. I also want to purchase. The more, the better. Oh, right, and also the essence converting pill and true Qi returning pill, I also want. Everybody could not sit tight anymore. These three new kinds of medicinal pills launched by the Drunken Star Manor today simply subverted the knowledge of all the people sitting here. Even though many people sitting here were mentally prepared and knew that the new medicinal pills launched by the Drunken Star Manor today were not ordinary, they could not have imagined that it was so extraordinary. These people all left their seats in succession, encircling WN Donghai in the center, fighting to converse with WN Donghai. At this moment, nobody bothered with the Su family and the Nanfeng family contending for imperial authority. What they were concerned with was how to purchase the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills. They all knew that the Drunken Star Manor absolutely would not provide this sort of medicinal pills endlessly. With these three types of medicinal pills, what could the Nanfeng family use to hold the hearts of these aristocrats? Yi Yuan watched this scene and could not help sneering as he said, SNATC, hing so fervently for stuff weeded out by other people. A bunch of fellows who have not seen the world. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but the surrounding few people heard it loud and clear. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing were somewhat bewildered, but Yang Hao's and Su Yulin's facial expression totally changed. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of what you just said? You say that these medicinal pills were developed by others? Nanfeng Ruoqing asked curiously. Otherwise, with the likes of WN Donghai that NUMB can he invent this kind of medicinal pills? These medicinal pills are clearly formulas that he got from some other place, other than sect forces, What other places could possibly have these pill formulas? Furthermore, if these aren't pill formulas sifted out by the sect forces, you think that WN Donghai can get to see them? Would he dare to take over? Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Nanfeng Ruoqing mused over it. This was really the case. However, even if they were pill formulas eliminated by the sect, bringing it into the secular world was also sufficiently startling. With just these few pill formulas, the Su family could already overthrow the imperial family. If the imperial family lost the support of these big and small families, the Su family virtually did not need to make any moves, and they could take down the Nanfeng family without drawing blood. Humph. How much do you know about sect matters? Even if the pill formulas were eliminated by the sect, it's enough to stun the world. Yang Hao snorted coldly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders as if he was too lazy to dispute. Yang Hao's blow landing on cotton made him incredibly depressed. But at this time, Yi Hang could not sit still too. He was just about to go down when Yi Yuan held him back. Don't be anxious, father. WN Donghai hasn't finished executing his plays yet. Let him play first, Yi Yuan transmitted. En. What other means are there? In terms of scheming, Yi Hang was evidently inferior to WN Donghai. Haha, father will know when you continue watching, Yi Yuan said while smiling. WN Donghai was presently surrounded in the middle by people, but nobody really dared to get close to him. After all, he was a crystal formation realm expert. Even if he was an alchemist, these people dared not be UMP into him. However, the crowd was speaking incoherently, nearly drowning him in spittle. Stop making noise. Not a single one of these 3 types of medicinal pills will be sold to you all, WN Donghai suddenly shouted. What? Mana Lord WN, such incredible medicinal pills and you're not selling. Don't tell me that you want to watch a treasure mountain. That's right, Mana Lord WAN. You didn't organize this pill grading assembly just for us to covet it, right? WN Donghai waved his hands and said, everyone return to your seats. This WN has something major to discuss with everyone. When they heard it, their hearts jumped with a start, thinking to themselves, it's here. They were towed by WN Donghai just now, blindly fighting over the medicinal pills, and forgot about today's feast at Hong Gate. One now, seeing WN Donghai said that, it was most likely time to unfurl the map to reveal the dagger. Without any accident, WN Donghai was going to force them to make their position known. Everyone returned to their seats with ugly expressions, weighing out just how they should deal with this front today. Chapter 197. When watching a play, watch the entire show. Chapter 197. When watching a play, watch the entire show. Mana Lord WAN, speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to sell us these medicinal pills? At this time, an aristocrat spoke. It was very clear that these medicinal pills WN Donghai took out moved him greatly. However, his question also voiced out the words in everyone's hearts. WN Donghai gave a slight smile and slowly said, speaking of which, these few years, our state of Qin's national strength has always been leaning to the weak side. Among the tranquil Cloud 10 nations, we're already in the lower middle position. I wonder if after so many years, has anyone ever reflected on it? When the crowd heard that, they thought to themselves that it had indeed come. These words from WN Donghai were piercing criticisms. National strength growing weak, who was to be blamed? Couldn't have been their fault, right? Of course, it was the imperial family's fault. Many people's gaze SHI plus FTD over to Nanfeng lose direction. I keep feeling that our state of Qin's forces are too scattered and does not form an effective alliance. If we, these forces, can ally together to form a synergy, we can definitely make the state of Qin strong. Now, we have the essence gathering pill, true qi returning pill, essence converting pill, rising spirit pill, so many medicinal pills. It's enough to let even more martial artists grow stronger. Speaking up to here, WN Donghai paused for a bit. Sweeping his gaze one round across the entire great hall, he said loudly, therefore, I suggest to establish a state of Qin alchemy alliance. Integrate all the influences together to bring about an even stronger state of Qin. When WN Donghai's speech ended, Nanfeng Ruoqing could not hold back any longer. She immediately stood up and said furiously, "Wan Dong Hai, are you rebelling?" Towards Nanfeng Ruoqing's accusation, Wan Dong Hai was not overly surprised. He just smiled and said, "Why do you say that, eldest princess? I'm only saying to found an alchemy alliance to strengthen our state of Qin's power. Rather, as the imperial family, how many things have you done for the state of Qin these few years?" That's because Nanfeng Ruoqing did not know how to answer. It was an irrefutable fact that the imperial family was declining, not that the imperial family did not wish to grow stronger, but because the Su family's obstruction was too powerful. Nanfeng Yi was overly cautious in taking action, which resulted in the state of Qin's situation today. When it came down to it, the Su family was the main culprit. But this was an open secret. All in all, it was still because the imperial family themselves were not powerful enough. In this world, it had always been the strong who reigned supreme while the weak were destined to be eliminated. Because of what? Haha, eldest princess also can't say it yourself. Us, the subjects, provide taxes for the imperial family, leaving the imperial family without the need to care for necessities. But what have the imperial family brought us? These years, the country is prosperous, and the people are at peace. The citizens live a prosperous and contented life. Isn't this all thanks to the imperial family? Nanfeng Ruoqing said crossly. This was just peace on the surface. Even though we are people in the secular world, this is the world of martial artists. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the weak who are food while the strong feast. Other countries grow stronger while our state of Qin grows weaker. In the future, the outcome can only be being swallowed up by other countries. Eldest princess, tell me whether what I said is correct or not. Wan Dong Hai said with a cold smile. Nanfeng Ruoqing was speechless because what Wan Dong Hai said was the truth. However, the Nanfeng family was not doing nothing these few years. Why did Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro conceal their ident? One tie and cultivate in the Danwu Academy? That was for the rise of the Nanfeng family. Nanfeng Ruoqing's talent in the alchemy path was incomparable. She had the qualifications to enter the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago, but she had always stayed in the academy because she hoped to make the imperial family stronger through her effort. Why did Nanfeng Jiro train so desperately? She similarly wanted to let herself become strong to protect the Nanfeng family, to protect the state of Qin. However, the Su family pressed on at every step, and now, they finally revealed their fangs. Yet, the Nanfeng family had not matured yet. Everybody, as long as you join the alliance, we can enjoy the resources together. The merchants of the alchemy world can represent to sell the medicinal pills refined by the Drunken Star Manor. Families and martial artists who join the alliance can enjoy corresponding discounts when purchasing alliance medicinal pills according to their contribution level. I wonder if everyone is pleased with such conditions. Wan Dong Hai finally threw out a heavyweight bomb. The allure of these terms was not an ordinary kind of big. One could imagine, with the Drunken Star Manor possessing these 4 kinds of medicinal pills, they would hold a complete monopoly in the state of Qin in the future. If merchants in the alchemy world did not join the alliance, then they would not obtain the channel to get these medicinal pills. What awaited them was only one result: bankruptcy. Martial artists and family clans needed to nurture their own strength forces. Their requirements towards medicinal pills were extremely huge. Undeniably, the prices of these few medicinal pills would surely be very high. Especially the rising spirit pill. It would definitely be so high that it would be to quite a ridiculous extent. Even so, there would likely still be countless martial artists going after it in flock. Even though it only increased the success rate by 20%, how many martial artists were struck at this checkpoint in the entire state of Qin? There were many people who were only lacking just a 5% success rate, which made them unable to break through realms, resulting in years slipping by 20% success rate was enough to let many Essence Chi realm martial artists break through to the Spirit Condensation realm. Even those 9th level Essence Chi realm without any hopes of a breakthrough, wouldn't they wish to give it a shot? Hence, these 2 conditions thrown out by Wan Dong Hai was too alluring. However, many of these aristocrats were still quite fearful of the Nanfeng family. Many of them exchanged looks and whispered to one another, discussing countermeasures. Wn Donghai was not anxious either. He waited patiently for everyone's reply. Yi Hang was in a big hurry when he saw the situation and wanted to move out again, but was stopped by Yi Yuan again. "Father, such a lovely show, how can you not finish watching it? When watching a play, watch the full show." Yi Yuan transmitted. "Still watching? Continue watching, and they will all seek refuge from Wn Donghai and Su Yulin already. Of course we got to watch. Such an excellent opportunity. How can it do if we don't get a clear view of these people's faces? Of course, it doesn't matter to me, but the Nanfeng family will probably start a major cleansing after this incident, right? If we don't let Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing see clearly, how will they know who to clean off when the time comes?" Hearing Yi Yuan say this, Yi Hang finally calmed down. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became somewhat different. Yi Hang really did not imagine that his son had already grown up to such an extent. As a father, he was still looking at the things in front of him, but his son actually already saw the distant future. Looking back at it now, virtually every one of Yi Yuan's actions had deep meanings. Even he, his father, could not quite see through his own son anymore. Right then, someone finally made a sound. "Manor Lord Wan, my Wang family is willing to join the alliance." The one who spoke was precisely the Wang family's family head, Wang Jia. But he had just spoken when someone immediately voiced out criticism. "Wang Jia, you shameless thing. Your Wang family received imperial graciousness for generations, yet you're the first one to defect to the enemy today." The one who spoke was a family head who was diehard loyal to the imperial family. "Humph. A fine bird selects its tree. A good subject chooses whom to follow. Go ahead if you want to follow the Nanfeng family to die together," Wang Jia said brazenly. With Wang Jia stepping out here, it immediately acted like a fuse. There were scores of people expressing their standpoints. "My Lin family also joins the alliance. I, Song Taoge, joins the alliance." In moments, there were actually more than half of the family clans or influences who chose to join the alliance. Chapter 198, Yi Hang makes a move. Chapter 198, Yi Hang makes a move. You all. The imperial family has always been good to you. Is this how you repay us? Nanfeng Ruoqing was so infuriated by these unfeeling wolves that she was shaking. She really did not expect that the imperial family's painstaking efforts in peacetimes were actually unable to withstand this bit of temptation of benefits. Eldest princess, their joining of the alliance is also to strengthen the state of Qin. Why must you be like this? Wan Donghai said hypocritically. Humph. Don't get COC Kai, Wan Donghai. Imperial brother has long made preparations and won't let your wicked plans succeed. Su Yulin, at this time, are you still going to hide behind and watch the show? Isn't it also time to jump out? Nanfeng Ruoqing stared at Su Yulin icily. But Su Yulin was currently resting with his eyes shut with a completely apathetic appearance as he did not pay attention to Nanfeng Ruoqing. Wan Donghai faced the guests and said, "Since everyone agreed to join the alliance, it's now time to offer up a portion of strength for our great Qin." Everyone's faces froze as they had a bad feeling as if they had boarded a pirate SHI+P. However, these people were all wily spirits. Since they agreed to join this alliance, they obviously would not be naive enough to think that they could only enjoy the treatment and did not need to contribute. The price they had to pay was to have a decisive break from the Nanfeng family. The Nanfeng family held the imperial position for a long time, but failed to keep forging ahead. Today, our state of Qin is tottering, and about to fall into a crisis. This WAN feels that we should choose another wise ruler to lead our state of Qin onto the road to a powerful nation. Wan Donghai said loudly in clear voice. When he finished saying these words, everyone's gaze looked towards Su Yulin. The wise ruler in Wan Donghai's words was none other than Su Yulin. I feel that family head Su has an U.S. Trias reputation and his martial prowess is unparalleled. He can take the place of the Nanfeng family. Right then, a Su family's devotee opened his mouth to say, Nanfeng family, relinquish your position and abdicate. Family head Su succeeds the rule. Right away, these aristocrats were chiming in together, angering Nanfeng Ruoqing until her lovely body was trembling while Nanfeng Lu's face turned green. Compared to the other party, the imperial family's momentum over here was clearly much weaker. Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly thought of something as she looked towards Yi Hang and Sun with an unkind face. This father and son pair were too quiet. They had actually yet to make a sound until now. Before coming, imperial brother already made it clear that today, Yi Hang would be standing on the imperial family's side. But until now, there was no movement from Yi Hang at all. It was fine if there was nothing for Yi Hang, but with Yi Yuan and her relations. Hi+P, could it be that he was going to watch helplessly as the imperial family was overthrown? Yi Yuan clearly also noticed Nanfeng Ruoqing's gaze and could not help flass. Hi+ing a smile as he stood up to say in a clear voice, "Isn't today the pill grading assembly? Manor Lord Wan, why did you make everyone digress from the topic?" Yi Yuan's voice was released using essence energy, and it immediately blanketed everyone's voice. Seeing that Yi Yuan made his speech, Su Yulin, Yang Hao, and the others' heart involuntarily shook. They thought to themselves, "It's coming." What they feared today here were not Nanfeng Lu and niece, but Yi Hang and Sun pair. Yet until now, these two people had not even said a word. This was very abnormal. If Yi Hang had given up on the imperial family long ago, then he should not have appeared here today. But he arrived, and yet, did not speak nor cause trouble, allowing the pill grading assembly progress until now. This left them somewhat scratching their heads in puzzlement. Wan Donghai was currently pleased with himself when he heard Yi Yuan's unharmonious voice and instantaneously felt annoyed. "Yi Yuan, did you jump out at this time to be a clown? Everyone is already clear on the medicinal pills launched by our drunken star manor." The pill grading assembly also naturally came to a conclusion here, Wan Donghai said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan came to a state of realization when he heard that. "So, it's only these few medicinal pills? I thought that it was some kind of incredible grand meat. Just these few trash pills and Manor Lord Wan also dares to take them out to showcase? Seriously unabashed to the limit. Haha, listening to the meaning of your words, does the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion have even better medicinal pills than these few types?" Wan Donghai asked in laughter. He did not believe that Yi Hang had some trump card in his hands. Or else, why would he wait until now? If he left seclusion a few days later, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion itself would have closed down. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Yi Hang went forward and said, "The pill grading assembly this time is also a grand meat hard to come by in a decade. Manor Lord Wan exhibited their drunken star manners several types of new medicinal pills just now to let us widen our horizons. But curiously enough, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion also developed several new types of medicinal pills recently. Just in time to borrow this pill grading assembly to let everyone appraise it." "Ha ha ha. I heard that you were in a retreat for over a month. It wasn't to develop new medicinal pills, right? I really want to see just what kind of new medicinal pills Pavilion Lord Yi developed in this 1 month. However, Pavilion Lord Yi's big talk is already said. In a while, it would not be easy to wind it up." Wan Donghai said. Yi Hang said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that. Fineness." Hi+ing, Yi Hang surveyed the surroundings and asked, "I wonder if there's any Essence Chi realm martial artist present who just happens to be stuck at a bottleneck, about to break through?" This question from Yi Hang made those aristocrats unable to refrain from exchanging glances. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that these new medicinal pills developed by Yi Hang could also break through one realm unconditionally? But finding those martial artists stuck at a bottleneck, this sort of medicinal pill did not seem to have too much of a purpose. After all, it was not as difficult as imagined for Essence Chi realm martial artists to break through cultivation realms. As long as they used Essence Chi pills or Essence Gathering pills, they could push past the bottleneck no matter what. A middle-aged man opened his mouth to say, "Pavilion Lord Yi, my son is stuck at the 6th level Essence Chi realm bottleneck. He told me that he's only short of that last bit, but kept failing to find the opportunity." This family head was surnamed Huang. His name was Huang Hui. His son was called Huang Xian. Many of those present brought along their younger generations. Such an occasion had absolutely enormous benefits towards the growth of the younger generations. They obviously would not let go of this chance to educate the juniors. Huang Hui brought his son in front of Yi Hang and said with clasped hands, "Pavilion Lord Yi wants to test medicinal pills, right? I wonder if my son fulfills this criterion." Yi Hang swept a glance over Huang Xian and said with a smile, "Not bad, 16 years old, peak 6th level essence Qi realm. Family head Huang has a worthy successor. Haha, these words from Pavilion Lord Yi overwhelms me. Compared to your family's Yi Yuan, my son is far too lacking," Huang Hui said with a smile. Huang Xian was also a student of the Dan Wu Academy. Huang Hui had more or less heard his son mention Yi Yuan's performance in the academy. Even if he did not hear before, Yi Yuan's second-level spirit condensation realm cultivation was also plenty to leave Huang Xian far behind in the dust. Yi Hang gave a light smile and did not express any opinion. Yi Yuan's excellence no longer required other people's commendations. "Family head Huang, letting your son test the medicine, aren't you afraid that this medicinal pill of mine has any side effects?" "I believe in Pavilion Lord Yi." Huang Hui only said this one sentence. "All right. Since that's the case, let your son swallow this medicinal pill, and let us witness the effects." Yi Hang put his hand out. The medicinal pill held in it was precisely the explosive Yuan pill. Huang Hui reached out to receive it and pares, said it over to Huang Xian, saying calmly, "Xiana, take it." "Yes, father." Huang Xian actually did not have the slightest hesitation. He directly swallowed the explosive Yuan pill and started to circulate his powers to refine the medicinal strength. Several dozen breaths later, an essence energy storm howled inside the Great Hall once again. Chapter 199, Medicinal Effect of the Explosive Yuan Pill. Chapter 199, Medicinal Effect of the Explosive Yuan Pill. 7th Level Essence Qi Realm. After Huang Xian consumed the explosive Yuan pill, he directly broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm. The effect was the best when consuming the explosive Yuan pill for the very first time. Hence, Huang Xian directly burst through this minor stage bottleneck. However, this did not cause too much of a stir. With the earlier example of the essence converting pill, everyone was not too surprised by this scene. "Yi Hang, the medicinal pill you devoted yourself to researching for a month was this? Are you thinking of using this sort of trash medicinal pill to defeat me?" Wan Donghai sneered incessantly. This Yi Hang entered closed seclusion for a month, closed until he became stupid, right? Did he exit seclusion to be funny? Although this medicinal pill was not bad, compared to the essence converting pill, it was far too lacking, right? That martial artist just now only just broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm not long ago. The essence converting pill forcefully raised him up by a minor realm. And this medicinal pill Yi Hang took out needed to pick an Essence Qi realm martial artist on the verge of breaking through. In contrast, it was way inferior. The other guests' thoughts were about the same as Wan Donghai's. Towards Wan Donghai's mocking, Yi Hang turned a deaf ear to it and did not explain anything either. "Yi Hang, if you feel that causing trouble like this has any effects, then you're too naive. Don't you know that the Hi plus your medicinal pill is, the more it showcases the irreplaceability of my medicinal pill?" Wan Donghai continued to reprove him. "Too amazing. Simply incredible. This medicinal pill is simply inconceivable." Right then, Huang Xian, who meditated to break through, finally awoken, and his first reaction after waking was a shock-filled face. Towards Huang Xian's exclaim, everyone was somewhat uncertain. Wasn't it just breaking through a minor realm? What's amazing about it? Just now, Huang Hui himself said that Huang Xian had already touched upon the threshold of the 7th level Essence Qi realm, only a step away from reaching the door. This medicinal pill might have randomly caused him to break through. Was there a need to be so surprised? Huang Hui was also unsure and asked his son, "Xiana, what's so inconceivable about this medicinal pill? You seem to be on the verge of breaking through anyway, right?" Huang Xian nodded and said, "I was indeed about to break through, father." But I was ultimately unable to burst past the threshold of 7th level Essence Chi realm. But just now, after I consumed the medicinal pill granted by Honorable Uncle Yi, the breakthrough happened immediately without any extra effort. I've never seen before such an incredible cultivation medicinal pill. The medicinal effects of this medicinal pill are at least 3 times of the essence gathering pill. Huang Xian was clearly very agitated. The impact that the explosive yuan pill gave him was too big. What? What did you say? This isn't a medicinal pill to aid in breaking through realms. It's just an ordinary cultivation medicinal pill? Huang Hui asked in shock. That's right. The medicinal pill I consumed just now was the same as the Essence Chi pill and Essence Gathering pill. They are medicinal pills used in cultivation. However, this is no ordinary cultivation medicinal pill, Huang Xian corrected. Huang Hui and Sun's conversation finally aroused the guests present here. Everyone started to call into question one after another. Everybody only knew now that this type of medicinal pill Yi Hang took out was simply not targeting at the essence converting pill, but directed towards the essence gathering pill. If this type of medicinal pill really had the medicinal effects stated by Huang Xian, then forget about selling the essence gathering pill. The medicinal effects of the essence gathering pill were only 50% more than the essence chi pill, while the medicinal effects of the explosive yuan pill were 3 times of the essence gathering pill. The disparity was too great. Cultivation medicinal pill? How is this possible? Consuming a cultivation medicinal pill and you can burst through a minor stage bottleneck? What medicinal pill is so sick? The Huang family didn't collude with Yi Hang, right? Consuming a cultivation medicinal pill and you can break through realms. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yi Hang, even if you want to act, at least act a little more professionally, alright? This kind of shoddy drama, do you think that everyone is an idiot? Wn Donghai said with a cold smile. When he heard Huang Xian and his father's conversation just now, Wn Donghai was also impossibly shocked. But he came around very quickly. It looked like Yi Hang was really at his wit's end, even this sort of retar dead drama play was used. Yi Hang did not explain anything. He just took out several pill bottles and placed them on the table. Inside were filled with medicinal pills. I have 20 explosive yuan pills here. You guys choose 20 Essence Chi realm martial artists to come out. I'll give each of them 1 each. How the medicinal effects are, what I say doesn't count. Only what they say matters. Wn Donghai, if you aren't assured, you choose the people yourself. Yi Hang said nonchalantly. Seeing Yi Hang so calm and collected, Wn Donghai was not so composed anymore. Could it be that this medicinal pill really had such heaven-defying effects? This was impossible. How could there be a cultivation medicinal pill with medicinal effects 3 times more than the essence gathering pill? Fine. Since you want to play, then I'll follow you all the way. I want to see just whether or not this explosive yuan pill or something is really so miraculous, Wn Donghai said coldly. Very soon, Wn Donghai picked out 20 Essence Chi realm martial artists. There was even quite a number whose cultivation had reached the bottleneck among them. These 20 Essence Chi realm martial artists were all juniors of the family clans or influences that joined the alliance. Among them, there were even half who were dead loyal to the Wn family and Su family. Wn Donghai felt that this was a bit more reliable. Yi Hang did not say anything else. He just issued an explosive yuan pill to each person. After these Essence Chi realm martial artists consumed the pill, they sat down individually to meditate and refine the medicinal strength. Then, everyone's focus was gathered on these 20 martial artists. Whether Huang Xian's words were true or not, it could be seen in a while. After several dozen breaths Pares said, there was no movement from these Essence Chi realm martial artists. Seeing this scene, Wn Donghai was even more certain that the scene just now was simply a 2-party act performed by Yi Hang and the Huang family father and son. In a twinkle, several more dozen breaths Pares said, and suddenly, an essence energy storm howled inside the great hall again. Su Yulin's, Yang Hao's, and Wn Donghai's face involuntarily changed. Somebody broke through. 10 breaths later, another essence energy storm raged around. Another Essence Chi realm martial artist broke through. Then, there were people breaking through non-stop. The Essence Chi realm martial artists that were chosen just now, as long as they were at the bottleneck, all of them would break through. Without waiting for these martial artists to finish refining, WN Donghai grabbed hold of a junior who already broke through and asked impatiently, "Quickly tell me, is this explosive yuan pill a cultivation medicinal pill or not?" That junior's facial expression did not look too good. He did not know how to answer. He knew that he was on the Su family's side, but was he going to admit the explosive yuan pill was a cultivation medicinal pill? You just have to tell the truth. Is it or not? WAN Donghai said solemnly. Cultivation medicinal pills were very easy to identify. It could not be refuted just by these 20 people saying no. Lying did not hold any meaning at all. Yes. WN Donghai's heart fell, and he tossed this junior aside. Grabbing another person, he asked, "You answer, yes or no? This is indeed cultivation medicinal pill. How is this possible? How can this be possible?" WN Donghai muttered to himself, appearing somewhat battered out of his senses. From today onwards, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will officially start selling the explosive yuan pill. The selling price of the explosive yuan pill is only 20% higher than the base price of the former Essence Chi pill. Those who want to can go and place an order at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion after the pill grading assembly end. Yi Hang said calmly. Chapter 200, Explosive Situation. Chapter 200, Explosive Situation. Only 20% higher than the Essence Chi pill? Doesn't that mean that it's even cheaper than the Essence Gathering pill? Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill is actually even cheaper than the Essence Gathering pill. Yi Hang isn't joking, right? Hihi, this is a compa. Cyanate business. I really don't know how much black-hearted money the Drunken Star Manor earned using this Essence Gathering pill. Yi Hang's words instantly blew up the whole audience. This period of time, the Drunken Star Manor relied on the Essence Gathering pill to haul in quite a bit of money. Although the effects of the Essence Gathering pill was only 50% higher than the Essence Chi pill, its fixed price was twice of the Essence Chi pill. Even though everybody knew that this price was too high, for martial artists, time was money. As long as they had the capabilities to bear the burden, they basically bought quite a number of Essence Gathering pills from the Drunken Star Manor to provide for the family's juniors to cultivate. But now, Yi Hang said that the fixed price of the explosive yuan pill was only 20% higher than the Essence Chi pill. Wasn't this a blatant face-smacking? Those present were wily spirits. They were all quite clear on what this explosive yuan pill meant. Explosive yuan pill was absolutely an epoch-making medicinal pill. This sort of epoch-making medicinal pill's fixed price was actually so low. Who would come to the Drunken Star Manor to purchase Essence Gathering pills? This move by Yi Hang was ruthless. It directly forced WN Donghai all the way into the corner of the wall. WN Donghai was so angry that his face turned green. His gaze when looking at Yi Hang was filled with killing intent. This way, who would come to the Drunken Star Manor to purchase Essence Gathering pills? Humph. Everyone listen well. Whoever goes to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to place an order for the explosive yuan pill will be removed from the Alliance and placed directly inside the Alliance's blacklist. Influences who enter the blacklist can forget about buying a single medicinal pill from the Alliance. WN Donghai said with a cold snort. WN Donghai's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguished. Plussing these people's enthusiasm. Yi Hang was ruthless. WN Donghai was even more vicious than him. Yi Hang only had explosive yuan pill, this one type of medicinal pill, but WN Donghai launched 3 new types of medicinal pills today. And these medicinal pills were all medicinal pills necessary for cultivation. Who would dare say that they would not use it in the future? Heh. Manor Lord WN seems to be very confident in your medicinal pills. Do you feel that everyone have to purchase your medicinal pills? Yi Yuan suddenly sounded out. WN Donghai said with a cold smile, "Isn't that so? Don't tell me you guys can still take out medicinal pills even more amazing than these 3 types of medicinal pills?" Just as Yi Yuan said, these 3 types of medicinal pills were sifted out from the Tranquil Cloud sect. But Yi Yuan had not even entered the sect yet. Could he even know about those new medicinal pills? Yi Yuan chuckled, and a pill bottle appeared in his hand. The medicinal pills inside this pill bottle can double essence energy recovery. Finest. HI+ing, Yi Yuan took out another pill bottle and said, "This can raise a minor realm for essence chi realms unconditionally and completely without any side effect. That whatever essence converting pill is nothing but an incomplete product. How dare you have the nerve to use this kind of trash to scam people?" Following that, Yi Yuan took out a third pill bottle and said, "The medicinal pills inside here can raise the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 40%. Well, who's good and who's lousy, there isn't a need for me to say it, right? Now, do you still feel that those junk of yours are very useful?" Yi Yuan introduced 3 types of medicinal pills in one breath. With each speech, WN Donghai's face darkened a degree. If the medicinal pills within these pill bottles were truly as Yi Yuan said, wouldn't him hosting this pill grading assembly today become a joke? Not just WN Donghai, the faces of everyone present were filled with astonishment. WN Donghai's introduction just now already subverted their understanding. True Qi returning pill, essence converting pill, and rising spirit pill. Each type of medicinal pill was ample to alter the setup of the state of Qin. But then, Yi Yuan casually took out 3 types of medicinal pills and directly knocked down those 3 types of medicinal pills. Compared to Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, the medicinal pills launched by WN Donghai was basically garbage. What a joke. You think that by casually taking out some medicinal pills, you can say that it's better than mine? If these are the medicinal pills prepared by your fragrant medicine pavilion, then this is also too targeted at us, right? Before today, nobody even knew what kind of medicinal pills would be launched at the pill grading assembly, WN Donghai said in a low voice. "I knew that you wouldn't give up until all hope is lost." Yi Yuan gave a cold SN. 1GGER, took out a medicinal pill from the third pill bottle, and directly threw it to Yang Hao. "Senior apprentice brother Yang, I wonder how is this medicinal pill of mine when compared to the medicinal pills developed by the sect for impacting the spirit condensation realm?" Yang Hao reached out to receive the medicinal pill. A bout of herbal fragrance entered the nose. After sizing it up carefully, Yang Hao's face involuntarily changed drastically. "Yi Yuan, where did you steal this true rising spirit pill from?" Yang Hao questioned. From Yang Hao's reaction, everyone knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. At this point, those people who happily joined the State of Qin's Alchemy Alliance were currently so full of regrets that their intestines turned green. If they knew beforehand that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion would deal this kind of massive counterattack, why would they join this lousy alliance? No wonder Yi Hang and Sun watched WN Donghai's performance leisurely and calmly. They were just watching a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Turns out that the sect calls this true rising spirit pill her. Rather fitting. However, don't casually slander fellow disciples, senior apprentice brother Yang. I haven't even been to the sect, where did the word steal come from? This medicinal pill is refined by myself. If senior apprentice brother Yang don't believe, want me to refine one for you on the spot?" Yang Hao fixed onto Yi Yuan's eyes, trying to see something. But he discovered that Yi Yuan's eyes were very calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. Yi Yuan obviously did not have a guilty conscience. Before coming, Yi Yuan had long predicted the current situation. He refined a round of some commonly used Tier 1 medicinal pills and brought over a pile of medicinal pills. No matter what kind of medicinal pills WN Donghai brought out today, Yi Yuan would completely crush him. This was still because Yi Yuan did not wish to be overly startling, which was why he only took out some medicinal pills that were inferior by a grade. If Yi Yuan took out the type of medicinal pills like the Spirit Surge pill, he reckoned that before long, the sect leader of the Tranquil Cloud sect would head over here personally. Yi Yuan estimated that with the Tranquil Cloud sect's level, it was roughly the standard of the true rising spirit pill. That was why he took out these medicinal pills. Humph. Yi Yuan, don't get complacent too early. These few medicinal pills are very important to the sect, and now, you actually took them out in the secular world. After returning to the sect, I'll definitely report to the upper echelons. You better think about how to face the interrogation from the upper echelons after entering the sect now. Now, are you going to surrender without resistance, or are you waiting for me to take you down? Yang Hao said with a cold smile. When Yang Hao said this, the entire great hall instantly cooled down. Su Yulin, who had his eyes shut to rest his mind this whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. Radiant light shone in all directions. Whoa, can't win in alchemy and decided to switch to fighting her? Senior apprentice brother Yang, I know that you were very unresigned with your loss that day. Thinking to take me down a peg on the martial path today, right? Hehe, if you have the capabilities, just come at me and try. Yi Yuan's degenerate look seemed to be completely clueless about the gradually tensing situation. Right at this time, the 4 crystal formation realm powerhouses in the Great Hall were already tightly wound up. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. Chapter 201. Who dares to touch my Yuan? Chapter 201. Who dares to touch my Yuan? Truly the ignorant is fearless. You aren't thinking that because I'm an alchemist, my combat power is subpar, right? Today, I'm going to teach you just what kind of strength sect core disciples have. Yang Hao said frostily. Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, I say, you're annoying. Are the martial arts of core disciples all on lip service? You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Yang Hao already had enough of Yi Yuan's provocation and could not hold back any longer. He made his move. Great thousand-leaf hand. Yang Hao cried out in a low voice. A palm created illusions of countless palms, smacking towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yang Hao make a move, everyone was secretly shocked. Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple's strength is indeed fathomless. This great thousand-leaf hand is a superior grade Tier 2 technique, right? It has actually been cultivated to such a level by him. This move, I'm afraid that none of us spirit condensation realm martial artists can receive it. I really dare not believe that this was unleashed by a youth who is not yet 20 years old. Isn't he an alchemist? His martial path prowess is also so formidable. This time, Yi Yuan is in danger. He is only 2nd level spirit condensation realm, way too weaker than Yang Hao. This move by Yang Hao quelled everybody. Among these people, the majority of them were spirit condensation realm martial artists, and there were even quite a number of peak 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artists. But when they asked themselves, they would also find it very difficult to gain an edge when facing this move from Yang Hao. The present Yang Hao was akin to transforming into a 1,000-hand bodhisattva. Heaven-cleaving and earth-covering palms blotted Yi Yuan out. But Yi Yuan just looked at Yang Hao smilingly without any intention of making a move. Yang Hao came forth in a threatening manner and came prepared to deliver a blow which would heavily injure Yi Yuan. But he had yet to approach Yi Yuan when an extremely powerful aura surged face-on, stagnating all of his movement. Yi Hang, your opponent is me. What kind of capabilities is acting in the way of the strong bullying the weak? This crystal formation realm aura was precisely released by Yi Hang, but Wn Donghai naturally would not leave it unchecked. He also charged at Yi Hang right away. Yi Hang gave a cold chuckle. His essence energy suddenly erupted, his entire being becoming like a blazing fire. Violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Hang waved a single hand. A fire dragon formed out of essence energy headed for Wn Donghai. Wn Donghai's face turned ashen. With his crystal formation realm strength, he actually had a feeling that it could not be overcome with force. In a hurry, Wn Donghai forcefully revolved his movement technique and barely evaded this blow from Yi Hang. However, although he avoided this attack, Wn Donghai appeared very ragged. He was brushed by the fire dragon, burning a large hole. At the same time, on the other side, this great thousand-leaf hand from Yang Hao was filled with boundless majesty. But with a mere flick of a sleeve from Yi Hang, a burst of incomparably powerful wind carried him to the side. With a crash, Yang Hao's body slammed onto a table, scattering the food items on the table all over the floor. Yi Hang making his move stunned everyone with his technique. You're actually already at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Wn Donghai was immensely shocked. A few days of not seeing him and Yi Hang actually already broke through to 2nd level crystal formation realm. Not just that, his battle power was also not on the same level as before. That fire dragon move just now was so powerful that Wn Donghai did not even dare to clash against it. This move, Violent Blaze Transforming Dragon, was precisely the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art's Mortal Chapter's third accompanying martial technique. Its might was extremely powerful. Yi Hang had only just comprehended a modic of it. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as Wn Donghai getting a hole in his clothes earlier. Yang Hao crawled up from the ground, his entire body stained with grease, looking very scruffy. He pointed at Yi Hang and bellowed in rage. You dare to make a move against a sect core disciple. This is provoking my tranquil cloud sect. I think that you're tired of living, right? Yi Hang was expressionless as he said, if you're not a sect disciple, you would already be a corpse right now. Whoever dares to touch my Yuana has to be prepared to receive my wrath. Yi Hang said these words with a vast killing intent. Coupled with his somewhat rugged outer appearance, it was truly overbearing. You dare to provoke the sect for your son? Yi Hang, I'll report today's matter as it is to the sect. You just wait. Yang Hao threatened. You can also represent the Tranquil Cloud sect with the likes of you? What a joke. Yuana is about to become a sect disciple. Compared to him, you're far off. I don't believe that the sect will deal with a genuine genius for a mediocre talent like you. Yi Hang struck mercilessly. Hearing Yi Hang's words, many people were secretly dumbfounded. They thought to themselves that this Yi Hang was indeed domineering. They knew that Yi Hang was famous for being protective of his son, but they did not think that he actually even dared to offend sect disciples for Yi Yuan. Yang Hao was so infuriated by Yi Hang that he was smoking from his orifices. As a sect core disciple, his ident. One Tai was incomparably exalted in the secular world. Even if the ruler of a country were to meet him, they would be reserved and respectful. But Yi Hang did not give him any face at all. Good. Very good. Yi Hang, you will pay the price for today's actions. Yang Hao gritted his teeth and said. At this time, Su Yulin, who had been silent the whole time, finally voiced out. I really did not think that my greatest opponent today was actually you, Yi Hang. However, Yi Yuan must die today no matter what. Humph. Just bring it on. Want to touch my Yuano? Not unless you step over my dead body, Yi Hang said with an icy snort. Is that so? No need to step over your corpse. There will be someone to deal with you. Second brother, you go and kill Yi Yuan. Leave Yi Hang to me. I'll hold him. Wn Donghai, you go and handle Nanfeng Lu. Everyone listen up. As long as you follow me, Su Yulin, in the future, you will enjoy endless riches and glory. As long as you kill Nanfeng Lu and his niece, I'll confer you a different surnamed princes. HI+P. Attack. Su Yulin gave a loud cry, finally shattering the controlled situation. He originally wanted to control these aristocrats through medicinal pills, taking down the Yi family father and son, and the Nanfeng family without any bloodshed. He did not think that it would be completely ruined by Yi Yuan. The Su family already pulled in quite a number of forces after these few years of painstaking planning. Removing those who were neutral, they would basically be evenly matched with the Nanfeng family. Over at Nanfeng Yi's side, he already arranged a backup plan. As long as they took down Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing, the overall situation would be fixed. However, Yi Yuan must die. Because it was highly likely that Su Yishan died in Yi Yuan's hands. Su Yishan was the son most highly regarded by Su Yulin. In order to nurture Su Yishan, Su Yulin expended a great deal of effort. But Su Yishan had not even grown up yet before dying in Yi Yuan's hands. He would not let Yi Yuan go no matter what. Even if Yi Yuan presently already had core disciple ident. One Tai, he still had not entered the sect yet. As long as there was Su Yuting mediating things in between, he believed that the sect should not blame him too much. After all, a dead genius was no longer a genius. A powerful aura was released, and Yi Hang's face changed due to that. This Su Yulin actually also broke through to the second-level crystal formation realm. This time, it was quite troublesome. Su Yulin and Wn Donghai were different. He was a pure martial artist with plentiful combat experiences. This was truly something unexpected. Chapter 202, Essence Energy Ignition. Chapter 202, Essence Energy Ignition. Yi Hang and Su Yulin Partic. 1P aided in the pill grading assembly, but in order not to draw attention, they deliberately suppressed their aura. Now that it abruptly erupted, the shock it brought everyone could be imagined. However, while Yi Hang was stunned by Su Yulin's breakthrough, how was Su Yulin not surprised by Yi Hang's breakthrough? Su Yulin originally thought that with his second-level crystal formation realm strength, it was sufficient to take control of today's situation. But he did not think that Yi Hang, this variable, would pop out. Furthermore, from Yi Hang's attack just now, it could be seen that his combat power was not as weak as the average alchemist. Therefore, he did not talk nonsense like saying stepping over Yi Hang's corpse to kill Yi Yuan, but gave this task to Su Yubai. Yi Yuan, you didn't imagine that you're ultimately still going to die in my hands, right? Today, I'm going to use your fresh blood to hold a memorial for Su Ishan's spirit in heaven, Su Yubai said coldly. You're overthinking it. That time in the academy was your one and only chance. Once you missed it, there won't be that chance ever again, Yi Yuan said coolly. Is that so? If you include me, Yang Hao said. Your opponent is me. Yi Yuan, are you okay with dealing with Su Yubai? Nanfeng Ruoqing blocked Yang Hao and asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. No matter what, Su Yubai was a half-step crystal formation realm. His strength was way higher than Yi Yuan. Piece of cake, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Humph. Blind, reckless fool. Go and die. Su Yubai attacked Yi Yuan with the force of a thunderbolt. Yi Hang's face turned cold. He was just about to move to stop it when Su Yulin rushed over. Helpless, Yi Hang could only turn around and match up with Su Yulin. Yuana, you be careful. After father settles Su Yulin, I'll come to save you. Yi Hang only had the time to throw Yi Yuan one sentence. Father only managed to deal with Su Yulin. It isn't so easy for this old thing to want to kill me. Yi Yuan also threw down a sentence. Activating Spirit Void Shattering SPACE, he drifted to dodge Su Yubai's attack. At this moment, the entire Great Hall was already in great confusion. Both parties had completely sunk into a chaotic fight. However, what determined the final fighting outcome was still the matchup among the Crystal Formation realm martial artist. As long as victory and defeat were determined between Yi Hang and Su Yulin, the scales of victory will tip towards the winning side. Su Yubai's move missed, and he said with a cold sneer, trying to rely on movement techniques to shake me off. Naive. Aren't you aware that half-step crystal formation realm can train in Tier 3 martial techniques? Tranquil soul step. Su Yubai gave a low cry, and his body actually vanished in thin air. Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle. A thick, bone-piercing killing intent from the back. Without even thinking, he revolved the 9-sword stance. 9 Yi Yuans appeared at the same time. Boom. The floor of the Great Hall was sent flying by Su Yubai's palm. Yi Yuan barely avoided this attack. Humph. This move again. You really think that I can't do anything about you? Su Yubai snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared once more. Heaven flipping palm, overturning heaven and earth. Go to HELL. Su Yubai's figure appeared on Yi Yuan's flank this time, but the move became a large area of effect attack. Places where the palm wind swept through became bare. Forget about Yi Yuan only having 9 silhouettes, even if there were 18 phantoms, they would also be struck by Su Yubai. Even though the power was not as great as before, it still left Yi Yuan's 9 silhouettes nowhere to hide. Overturning heaven and earth was the heaven flipping palm's ultimate move. It could only be executed after training to Great Circle rank. Su Yubai had already gradually progressed this move for several decades. Executing it was effortless. An enormous sense of danger came from the front. Careful, Yuana. Although Yi Hang was in a great battle with Su Yulin, he was ultimately unable to set his mind at ease about Yi Yuan's side. While he knew that his son was no longer the person he was, compared to Su Yubai, his cultivation realm was too low in the end. Humph. You'd better worry about yourself. Su Yulin attacked with a palm, forcing Yi Hang to the point where his hands and feet were in a flurry. Yi Yuan already had nowhere to avoid this attack. Essence energy ignition, 9-sword stance. Rumble. Right then, Yi Yuan's body was like it was immolating. The essence energy in his entire body was seething. At this moment, Yi Yuan actually did not dodge but activated the 9-sword stance at full power. Rapidly, 9 streaks of sword beams fired out chaotically towards Su Yubai. Su Yubai was still immersed in the thrill of victory earlier, but now, his face changed greatly. 9 streaks of horrifying to the extreme sword beams actually said through his palm wind just like that, shooting over swiftly. Boom. 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 Kai. 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 Yi Yuan took a palm from Su Yubai solidly, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. Su Yubai would never have thought that Yi Yuan would use this kind of internecine fighting method. Currently, he wanted to display his movement technique, but it was already too late. Su Yubai could only dodge on the spot. However, these 9 streaks of sword light were incomparably dense. How could it be easy for him to dodge all of it? A severed arm suddenly flew up. Yi Yuan's sword beam actually shaved off one of Su Yubai's arm. Su Yubai barely managed to evade 8 streaks of sword beams, but was unable to dodge this 9th sword beam. He utilized all the essence energy in his body to defend against this streak of sword beam, but this sword beam disregarded his half-step crystal formation realm essence energy protection, chopping off one of his arms like breaking a dead branch from a tree. Ah! A miserable cry echoed out. Su Yubai was in an agonizing pain. Yuana. Yi Hang clearly saw just now that Yi Yuan was sent flying. Forcing Su Yulin back with a palm, he wanted to free himself to go over. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Hang on, second brother. I'll come right away after taking care of Yi Hang. Su Yulin latched onto Yi Hang persistently and did not have the intention of bothering with Su Yubai. Yi Hang was originally in the weaker position when facing Su Yulin. With Su Yulin entangling with him and not letting him go, Yi Hang essentially could not shake him off. Go to Hell, Su Yulin. Being pestered by Su Yulin, Yi Hang was worried about Yi Yuan's safety. Each move executed was a suicidal fighting style and actually suppressed Su Yulin for a moment. Ah! My arm. Why? I clearly activated essence energy protection. Why was it still like this? Su Yubai could not understand how could an attack unleashed by a second-level spirit condensation realm possibly directly disregard his essence energy SHI plus ELD? That was just one streak of sword light. How could a sword beam fired out by a second-level spirit condensation realm possibly sever a half-step crystal formation realm's arm directly? He did not know that when Yi Yuan released the 9-sword stance earlier, he used the complementing martial technique for the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art, Mortal Chapter's second skill, Essence Energy Ignition. Essence Energy Ignition was not some amazing skill. Its specialty was to increase the might of martial techniques, causing the martial techniques unleashed by a martial artist to increase in power several times over. The 9-sword stance was originally an extremely powerful martial technique, even though it was limited by Yi Yuan's realm and could not unleash its true power. But after the might of the 9-sword stance was increased multiple times, it was sufficient to kill the half-step crystal formation realm Su Yubai. Su Yubai should be thankful that this streak of sword light did not hit his vital points. Or else, it would not just be a severed arm right now. Ah! Yi Yuan. I'm going to kill you. Go die. Su Yubai went berserk. Chapter 203, Unexpected Interference. Chapter 203, Unexpected Interference. Everyone was dumbfounded. A second-level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realms match. The result was actually both suffering a loss. What the hell? How can Yi Yuan be so strong? Su Yubai is a veteran half-step crystal formation realm expert. He actually had an arm chopped off directly. Yeah. A second-level spirit condensation realm junior could actually defeat a half-step crystal formation realm in a few rounds. Is this a joke? Is this really that trashy Yuan? He clearly did not even have a penny to his name not long ago, and now, he can actually already stand on the same level together with us, the older generation. Everyone was speechless with shock. At Yi Yuan's age, he should be forming ties with their sons and nephews in the same generation. But now, They had to admit that Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from their sons and nephews. Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to threaten, even kill some of them, the senior generation expert. To think that a 15-year-old youth was already on the same level as them. These people felt rather peculiar, but even more so, their inadequacy. What a fine son Yi Hang gave birth to. Many people sighed emotionally in their hearts. After Yi Yuan hit the ground, with a pewalk, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He forcefully took a hit from the palm wind. All of his organs were currently in turmoil, all of them SHI plus FTED places. Luckily, Su Yubai scattered the palm strength in order to hit him. Otherwise, the full power attack from a half-step crystal formation realm, even if it was the palm wind, was also not something that the current Yi Yuan could withstand. Without the slightest hesitation, after hitting the ground, Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill to swallow and started healing his injuries. However, he did not dare to meditate to recuperate. This was a battlefield right now. If somebody were to seize the opportunity to give him a blow, he would be screwed. "I'm going to kill you, Yi Yuan." Su Yubai's roar shook until the roof nearly collapsed. It was evident just how furious he was at the moment. Su Yubai temporarily used essence energy to seal the wound and directly charged towards Yi Yuan. Su Yubai was only missing an arm, which did not affect his movement. But Yi Yuan was presently heavily wounded. It was impossible for the circulation of essence energy to be as smooth as before. However, at this time, he could not be bothered with his injuries. He could only forcefully revolve essence energy to deal with Su Yubai's pursue. The one-armed Su Yubai pounced over with immense speed, so fast that when he arrived in front of Yi Yuan, his figure vanished once again, tranquil soul step. This footwork was fleeting and ephemeral. It was extremely hard to determine the person's location. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed spirit void shattering SPACE to the maximum, wanting to avoid this attack from Su Yubai. However, he suffered too heavy an injury in the end. His movement was not as agile as before. "I'm going to tear you to shreds, Yi Yuan." An angry howl sounded beside Yi Yuan's ear. This fellow ran behind Yi Yuan again. Bang! Under everybody's astounded eyes, a figure flew out. Not Yi Yuan, but Su Yubai. Everyone only felt their eyes blur. A black-clothed martial artist blocked in front of Yi Yuan and looked indifferently at Su Yubai, who had just flown out. "All right. Still okay. Won't die. Luckily, you made it in time. I truly did not expect that you achieved those lofty aspirations you said the other day so quickly. Truly remarkable. Haha, give me another month, and I wouldn't look so miserable." "Ian, I think so too. But, there's no need to waste time on this sort of people. You're someone destined to do great things." "Haha, if he doesn't die, I don't have the mood to do great things. Oh right, I haven't congratulated teacher Huyen for breaking through to the crystal formation realm yet. Haha, isn't it all thanks to you? Exercise your powers to recover. I'll stand guard for you. En." This black-clothed martial artist was none other than Huyen Yong, who broke through to the crystal formation realm after consuming the crystal formation pill. Back then, Huyen Yong was heavily wounded until he was coughing up blood after one hit from Su Yubai. But today, Huyen Yong sent Su Yubai flying with one blow. It could also be considered a greatly satisfying retribution. After obtaining Yi Yuan's crystal formation pill, Huyen Yong had been in closed seclusion without exiting these few days to break through to the crystal formation realm at full force. He finally broke through the bottleneck yesterday and became a crystal formation realm powerhouse. Huyen Yong spent an entire day to consolidate his realm and went to find Jiang Yunhe directly after leaving seclusion. Jiang Yunhe's eyes nearly fell out after he saw Huyen Yong. Huyen Yong only said that he was entering seclusion, but he actually broke through to the crystal formation realm directly after completing seclusion. Jiang Yunhe could not help but be surprised. Before Huyen Yong entered seclusion, he was only at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. According to common sense, wanting to cross this threshold needed at least over 10 years, to first experience half-step crystal formation realm before he could improve a step further and cross this heavenly chasm. But now, Huyen Yong virtually broke through overnight. This was too unbelievable. However, Huyen Yong did not explain much to Jiang Yunhe. He told Jiang Yunhe that he wanted to go to the pill grading assembly. Jiang Yunhe hesitated slightly before agreeing. In reality, he wanted to go too. But due to his ident. One Thai and sect rules, it was not convenient for him to show up. When Huyen Yong rushed over to the Drunken Star Manor, he just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan and Su Yubai both heavily wounded, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. He could not have imagined that Yi Yuan had actually matured to such an extent. Crystal Formation Realm Powerhouse. Another Crystal Formation Realm Powerhouse actually came. Who's this person? I've no recollection of him. Father, he's our academy's instructor, Huyen Yong. However, before I returned to the capital this time, he was still at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. How did he already broke through to the crystal formation realm after not seeing him for several days? What? You said that he was still at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm a few days ago? Not half-step crystal formation realm? This. How is this possible? Absolutely not mistaken, Huyen Yong's appearance thoroughly shattered the present situation. The forces over on the Su family's side had thoughts of withdrawing after seeing Huyen Yong send Su Yubai flying with one palm. Su Yubai was sent flying with one palm by Huyen Yong, aggravating his existing injuries. However, what he was more shocked by was that Huyen Yong actually broke through to the crystal formation realm. This fact intensified the shock. To Su Ishan, Huyen Yong was only a junior from the younger generation. Now, this junior actually overtook him. Such utmost mockery. Huyen Yong, why you actually broke through? This is not possible. Thanks to Elder Su's blessings, Huyen Yong broke through by luck, Huyen Yong said coolly. Huyen Yong, what audacity you have. As the academy's instructor, you actually intervened in secular affairs. This is violating the academy's rules. I'll highlight this to the dean and make him punish you severely. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Elder Su's status and position are much more illustrious than mine. I wonder why you're present here and even brutally exchanging blows with my student. Humph. I'm here today as a member of the Su family. There has nothing to do with the academy. Is that so? This excuse of Elder Su's is so forced. However, I'm only here today to protect my student. As the academy's instructor, protecting the academy's genius students, this is still acceptable, right? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's ident. One Thai is different from others. He's about to enter the sect right away. If he suffers any mishap here, who dares to shoulder the responsibility? Su Yubai was so angered that his face turned green. He knew that these words were just excuses eked out by everyone. If the sect were to really investigate into this, nobody could shoulder it. Chapter 204. I'll also disclose a revelation. Chapter 204. I'll also disclose a revelation. With Huyen Yong guarding, Yi Yuan could rest at ease and circulate his powers to boldly refine the medicinal strength. As for Su Yubai and Huyen Yong's crossing of verbal swords, he could not be bothered with it. In the martial artist world, it was never about talking. What it depended on was power. Huyen Yong broke through to the crystal formation realm now. No matter how much Su Yubai mouthed off, it was also useless. Even to the sect, crystal formation realm martial artists were absolutely not chess pieces that could be randomly abandoned. Even if the Su family lodged a complaint to the sect, it was also impossible for the sect to do anything to Huyen Yong just because of a word from the Su family. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, crystal formation realm martial artists might not be considered much, but they were the core strength of the sect. Casually casting away crystal formation realm martial artists was undeniably actions to cripple themselves. If it was not the most heinous of crimes, it was impossible for the Tranquil Cloud sect to do this sort of thing. Furthermore, Huyen Yong's age was even younger than Wn Donghai and Yi Hang. To step into the crystal formation realm at this age, his future was undoubtedly very bright. The sect could not overlook this point. As for the strife for imperial authority in the secular world, it was essentially a trifling matter to the sect. No matter who became emperor, their portion of taxes would not diminish. Halt! Su Yulin forced back Yi Hang with a palm and shouted. Huyen Yong's unexpected appearance made this entire situation become delicate. Su Yulin could not be bothered to tussle with Yi Hang anymore. Yi Hang was worried about Yi Yuan's safety and naturally did not wish to tangle with him either. With a leap, he arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan currently mediating to recover and his complexion gradually turning from pale white to rosy, a large rock in his heart was put down. Su Yulin's expression was not good. He fixed his eyes at Huyen Yong and said icily, "You said just now that you're only here to protect your student, Yi Yuan?" "That's right." Huyen Yong did not deny that. "Does that mean that if we don't make a move on Yi Yuan, you won't intervene in today's matters?" Su Yulin stared with Huyen Yong with burning eyes. "That's the case," Huyen Yong said after thinking about it for a bit. "Then fine. You can bring Yi Yuan away now. Yi Hang, if you don't mingle with today's affairs, you can also leave. In the future, you can continue to operate your fragrant medicine pavilion in the capital. I absolutely won't make things difficult for you." Su Yulin said something which gave everyone a huge shock. Wn Donghai's face changed greatly when he heard that and he hurriedly said, "Brother Yulin." He was about to speak when Su Yulin stopped him. "Brother Donghai, now are extraordinary times, so we have to use extraordinary means. As long as we take down the Nanfeng family, can he, Yi Hang, even fight off us teaming up?" Su Yulin transmitted. Although Wn Donghai still had some misgivings after hearing it, he still gave in. Yi Hang did not say anything, but Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Lu could not stay still. "Don't fall for Su Yulin's trick, Pavilion Lord Yi. This is a tactic to delay under pretext. If the Nanfeng family falls from power, they definitely won't let you go." Nanfeng Ruoqing said urgently. "Old brother Yi Hang, we've had dealings for so many years already. Don't fall for this kind of low-level fermenting." Nanfeng Lu also said. Su Yulin gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? How much effort has old brother Yi Hang put in for your Nanfeng family? But what have you all repaid him with? What can you give him in return?" "Pavilion Lord Yi, don't listen to Su Yulin's nonsense. He thinks that victory is in his hands, but does not know that Imperial Brother already made preparations. Imperial Brother has already gone to get reinforcements currently. Once reinforcements arrive, Su Yulin will definitely die without a burial place." Nanfeng Ruoqing said. "Ha ha ha. Eldest princess, the reinforcements you're talking about isn't the Great Qin Dragon Guards, right?" Su Yulin laughed wildly. Nanfeng Ruoqing's face changed when she heard that. The Great Qin Dragon Guards were top secret. How did Su Yulin know? Is eldest princess very perplexed by how come I know about the Great Qin Dragon Guards? In order to deal with me, Nanfeng Yi secretly trained a division. This unit consists of 200 people, each of them possessing spirit condensation realm cultivation, truly a force so great that it makes others despair. Su Yulin's admiration was filled with ridicule. Nanfeng Ruoqing's heart immediately sunk like a rock. A team formed by 200 spirit condensation realm martial artists was enough to instantly kill Su Yulin, but this secret weapon was known by Su Yulin beforehand. Then what would be the outcome? "You. How do you know so clearly?" Nanfeng Ruoqing asked with an ashen face. "Haha, how hard is that? This team only has 200 people. Is it strange for there to be one or two of my people inside?" Su Yulin said, proud of himself. Nanfeng Ruoqing's face was the color of dirt as she asked, You can't have." "That's right. The 200 Great Qin Dragon Guards are already the Great Qin Dead Guards now. Just yesterday, my Su family's death sworn surrounded the Dragon Mountain tightly to do a shooting fish in a barrel. They used 5 7-stringed mighty crossbows to block the Great Qin Dragon Guards. Do you think that they still have any chances of survival?" Su Yulin said. When Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing heard that, they sunk into hopelessness. That was their final trump card. If even this final trump card was completely sunk, the Nanfeng family was truly finished. Moreover, they did not feel that Su Yulin was lying to deceive them. The Great Qin Dragon Guards were top secret in the imperial family. Even Nanfeng Jiro did not know about this. The so-called trump card was a trump card because others did not know about them. But now, Su Yulin knew about it. How could he let the great Qin dragon guards go? Things have already reached this extent, might as well let your despair be more thorough. Su Yulin's words were filled with satisfaction. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing exchanged glances. Their faces were pale because they thought about what these words from Su Yulin meant. Nanfeng Yi. Since Su Yulin knew about the existence of the great Qin dragon guards, how could he possibly not target Nanfeng Yi? Impossible. Imperial Brother is a crystal formation realm powerhouse, and you're also here. Who can you send to kill him? Heh. That's why I said to let you two despair more thoroughly. These few years, the Su family had always been second brother and me managing things. Has it already been far too long since you guys heard news about my big brother? Su Yulin said with a cold sneer. Nanfeng Ruoqing did not have much of a reaction, but Nanfeng Lu trembled and asked in disbelief, Su Yuzhen? How is that possible? Didn't he die long ago? That's right, he did indeed die. However, he died for your Nanfeng family to see. Before my big brother faked his death, he already broke through to second-level crystal formation realm. It's just that body knew about it. Now that over a decade has said, he already broke through to the third-level crystal formation realm. He went to kill Nanfeng Yi. Do you guys feel that he has any possibility of survival? Ha. The more Su Yulin talked, he more pleased with himself he was, and he could not resist chortling. When Nanfeng Ruoqing heard this kind of bad news, she staggered and nearly fell down, but was embraced by somebody. Careful, teacher, it still isn't time to despair yet. Yi Yuan gave Nanfeng Ruoqing a faint smile. He actually recovered already. Fineness. Hi+ing, Yi Yuan looked at Su Yulin with a smile and said, since family head Su talked until you're so happy, I'll also disclose a revelation. At the Endless Forest, Su Yishan was indeed killed by me personally. I wonder if having heard this news, does family head Su still wish to let me leave? Chapter 205, Fight for Myself. Chapter 205, Fight for Myself. Su Yulin's face suddenly changed. The pair of eyes looking at Yi Yuan seemed like they were about to spew fire. Speculation was one thing, but Yi Yuan confessing with his own mouth was another. Although all signs indicated that the possibility of Su Yishan returning alive was already very minute, as a father, he still hoped that his son could return safely. Or perhaps the few of them really did not bump into Yi Yuan in the Endless Forest or were tangled with some demonic beasts. But those fleeting words from Yi Yuan shattered that final trace of hope. No way. Turns out that the Su family and Yi family's enmity has already reached such a degree. Then didn't Su Yulin's soliciting earlier become a joke? Yeah. No wonder such an important occasion today, but Su Yulin did not bring along his son. Turns out that he was already killed by Yi Yuan. Sigh, this Yi Yuan is still young and rash in the end. The Nanfeng family is already finished. Yi Yuan admitting that he killed Su Yishan at this time, Su Yulin will likely pursue this to the ends of Hil. Even though the Yi family temporarily took the upper hand over here, when Su Yuzhen rushes over, all of them will probably still have to die. If it were earlier, everybody naturally would not say that. But the Su family still had a third-level crystal formation realm Su Yuzhen. Furthermore, Nanfeng Yi was clearly doomed. The Nanfeng family can be considered to be thoroughly finished. Yi Yuan coming out to provoke Su Yulin at this time was no different from seeking death. Good. Excellent. Yi Yuan, I really underestimated you. For today's important matter, I was originally prepared to put aside Su Yishan's vengeance first. Now, since you admitted to it, then let's fight it out to the death today. Anyone could tell the thunderous rage in Su Yulin's words. Haha, looks like this spice of mine is a little intense. Family head Su is somewhat bewildered already. However, you aren't naive enough to think that my father and I will really leave this place, right? I think you're a little mistaken. My father and I standing here today are not to protect the sovereignty of the imperial family, but because of the irreconcilable feud of my Yi family with your WN family and Su family. Yi Yuan's words grew increasingly icier as he spoke and actually made everyone feel a chill without being cold. Curiously enough, he was clearly just a second-level spirit condensation realm, but the words spoken by Yi Yuan made everyone feel pressure. Yi Yuan's words, no matter how one heard it, seemed to be somewhat treasonous and outrageous, with a subtle tone of slighting the imperial family. But when everyone thought of Yi Yuan's sect core disciple Adent One Tai, they understood. They originally thought that the imperial family and Yi family were like ants on the same thread. Now, to them, the Yi family were simply just fighting for themselves, and nothing to do with the imperial family. Preposterous. Your Yi family members didn't even lose a hair, but Su Yishan already died in your hands. And now, you're talking big about some irreconcilable feud. Aren't you afraid of other people's ridicule? Su Yulin said with a cold smile. I can stand here because I'm sufficiently powerful. Su Yishan dying in my hands is also him taking the road to ruin. Don't tell me that you didn't send people and Su Yishan together to kill me. It's just that your son was useless and was killed by me instead. Also, Su Yubai, you ambus. Hi plusing me, a 6th level essence chi realm with your half-step crystal formation realm cultivation. Has that old face of yours been eaten by dogs? Of course, this kind of things had no lack of your involvement, WN Donghai, and your precious son, WN Yuan. Back then, you set a trap for this little lord and nearly sent me to the netherworld. But you didn't expect right that this little lord would profit from misfortune and have today instead. Hence, it's time for us to settle this debt. Yi Yuan detailed the crimes committed against him by the WAN and Su families. WN Donghai's face changed when he heard that. He only knew today that it was actually related to the poisoning previously that Yi Yuan could rise up so rapidly. Although he did not know what transpired in between, without question, Yi Yuan obtained an extremely heaven-defying lucky chance. In just a few short months, Yi Yuan actually grew to an extent where he could threaten Su Yubai already. Such a lucky encounter, just thinking about it made people jealous. No way, right? The Su family and the WAN family are too shameless. They actually used so many despicable and insidious means just to deal with a junior. Pavilion Lord Yi's character is without question. He would never do this sort of despicable and shameless things. But with Su family and WN family's style, these sort of things are of no concern at all. I really did not expect that this pill-grading assembly would actually evolve to such a situation. Initially, I thought that it would be the contention between the Su family and Nanfeng family, but in the end, it became Yi Yuan's battle for vengeance. Although Yi Yuan's words were said casually, those present were all old veterans. They knew deeply just how much danger and scheming Yi Yuan experienced behind the scenes. If these methods were targeted at Yi Hang, it was still fine. But to use them to deal with a junior, it was seriously too shameless. Humph. Even with your blandishments, you can forget about leaving here alive today. Counting the time, it's about there. You all just wait to die, Su Yulin said with a cold snort. As the leader of the rebels, Su Yulin obviously not would acknowledge Yi Yuan's words. However, he also knew that the more he tried to deny it, the worse it would seem. Therefore, he just lightly skated over it. History had always been written by the victor. As long as he secured the throne, he could naturally whitewash everything, sweeping away today's events under the rug. However, Yi Yuan revealed a mocking smile on his face, making Su Yulin feel very displeased. Yeah, counting the time, it's almost ready. It's just I wonder who will the one arriving? Yi Yuan said with a beam. Slightly earlier, on the path linking the capital and the Dragon Mountain, a group of people was currently plussing towards the Dragon Mountain with hasty footsteps. In a center was a sedan chair with a yellow roof, carried by 8 Essence Chi Realm martial artists. Your Majesty, Dragon Mountain is right ahead, a general-looking martial artist said to the sedan. Got it. Nanfeng Yi inside the sedan said nonchalantly. What happened? This. That general suddenly cried out and started stammering. Pulling aside the sedan's curtain, Nanfeng Yi walked out from the sedan, only to see the corpse-strewn land. These were great Qin Dragon Guard corpses. Nanfeng Yi knitted his brows, and his facial expression did not look too good. Those familiar with him knew that he must be in deep pain currently. These great Qin dragon guards were nurtured by Nanfeng Yi after expending immeasurable effort. But now, they were completely annihilated. How could this not make his heart ache? Who's there? Protect His Majesty, the general bellowed. An elderly man came from the front with both hands behind his back, looking very composed. When Nanfeng Yi saw the arrival, his brows furrowed together again. He stretched his hand out to stop his subordinate's actions. You are not his match. Everyone, leave. Don't cast away your lives, Nanfeng Yi instructed. No way. Your subordinate will protect your majesty to the death. The general refused to leave no matter what. Nanfeng Yi grabbed hold of his collar with one hand and threw backward. That general flew out several hundred feet. All get lost for me, Nanfeng Yi said angrily. After his subordinates all left, Nanfeng Yi recovered his calm expression and said, Didn't expect it to be you. Didn't think that you're still a kind ruler. I thought that you would use your subordinates' lives to exchange for a chance to escape, the old man said with a faint smile. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Why do I have to escape? Nanfeng Yi asked calmly. Of course, it's because I'm stronger than you. Haha, already at this time, are you still unwilling to let go of your Emperor's Majesty? The old man asked with a smile. Didn't think that the three of you brothers have already been planning today's revolt over a decade ago. Su Yuzhen, you guys really plotted very well. This old man was shockingly Su Yulin's big brother, Su Yuzhen, a third-level crystal formation realm powerhouse. Haha, your majesty flatters me. If I didn't fake my death, how can your majesty let the Su family develop in peace? Su Yuzhen had a look like everything was within his control. Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, speaking of it, ever since Su Yuting married into the Ouyang family, it virtually ordained this situation today already. However, even if you all calculated everything, you probably couldn't have calculated today's variable, right? Nanfeng Yi still had a calm and composed appearance, but his words were filled with derision. But Su Yuzhen did not mind. He smiled and said, Isn't your majesty too immature to want to use such words to scare this elderly self? Enough. Although I have lots of things I want to catch up with your majesty, I'm still quite uneasy about the situation over at the pill grading assembly. Is your majesty going to end yourself, or are you going to make old me do it personally? Nanfeng Yi chuckled, laughing very happily. What are you laughing about? Not knowing why, Su Yuzhen suddenly had a bad premonition. I'm laughing because we've lived to ripe old age and schemed for half our lives, but in the end, we're both not the main casts in this battle for imperial authority. However, what I'm more fortunate than you guys in is that I got acquainted with Yi Hang, Nanfeng Yi said with a grin. Yi Hang? You're talking about that chess piece you've been using to suppress the Su family, the owner of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? You mean to say that he's the protagonist for this fight for imperial authority? What a joke. Su Yuzhen wondered if Nanfeng Yi went insane. You're wrong. Yi Hang has never been my chess piece. It's just that I happened to save both him and his wife back then. He only remained in the state of Qin's capital to repay that favor. I just never expected that my unintentional action back then would actually become the linchpin to saving the Nanfeng family today. Talking about past events, Nanfeng Yi also sighed. 15 years ago, Nanfeng Yi was merely still the state of Qin's crown prince back then and had not broken through to the crystal formation realm either. He traveled the world to broaden his horizons, and as chance would have it, he encountered the Yi husband and wife who were being hunted down in the neighboring state of Yang. At that time, Ren Hongling was in labor. Yi Hang, who needed to protect his beloved wife and also needed to fight the enemies, had already fallen into a hopeless situation. Nanfeng Yi came forward bravely at that time together with his accompanying guards and saved the Yi husband and wife. Because of this, that half-step crystal formation realm guard of Nanfeng Yi's even died in the state of Yang. Afterward, Yi Hang followed Nanfeng Yi to the state of Qin and settled down in the capital. Then, later on, the Su family pushed Wn Donghai onto the stage. At this time, Yi Hang already broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Hang resolutely stood up in order to repay that debt of gratitude and kept Wn Donghai in check. All of this was Yi Hang's own accord. Or else, with his personality, How could he willingly slog for the Nanfeng family for so many years? Except, Nanfeng Yi would never have thought that his unintentional actions back then not only exchanged for Yi Hang's many years of spring-like repayment, it even obtained a feeble thread of hope for the Nanfeng family today. Yi Hang is merely just an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he also can't save the Nanfeng family's decline. Furthermore, as long as you die, why does it matter even if the Nanfeng family took the upper hand over at the pill grading assembly? Could it be that Yi Hang can still rush over to save you now? Su Yuzhen felt rather bewildered by Nanfeng Yi. Haha, you're mistaken. The protagonist I said is not Yi Hang, but his son, Yi Yuan. If not for him, I'd most likely not be able to escape death today. Yi Yuan. Su Yuzhen stared at Nanfeng Yi. He was confident that Nanfeng Yi was already scared out of his wits. Heh, a brat still wet behind his ears, and you actually treat him as your savior. No body can save you today. Finus. HI plus ing, Su Yuzhen's 3rd level crystal formation realm aura was released completely as he shot towards Nanfeng Yi. Prepare to die, Nanfeng Yi. Right then, a white figure charged out from the forest and clashed directly with Su Yuzhen. Rumble. Su Yuzhen fell back over a dozen steps before managing to barely stabilize himself. Looking carefully, he saw a white-colored ape blocking in front of Nanfeng Yi. Su Yuzhen's face changed drastically. Peak early stage Tier 3 long-arm stone ape. How is this possible? Su Yuzhen's eyes were full of disbelief. Just as Su Yuzhen was having doubts, several more dozen white silhouettes popped out. 49 Tier 2 long-arm stone apes encircled him. Su Yuzhen, lost in his astonishment, had yet to know that he had already completely fallen into the 7-star ephemeris grand array. Haha, when I saw Yuan Fei, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. Now, you should understand why Yi Yuan is the protagonist, right? Yuan Fei is Yi Yuan's servant. Looking at Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still secretly quite terrified. How can a Tier 3 demonic beast possibly acknowledge a human as its master? This is absolutely impossible, Su Yuzhen said in shock. This is how the truth is. Moreover, Yi Yuan possesses an entire clan of long-arm stone apes. He essentially doesn't need my Nanfeng family to make a move to eradicate the Su family. Su Yuzhen fell silent. He never thought that having concealed himself for over a decade, what he traded for would be this outcome today. Humph. So what? It's just a Tier 3 demonic beast. I'm also 3rd level crystal formation realm. I might not lose to him. After the silence, intense unwillingness made Su Yuzhen explode. He rushed towards Yuan Fei without caring about anything. His reply was Yuan Fei's heaven-quaking blow. The capital. There was suddenly a commotion in the Drunken Star Manor. Quickly look. Someone's coming. Isn't he that His Majesty? He actually appeared here. Doesn't that mean? Shush. Softer. Do you want to die? I initially thought that the Su family had victory in their grasp. Didn't think that there would be a turnaround and the Nanfeng family would actually gain a complete victory. Looks like time is not yet up for the Nanfeng family. The Su family plotted for over a decade, and it was actually such an outcome that was exchanged. Su Yulin is probably going to go insane, right? Under everyone's gaze, Nanfeng Yi slowly walked into the Drunken Star Manor. Seeing Nanfeng Yi, Su Yulin's facial expression was as ugly as it could get. Imperial brother, it's great that you're fine. Nanfeng Ruoqing could not help tearing from joy when she saw Nanfeng Yi. Haha, thanks to little brother's blessings, I escaped death from this great calamity, Nanfeng Yi said smilingly. Finus. Hi plus ing, Nanfeng Yi came in front of Yi Yuan, cupped his hands, and gave a deep bow in front of everyone's astounded eyes. Thank you very much for little brother saving my Nanfeng family. Please accept this bow from Nanfeng Yi. Nanfeng Yi's actions nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. What kind of person was Nanfeng Yi? He was the emperor of the great state of Qin, a supreme existence. He actually performed such a solemn salute to a youth. Su Yulin clearly said just now that not only did his big brother not die, he even broke through to the 3rd level crystal formation realm successfully. Just what on earth did Yi Yuan do to actually bring Nanfeng Yi back without losing a hair? Chapter 207, Looks Can't Kill People. Chapter 207, Looks Can't Kill People. Is there a mistake? His Majesty actually paid such great respect to Yi Yuan, even though Yi Yuan is a monstrous existence, his only second-level spirit condensation realm after all. Just what did he do? In our state of Qin, third-level crystal formation realm is an invincible existence. What kind of trump card does Yi Yuan have to actually bring His Majesty back safely? More importantly, His Majesty returned, but Su Yuzhen? That's a third-level crystal formation realm. He couldn't have. I really don't dare to imagine just what kind of existence can kill a third-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan had a fourth-level crystal formation realm martial artist on his side, Su Yuzhen could at least run away if he can't beat him, right? Unless. These people already dare not to picture it. To not even give a third-level crystal formation realm any chance to escape, what kind of existence was needed for that? But if there was such an existence over on Yi Yuan's side, he completely did not need to fight so laboriously. The more they thought about it, the more they could not understand. But one thing was clear, they certainly could not treat Yi Yuan as a child anymore. He was already lording over everyone here. You got to be kidding. Even Nanfeng Yi gave him a solemn salute and called him as little brother Yi respectfully. If they still treated Yi Yuan like a child, then it was simply forgetting to bring their brain along when they left the house. Your Majesty, addressing my son like that is killing him. Yi Hang was speechless. Nanfeng Yi called Yi Yuan as little brother. Then what would he call him? Nanfeng Yi hooted and said, to each his own. With little brother Yi's talent, we'll definitely have to call him Your Excellency in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's good that Your Majesty is okay. Since Your Majesty came, isn't it time for us to find the Su and Wn family to settle the accounts? Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, yes. The past dozen years, I've been really aggrieved as the Emperor. Today, having obtained little brother Yi's help, we should really find them to settle this debt. He surveyed the surroundings and said authoritatively, I know that many among you went over to the Su family. It's fine. As long as you all draw a clear line with the Su family today, past matters will be written off. If there are any stubborn fools, their entire clan will be put to death. Absolutely zero tolerance. Yi Yuan looked at Nanfeng Yi's back view and silently praised in his heart. As the Emperor, Nanfeng Yi was somewhat soft, but he was not a soft persimmon. His weakness was only relative to the Su family. Now that the Su family forced him to an impasse, he finally decided not to run away. This move was rather brilliant. Stick plus carrot, Nanfeng Yi was well versed in the Emperor's path. The forces present were not solitary without anyone. This sort of matter like exterminating the whole clan was no joke. It was not even sparing fowls and dogs. Regardless of which influence they were from, they would measure the weight of these words. Of course, it was also the Yi father and son who created such an atmosphere. Otherwise, him saying something like this would be a joke. Everyone, don't believe Nanfeng Yi's bulls. Hi+T. He is delaying things under a pretext. After this matter is over, there will definitely be a reckoning. We still don't know who will emerge victorious for today's affair. Su Yulin, you aren't still hoping for Su Yuzhen to appear, right? Since I showed up here, you should also have guessed his outcome, Nanfeng Yi said with a sneer. Recalling that attack from Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still filled with trepidation right now. Too strong. The third-level crystal formation realm Su Yuzhen actually exploded in one punch by Yuan Fei. Back then, his IEB-ALLS nearly popped out. Yuan Fei's realm was similar to Su Yuzhen's. How could he possibly unleash such a shocking attack? When he saw those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes, he suddenly understood some things. Those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes' actions were rather profound. It actually secretly incorporated an array Dao. Nanfeng Yi did not know array Dao, but he simply could not think of just what kind of array formation could let an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast possess such a powerful attack. Su Yulin's heart plummeted. An incomparably humiliated feeling surged. Things already progressed until now and Nanfeng Yi's side did not even lose a hair. But over at his side, his son was killed by Yi Yuan. Second brother had an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan. Big brother's life and death were unknown, although looking at the present situation, he was most probably dead. The most hateful thing was that big brother Su Yuzhen's death also seemed to have deep connections with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. All Yi Yuan. Su Yulin looked at Yi Yuan without concealing his killing intent. Yi Hang involuntarily went on alert when he saw the situation. Family head Su, don't look at me with this sort of expression, I'm scared. However, looks can't kill people. Want to kill me? Make a move. Yi Yuan put up a frightened appearance, but his words were filled with ridicule. Su Yulin could not hold back his rage anymore. Courting death. Boom. Su Yulin and Yi Hang fought once again. At the same time, Huyen Yong and Nanfeng Yi also made a move. 3 mighty crystal formation realm martial artists dealing with Su Yulin alone at the same time. Wn Donghai wanted to come over to help but was intercepted by Nanfeng Lu. A great battle erupted between the crystal formation realm martial artists once more. Except that this time, the situation turned around. Yi Hang's side occupied a huge advantage. Among the crowd, there was Su Yubai and Yi Yuan left all of a sudden. Yi Yuan stared at Su Yubai and said with a grin, Elder Su, they're so busy. Let's not idle either, okay? What I've said before, I need to fulfill them eventually so that I can clear my thoughts. Su Yubai's face turned green. He lost an arm and was heavily wounded by Huyen Yong. He was simply unable to utilize much strength at the moment. Although he also consumed healing medicinal pills, how could his medicinal pills compare to Yi Yuan's? The current Yi Yuan already had his injuries healed 70% to 80%, while Su Yubai's injuries definitely would not recover without 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan did not wait for Su Yubai's acknowledgement. The Tsunghua sword already swung out. Essence energy ignition, 9 sword stance. 9 streaks of sword beams flew out chaotically without any patterns. Su Yubai's pupils constricted. This move again. Su Yubai wanted to display the tranquil soul step to avoid this attack, but his current strength was not even 50% of his heyday. He simply could not display the tranquil soul step. All stop for me. Right then, an aged voice sounded. At the same time, several beams of light flashed past, directly eradicating Yi Yuan's 9 streaks of sword light. An elderly person stood in midair. With another wave of his sleeves, he swept Yi Hang and the other 2 to one side. An immensely powerful aura spread out, making all those present felt suffocated. Flying through the air. Sea transformation realm powerhouse. Yi Hang, together with Nanfeng Yi, and the rest were all greatly alarmed. From the situation earlier, this sea transformation realm powerhouse evidently leaned towards Su Yulin's side. This was not some good news for them. Yi Yuan was not surprised by this person's appearance. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if he did not show up all along. Elder Yarrow, your elderly self is already so advanced in age. Looks like you still can't stay still. Yi Yuan looked at Yarrow Chen in midair and jeered with sarcastic remarks. When Yi Yuan said that, Yi Hang and the others were all taken by surprise. His guts are a little too big to actually dare go at a sea transformation realm powerhouse.